across the board. I mean, you look at War too, because that's like our icon. Uh, there was all kinds of corruption. There were all kinds of people taking care of themselves first before they took care of the troops. Not to put you to sleep, but with the tanks, for example, the Sherman tank, they were taking too long to modify it, and they weren't putting a big enough gun on it, but they had the technology to. They just didn't want to retool because Detroit, they were going to lose too much money. Like, how are you losing money? Like, no one's selling anything but tanks, and you got the industry corner. Like, let's think about the guys on the front lines, maybe, and a little less of the green in your pocket. Just a thought. But anyway, the point is, and then the other defense that everybody hides behind is, well, they're not a NATO country. Okay, was France a NATO country? Maybe Morocco or Sicily or Italy. I'm not even going to the Pacific theater yet. Which one of those were NATO countries? Like, either we stand for freedom or we're going to have to give the baton up to someone else. And final thing that really irritates me about this whole war is we signed a treaty in the 90s with Ukraine to combat them if the Russians came across the border, and they gave up their nukes and trusted us. We let them down. I can't even tell you. I mean, I'm a child from the Cold War. Like, we're helping them a lot, but there's a part of me that feels I feel shame, because the honest truth is, you could have taken the worst military divisions in DOD, and this thing would already be over with. And I'm not trying to put down the Ukrainians, but the experience that we have with these systems, these are majority of our systems, and we train with these NATO countries. We could take them to the next level. We could build up their NCO corps and really their officer corps, because a lot of their their officer corps is still kind of like the saying goes, generals fight the last war. They're still indoctrinated with that Soviet style. I tell you what to do, you don't tell me what to do. So anyway, I'm getting on a soapbox, but yeah, I just wish we could do more. And like that guy said, I'm afraid to go. My heart wants to go out there and help those people in Ukraine. I've got 2 children, and I'm an old goat as far as war goes. 44 in America is pretty young, but when you strap a pack on and you got to go be that physical every day, you get broken off at 20 something. And I know that I would fall apart out there, but I would stay until I could not walk anymore. Like I said, I had 2 kids, but I think about it every day. But it's like what I have to do versus what I want to do. And it just burns me up to see. I don't know. You guys probably saw that, the little Down syndrome girl with her mama going to the market.
Yep.
God, I couldn't talk the whole day. My little girl is blonde hair. She's the same age and everything. I was so mad. But anyway, I'm getting off
No,
topic. But
it's okay. No,
I
it's
wish I could give
okay.
more.
It's, I understand. I don't have the military knowledge. I don't have there's a lot of knowledge when it comes to this space that I don't have. But what I have is I care about what is happening to the people. And that's why I tend to focus on that aspect um more than a lot of other things. I tend to focus on the war crimes. I tend to focus on that kind of stuff just
Yeah,
because it's part, it's one of those things. I don't want us to close our eyes to any part of what is happening in Ukraine right now. So if I can take the time that um I have as a co-host to highlight some of those things, those are the kinds of things I'm going to do. Now, Jameson, I
yes, man.
think we might have gotten some functionality back here. So I
Good.
need to check and see. Nafo Davo, can you speak to me?
I think I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wow. So it's this is interesting timing because it's like Elon knew Mockers was coming up, and
All right.
because
So
he's
is that for me to pause for a while, or you just doing some
hello.
more radio checks? Or
Yeah, I'm doing some checks. Can you hear Nafo Dave talking?
no, I don't hear anybody talking. Just you.
I can hear
Yeah,
NAFO,
yeah.
Prince. I can hear you and NAFO Dave and Jameson. Jameson might need to recycle if he can't hear you guys.
Yeah, it looks like Twitter Spaces is sort of fixing itself. I so appreciate you hanging out with me. I need
Yes, ma'am.
to yeah, I need to try and figure out if we have got things back and functioning in a more proper way than we did. But I so appreciate you hanging out with me and chatting with me, because I think this has been a really good and very interesting conversation, to keep things going while we were the only couple people who could talk. So
Yeah,
thank you so much,
absolutely.
Jameson.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me
Thank
share
you.
a quick update on that. I'm seeing our user counts returning to not exactly where they are normally at this hour, but needless to say, they're much better. We went from about 60, and we were the highest and largest Twitter space, period, with that many people. And we're back up to about 214 right now, and it looks like it's still climbing in groups. So spread the word, tell people that it's come on back in the water, and we'll see how it goes.
Very good. And I am not afraid to mute myself anymore. NAFO Dave can speak. Nick, you are a lifesaver. Nick, you are a lifesaver tonight. Mockers, I don't know that I had time to type this to you, but what happened tonight is epic Twitter failure. I was the only co-host and I could not unmute my mic. The only person on the speaker panel who could unmute their mic was Nick. So Nick basically talked and read things out for us for probably a good hour until my mic could work again. He and Nancy together through the host account basically ran the show and took care of things. We couldn't bring anybody up anyway. I couldn't unmute my mic. Nick was a lifesaver.
Yep, but you
Well,
could post in the nest, which was hilarious, and we couldn't invite anybody up to the space. It looks like it was undergoing a major stress test. Some of the same characteristics we've seen in the past, but even more unique varieties to it this time. But let's see if we can get through some hands and let people know what's going on. But yeah, Nick, thank you so much for working through that difficult time when if you had dropped at that point when Prince wasn't able to talk yet, it would have been just me. So I really appreciate you reading some really good content there. And Jameson, thank you also for coming up and talking with Prince, which gave me a chance to do some more digging in the background as well. So thank you.
Hey,
you
hello.
have all the fun without me, by the way. Just wanted to say that.
You know what I say? The word Maria as in MriyaReport.org means dream. And people say teamwork makes the dream work. I like to say teamwork makes the Maria work. But I do have to say, I don't know if I said this. I did have a little bit of fun because I was testing things out and I wanted to test to see if I could put something in the nest when my mic wouldn't work. And I found a brand new poop fountain. And so I put the poop fountain in the nest just because it felt appropriate at the moment.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
very appropriate.
yes, because things were going to the poop.
Oh, and
Anyway.
Prince, the other thing you need to share too, because since our audience is growing larger again, that one regular listener who was willing to go knock on either knock on a door or yell.
Yes, I got a DM from a listener who lives in the area where the building where Elon Musk has been held up, and where he spends most of his time, and they offered to go and yell at the door for us. And I implored her to please go do that. Actually, I just said please because I was too busy doing other things. But I thought that was absolutely wonderful. And yeah. Anyway,
Very
good
quickly,
morning.
can I
Yes.
just say, also thanks to Nick, but did you know that Nick used to be a host here long, long time ago?
I don't know how I missed that. because I have been listening since about since really close to the beginning. But I don't know, Nick. I am glad to know that you were a co-host here, and I personally would love to see you as a co-host again. That's my personal opinion. So anyway, maybe we should go to some hands, and Davo, I am going to let you take it away. I don't know if Nick or Will had their hand up first. You pick.
Okay. Well, I would also like to thank Nick for filling in, and Jameson, if you've kind of shown that you could be a co-host too, or another volunteer. If anybody listening goes to
I can't hear
MriyaReport.org.
anything.
I'm sorry, Jameson. It sounds like you're having the Twitter pox, which means you probably do have to drop from the speaker and try to come back up. I apologize. It sounds like you probably can't hear anybody but me and maybe a couple of other people, but you can't hear Davo who was talking when you said that. So if you want to drop from speaker and try to come back up as speaker, I'm sorry. It's something that happens regularly. It even happens to the co-hosts when they're co-hosting. So, yeah, that's the way that it usually gets fixed. Let's go to Nick and see if maybe Jameson can hear Nick. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. First of all, it was a pleasure to read the tweets of really smart people instead of doing my own blathering. And secondly, it wasn't an hour. It just felt like an hour because, hey, it felt like an hour. But I wanted to mention that I think that there is a touch of Twitter Twitterpox still happening because I've been watching while waiting to be called on. I've been watching hands raise and then drop and then raise and then drop. So some people are trying to get their hands in the queue and evidently are being dropped. For example, I was hitting a brick wall when I rejoined the space as a listener. I couldn't get the thing to register that I was trying to become a speaker. So it might still be sorting itself out. Be patient. I want to hear other people speak than me, and Will and Johannes, it looks like, are eager to speak. So, and mockers, I want to hear numbers, and I want to hear boom and burn reports too. So I'm going to shut up and possibly drop to listener, but not yet because there's still a paucity of speakers. So I will just be a silent speaker for a while. Thank you.
Okay. Appears Jameson could hear you, but I don't. Can you hear me now, Jameson? Good. So what I was saying is that anybody that would like to help out with Ukraine but can't physically go over there, you're welcome to go to MriyaReport.org, fill out a volunteer form, and we can put you to work. Where there's lots of different things going on behind the scenes. You don't have to co-host necessarily. We have a lot of other things going on that we can always use more hands. So, and speaking of hands, I'll go to I don't know. I'll go to Will and Johannes.
Dave. Yeah, mostly I just wanted to thank Nick, Prince, and Nance for keeping it going so well with Jameson's input, because obviously.
Hello, Will.
Okay.
Will.
So I found the thing that Nick was.
Hello, Will.
Hello, is it working?
Can you hear him, Prince?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Prince, can you hear Will?
Yes, I can hear Will.
Yeah, so I just thank you guys for keeping it going, and basically, if you're, Nick, anytime you're up, or if you like to be a regular speaker, just stay on the panel until they push you off, basically, because it actually helps the algorithm, uh, I think, and you've always got something to add and counter in a conversation, and I'm positive the same thing is true of Jameson, because both of you raised some points that I found to be very compelling and kind of related. Nick, in relation to second article you read, in relation to the things in it that you were finding pretty profound, that I also struck a real chord with me in relation about we have to be clear at, at the water's edge of every country we're in, Britain, America, Australia, wherever, that we do continue the long-standing practice of politics ends at the water's edge, because it's okay for us to all have disagreements as countries or different approaches the way we do it, but the way that liberal democracies get together and make the world a better place is by us all sticking to our principles rather than our politics, when we're talking about overseas stuff, and uh, and going to what you were talking about or you were reading from, Nick. The thing I found that so compelling was the fact that you have to look externally and internally, and I think Jameson was also going to this too. That while we need to counter authoritarian governments around the world by being steadfast and resolute in our uh, uh, in our desire to interact with them, but not on the basis that they compel us to change our ways, and that uh, that we can't speak openly and honestly about what we see, regardless of if that thing is inside their country, and it goes to human rights and not just political rights, and that's why you know. I was on yesterday talking about this, and how I think probably uh, Jameson might agree that dealing with these countries on the basis of reciprocity is the position I think we should return to as this war comes to a conclusion and Russia is isolated, which it should be, because even after Ukraine finishes driving Russia from its country, and gets any negotiated settlement that they themselves want to agree to, the world still has a debt to be paid to us from Russia. And we need to make a message to Russia that is very clear and is also meant to be unambiguous about authoritarian governments generally, and that is, we are happy to engage with you on matters of trade and making of the world a better place where we can find common purpose. But make no mistake, a liberal democracy tied to a free market economy is the best system of government in the world, and we won't, back we won't say it isn't, because it's true. It's objective reality. So, um, and we are happy to host you in our countries to speak your voice about what you see as issues, even if you do criticize the Australian country while you're here. Uh, but note that I can't go to China at all. We do not have any reporters on the ground from the ABC or the SBS. Our national broadcasters have no presence on the ground in China anymore, because they drove them all out after the COVID conspiracy stuff started. So, yet I hear the Chinese ambassador on my news, or on at the National Press Club briefing with all of the channels and all the papers there. I hear his point of view regularly in Australia, and I'm happy to do so. But they owe us the same in their country. Same thing with trade and ownership, right? I'm happy to let Chinese companies buy up plots of land and buildings and apartments and stuff in Australia, because hell, that's just like loaning our economy money. But you've got to obey the law where you're here, and I should be able to own land inside your country. Reciprocity is what we ought to be moving toward where we can in all these authoritarian governments where we'll never agree. And in relation to our other liberal democracies, Nick, the important thing is we're also introspective and we make liberal democracies naturally attractive to our own people and to external parties. Because if we don't do that, if we don't have a level of egalitarianism, openness, and no domination by corporations and special interests in our countries, only when we control those things in our country will we make our countries more and more attractive to our people and people that live overseas. And this is why when you brought up corruption and stuff, you know, look at your country in the world objectively, because I had this argument hundreds of times already with people who are Vatniks or you know, peace at any costers or whatever in relation to this war. And you know, that argument is lame. And I've had it so many times I don't want to have it anymore. The systems of liberal democracies tied to free market economies is the best in the world. And if we keep making them more attractive to other countries by limiting corruption and pointing out where our corruption level is, honestly, in relation to the corruption level of other countries, or press freedom, or political freedom, all these indices by these independent parties who look at the things, you know, look at them, read their methodology and say, well, I don't really agree with that, but I kind of agree with it. You know, it's like reading the poll every year on the best place in the world to live, the cities. You know, the criteria they build up is sometimes a little bit bullshit, because we all know that Perth, Western Australia is the workers' paradise and it's the best place to live. But if you look at these people's polls and stuff, not to be funny, and you see that generally your country is middle or upper or whatever, you should be looking at your country honestly and saying, how can I move to make my country better on the scope of the principles that we find important in liberal democracy? And if you're doing that, I don't care what your politics are. I don't care. And we should, if we can, make sure that our support for Ukraine is on the basis of telling people that I do support Ukraine because you're looking at what was going on in 1991 or 2000. I'm looking at what's going on today, and I look at it every day because there's a genocidal invasion going on. And I can tell you that I support Ukraine because I know that they're not perfect, but boy, they're fantastic, and they're getting better. They're getting better all the time, and they will be a core of what makes Europe good in the coming years, while Russia is currently faced with withering and dying if it doesn't change its ways. And that's the objective truth. Sorry I took so long, but I had a bit of a rant there build up, Nick. Sorry.
Sometimes you just have to get these things off your chest, don't you? Is Prince
Good morning,
speaking?
mockers. No,
Oh, there
I'm
we are.
here.
Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh. It's all
Good
right.
morning,
It's just,
mockers.
when I go into my kitchen to make a coffee, I have to leave my phone halfway through the kitchen. Otherwise, if I take it with me to next to the kettle, it flips to 4G because my internet is obviously rubbish, and I tend to lose one or two of the speakers. So yeah, when that was happening before to you, Jameson, entirely normal. Johannes, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I just been stumbling again over this Ukraine must win, or politicians not daring to say Ukraine must win issue. There was a tweet, I think 8 hours ago from Ben Hodges that responded to a tweet by Secretary Austin, who said the United States will stand with Ukraine's brave defenders for as long as it takes. And Ben Hodges responded, Mr. Secretary, as long as what takes? Why can't we see we want Ukraine to win. I mean, this argument has been had kind of many times over. So I guess it's not really something new. But of course, before the backdrop of the obviously now beginning counteroffensive, it is more salient, I guess, than it was. And I remember like a few, like 2-3 weeks back, when Zelensky was awarded the Charlemagne Prize in Aachen in Germany. He also in his speech mentioned the word victory or winning or so many times, and it seems there is, for some very strange reason, too little of that being echoed by Western politicians. And there's always some plausible deniability, I guess, that they want to say for themselves. So they always say, as long as it takes, and kind of the implicit understanding is as long as it takes to win. But they don't really ever say that. And I guess there's nobody here on the panel who can fully explain me why and can fully reassure me that it's still going to work out. I'm just, and I freely admit I always tend to worry and worry too much. But this is still kind of such an amazing gap after more than a year, and after all this investment that has been made by so many Western countries now, and I mean, it seems their deeds finally seem to indicate that they do want Ukraine to win, but their words don't. And that's a very strange thing to witness, and I just wonder if anybody has some thoughts on that.
I agree with you. The difference between a politician and a statesman is a statesman has values. Politicians are, by and large, they want to have their cake and eat it too. It's just cowardly, But like that's what made Churchill so great. I'm screw up this quote, but I can sum up our objective in one word: victory. Victory at all cost. And even if they were to quote Churchill verbatim, they will get brownie points for that. Like, stand for something other than making money for yourself. So I yield my time to the gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very well put and a good response. Chris, go ahead.
Morning, Chris.
Good morning, everybody. It sounds like you've been having fun, Prince. I woke up to I think we may have fixed some of the problems of that. And it sounds like you've got some heroes of the space as well, which is good. So so you probably don't want to go over it, but what's been happening? What's happening in MriyaReport?
You'll have to tell him, because I woke up just as it was fixing.
Oh, you're like me, are you, Marcus? Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to go over that. One thing I will say is, I would just say to Will, I love you, mate, but I actually think that you're being very generous and tolerant, right? Because the fact that we continue to allow, particularly Russians and Chinese, into our lands, when we know that a lot of them are going to be working against us, is something that very generous of us, I think, and something which I would personally, I would be, what shall we say, restricting, I think, Will, until they can prove that they are actually behaving themselves. And I see you've got your hand up, mate, so I'll shut up for a bit.
Go ahead,
on, Will.
Come on. Yeah. So, look, Chris, I agree. In Russia's case, when this war is over, they should be treated like we did back in the old Soviet Union days. They should eliminate all visa travel until such time as they've made their amends with the world community over war crimes and the other things that the world has issues with them. But China and the other ones, see, the reason I'm not precious about letting Chinese and North Koreans and Russians and whoever else, even the Yanks into my country, is because the Yanks, of course, are kidding. The liberal democracies are so much better, Chris. They're so much better than our authoritarian governments because of some fundamental flaws in being an authoritarian government that don't allow you to be efficient enough and don't allow you to be open and error correcting enough to make them as successful. So liberal democracies are so successful, are so good that we can allow shitty authoritarians into our states and let them openly and speak freely, and basically use them as a teaching moment, and make sure that we're always testing that we're better because we're freer and can have more open and more, and what I mean, and more error correcting. Because I have zero problem with the Chinese ambassador saying that Australia has incredibly long-standing and continuing problems with the health, welfare, and participation of the indigenous population of this country because of the foreign invasion that was so foreign to them. I mean, culturally, the mending of our and blending of our societies together with immigrants from all around the world works better than with the original inhabitants of this country. None of us melded in correctly. So I have no problem with people criticizing, essentially, I would hope, constructively criticizing Australia's approach to how we do everything. But I expect the same from those, if they want to make those comments. If they want to keep completely stum, fine. But our systems are so much better, Chris. We need not fear allowing authoritarians to participate in our system, but we should, as I've said before, like that BBC interview. Anytime you've got the Russian ambassador or the Chinese ambassador there, remind him that we're not allowed to go to his country and have an open and honest discussion with anybody there. And so I'm going to limit your time, sir, to 2 minutes. And you are going to be responded to because that's the way free speech works, right? You're free to say whatever you want, provided it doesn't harm or injure or affect the rights of another person. But I, by definition, am also allowed and demanded essentially to respond. Oh, let me retort, sir. So yeah, I mean, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of being tolerant, except to the intolerant. And so that's why I say, yeah, we should definitely sanction Russia even after the war is over until they amend their ways in relation to threatening of use of nuclear weapons, in relation to invading of their neighbors, or even maintaining the military capacity to do so into the near future. And finally, what else are they doing that's nasty? Propagating their military contractors around the world to destabilize entities they have no business being in. I sanction the shit out of them until they change their ways, and then say, when you've modified your behavior, then you can come back, and then we'll discuss you reintegrating with the world community, but never on the basis that your system of government unmodified is better than ours, because it just amounts to really isn't. Much like your military equipment.
Was that the official sound of the Panzerhaubitze Feister 2000? Sorry, reminded me of something that Chuck. There's a little recording of Chuck giving a impression of what he believes a particular gun sounds like, and I retweeted it yesterday, but it was funny. Apologies, Chris. Did you want to come back on that?
Yeah, thanks, Mockers, and that. Yeah, well, actually, you see, I think there's a couple of a couple of things that I've learned on this space. So what is what Will just said actually about the Chinese and that, which is such a great point actually, that the Chinese are allowed to come into Australia and pretty well do what they like, but the Australians are not allowed to go into China and do anything. And that is such a great point. And then there's another one that that I've learned again here, Mockers, from Jingu, about these cells of Chinese influence, if you like, little Chinese offices which are operating in our countries, and that which I didn't know about, to be honest with you, at all. And that's I'm what I don't know what word to use about that, but I'm not happy with it anyway, right? To use a tolerant word. So there's that. But I think also then, when you go to the Russians, obviously we have a now, clearly long trend of the way the Russians operate, which again, I didn't really understand until, coming onto the space and thinking about it all and getting involved and stuff like that, whereby, the Russians have been employing this strategy for a long time, of putting people in place into a country, which then leads to them disrupting that country, which then leads to them invading that country, right? And that is now a long and proven strategy, which can't be allowed to go on, and that's why I say, at the very least, we need much stronger controls over them in particular, right? Over these ones that have demonstrated the fact that actually, when we allow them into our countries and that, they're not going to be there for good reasons. They're going to get up to mischief, if you like, when we allow them in, right? So those ones that have demonstrated that they're going to get up to mischief, they need to be very, very tightly monitored, right? Because I'm definitely, a pro, if you like, free movement around the world and free travel and that. But these particular countries, particular peoples and that, right? Really, we need to really watch them closely and probably not let them in.
All right. I need to try something real quick. Hang on. There we go. Did that work? Was that the right sound, Mockers? Is that the one Chuck made?
I think that was the right one. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
Hey, no problem. I've never used that annoying soundboard, but I figured since we were imitating Chuck's sound, I would try. I'm not sure whose hand was up first. Will, I know you had your hand up. I don't know if you put it down or it automatically went down.
Yeah, I
Mockers-
forgot what I was going to say, so I thought I'd say
Okay.
myself.
And then I think Abdullah had his hand up before Jameson. Shall we go that way? Okay, let's go to Abdullah. Go ahead, Abdullah.
Hey, Prince, thank you so much. Welcome back. Yeah, just waking up. Yeah, when I heard Will mention about China, believe you me, the biggest threat to our way of life and the Western lifestyle and the Western democracy is not Russia, it's China. And this is what Jingu has been telling us over and over again. And I totally believe that. And that's why America is making a pivot, to the Far East to confront this threat. And all these entities that we want to bring in, all these companies, they are not private entities. They are Chinese Communist Party owned entities, and their main aim is to undermine Western companies. You see what they're doing in Africa with Huawei, providing cheap telecommunications to get rid of their competition and to take over the market. So the most important thing for us to do, I don't I don't mind having tourists, maybe students, even though there might be a lot of spies among them. But I'm so happy that the UK, the European Union, the US are all passing laws. I know it's better late than never. The Chinese and the Chinese do not innovate. It's all plagiarism and stealing of intellectual property, and they do not care. So the last thing I want is for this calamity last the last 30 years or so, when we let them into the WTO. We cannot and we should not. And will, as you know, in Australia, the mischief they're causing between you and the Aussies and the undermine. The China is the biggest threat that we face. I would rather let the Russians into the market, into to our markets after the war, if they're behaving, than China. China is bad news, and we must face them head on. Thank you.
Hey, Prince, I remembered what I was going to just remind people of, because I live in Australia and we get every new day first. So there, it's Tiananmen Square Day. Remember that, China? Tiananmen Square Day, June 4th.
I did actually see a report about that earlier today, but that sort of kind of yeeted out of my brain with the hecticness of the last few hours. Jameson, go ahead.
All right. So if there's anything I like talking more trash about than Russia, it's China. So I'm in the Marines. Part of my job would be, if the war kicked off, to be unloading those ships as fast as possible. So, and candidly, I think so. Part of the issue with invasion for them, they've got short windows. And September, August timeframe is the best sea state for them to invade. And I actually think that now that the West is waking up, they're projecting, oh, we're going to do it in 2025, 2027. So if anybody is good as deception, it's usually Eastern powers, but a communist Eastern power, absolutely. And so I think that it might even be this year. Don't want to scare anybody, but the other thing is with I retire in October, so I'm really crossing my fingers. But anyway, um, 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 we allow the Chinese to get away with murder, and we had since the 90s. They've been stealing all kinds of technology. Like, they don't create hardly anything, but they steal from us, and their money's not backed by anything. So why do we let them at the big boy and girl table when they don't play by the rules? So first and foremost, fair is fair. If you got a problem with fair, that's a you problem. But we need to be more fair with them and treat them like we treat the rest of the world. They're not special. The only thing I need from China is right down the road from me, which is a Chinese restaurant. I don't need any of that. And we can make it better and cheaper in Mexico. So if you're thinking logically, how is all this stuff going to China? It's corruption. It is absolute corruption. And the other thing is, we're letting all their attorneys and all their engineers come to America to get trained. Do they revere America? No, they hate America. I was watching a video today and it reminded me of the Nazis and Palestine. They're teaching little kids how to bayonet. Why are you teaching little kids how to bayonet? There's only one reason for that. It's not because you're friendly and you want to be helpful. It's because you're a dictatorship and you want more. So anyway, if a lot of the technology they steal comes from these students, and a lot of the ways they're beating us on the world stage is they're actually using international law and creating gray space and using it. But we're training these kids. So this is what I would do. I would say, here's the deal, China or any communist country. If you want to come to America or Britain or Australia and you want to use our education system and you want to use our high-tech technology, that's great. But the deal I'm going to make you is this. Every student here is on the lookout for anybody stealing our technology. And if we find them doing that, they get a free ride. And whoever your opponent is in the market, like Japan or Taiwan, then someone from that country is going to get a free ride. And we're going to pay for it. So that's the thing. If the Chinese do something really good, they at least believe in their life.
Yeah, Nick, that's, sorry, Jameson, that's exactly right. I mean, this is why we have to deal with China on a reciprocity basis, right? Where they joined the WTO, but then they continually screw over Australia. And then we take them to the WTO and drop it eventually, but kind of usually the damage is already done because they're a bigger economy than ours, and they're regularly trying to crush our economy or get us coercively to do what they want. And the key is, what we ought to do is put a time limit on their commitments in the WTO, or kick them out. China should be kicked out of the WTO because they signed up for all of the protections and negotiation processes, but they haven't met not even one, I don't think, of the criteria that they were allowed to enter for. And this is the problem we got into with Russia. We're trying to say, we're going to let you we're going to integrate with you economically as a means to try to coax you to be a better citizen. And that just doesn't work. Only demonstration that you're a good world citizen first, and then you get the benefits of playing with the world community, I would say. Sorry I cut in.
You're all right. I'm kind of still in control. Chris, I think you were next.
Yeah, Mockers. Well, I was just going to say Semper Fi to Jameson from an old Navy guy, and thank you for your service. And I hope your retirement goes well. Yeah, Mockers. Then I was just going to maybe just change the subject a bit because what happening with counter-offensive or whatever we're calling it. Because I see General Mick Ryan calls it something else. I think he calls it, I can't remember what he calls it now, an operation or something, not a counter-attack. But what happening? You know, is it more booms or what? What's the deal?
The deal is not exactly sure.
Oh,
Mocker
I was talking to a closed mic. I apologize.
Okay. No, it's okay. Go right ahead, please.
Yeah, just chatting away there to myself and the cats. So there has been a lot of booms last night, an awful lot. I haven't got full information from them all yet, so I'm sure that will happen at some point. But overnight, things have happened too. Jankoy, Crimea at 3:20 a.m. And 6 hours ago, residents of Mariupol were reporting a missile flew by and then an explosion. They do not know if it is the air defense. So there seems to have been quite a number of air alerts in the night. However, the air raid alert is now over. You'll be glad to know. I'll be keeping an eye on what's going on. But yeah, there was a hit on Jankoy in the night, so that's an air base, isn't it? We shall see what happens. That's all I can tell you so far. NAFO Dave.
Yes. So I was just going to comment that the sound that the gun makes he's probably talking about the A10. It makes a sound just like that. It goes when you hear it shooting. It's also if you can hear. Sorry, my. How about I wait till my son is finished playing and then I'll come back.
As long as he's having a good time. As long as he's having a good time. If he's enjoying himself, that's good.
Tell him A10 go brrr.
Indeed. Duke, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Well, it was an exciting evening, so up and off, and my goodness. But respect, Prince, how you handle things. What I want to say a little bit about China, if I may. In Holland, we had a lot of students in our university, and also China supporting research in our universities, but that's put on hold in this year because there were signs and fears for, of course, espionage, and we don't take that risk anymore. So all the universities do not allow China anymore to conduct or support research officially in our universities. And yeah, we also had those little secret police stations in Rotterdam and in Amsterdam. And yeah, I think that's really a big issue that's gonna play out the coming years. But I don't know what they got cooking. But yeah, I don't know. It's we have to wait to see. But yeah, I don't trust it. And yeah, on companies, if they are not directly state owned, it was explained to me and to everybody on the space here that if you are a company in China and you do something, for instance, with software, then the China government can say from, okay, we find it in our interest that we need your source code and we want it, and then they can do anything they want with it. And that's, yeah, also a danger in companies from China. Okay, I yield back, and the sun is coming up here, so no moon more, no moon anymore. All right, I'm getting tired. Thanks.
Well, good morning. Is it time to go to bed or what?
Yeah, actually it is.
Okay. Let's go back to NAFO Davo really quick. See if the boy has settled down. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, he hasn't, but he's quieted down a bit. So I wanted to bring up a little bit of news that I haven't heard talked about much, but um, stop me if we've already discussed this ad nauseum. But the Defense Department just got a contract with SpaceX to buy satellite services specifically for Ukraine. Have we talked much about this? Because I think this is huge. Coming before the counteroffensive gets moving and very big, that they're going, because in the past Starlink has throttled some aspects of its service with Ukrainian army because of reasons that Elmo can come up with. But I see this now that the Defense Department has this full contract. Of course, they don't say exactly what it is or what they will be providing, but they do say we continue to work with the range of global partners to ensure Ukraine has the resilient satellite and communication capabilities that they need. Satellite communications constitute a vital layer in Ukraine's overall communications network, and the department contracts with Starlink for services of this type. So I see that as being vital to the counteroffensive, in that they can then communicate quickly and not have any issues with Russia jamming their communications, because it does say here later down that Russia has tried to jam Starlink, but that they have countered by hardening their services software. So the question is, have we talked about this? And If not, why not?
We did mention it, and I think Jameson might have something to add to this because he seemed to be agreeing with you quite a lot. So go ahead, Jameson.
Thank you. So I got cut off. Though one more point I want to make about China, and then we can jump to the satellite thing because I did see some things on that. So the other thing is BRICS. You guys are familiar with BRICS. Basically, they're trying to come up with their own currency, reserve currency, like world reserve currency. And I think that they're also playing with Saudi Arabia. And I think that they're going to try to come up with a deal to buy petroleum from Russia at a very, very discounted price. And then they don't have to drill, which is going to save them money, they being Saudi Arabia. And then they can sell that and push that out to the world under OPEC. So I think that's a very real possibility. And the Chinese have lots of our money in reserve. And if one of the telltale signs that things are about to go sideways in Taiwan is what they're going to do is they're going to flood the world market with American dollars and try to switch over and try to bring other countries into the fold with them with this whole BRICS thing. And if you see Saudi Arabia start doing more stuff with China, that's not a good sign. So with that said, I'm transitioning. I saw that too about the satellites. I mean, candidly, part of it has to do with internet and just not just for the military, but for the civilian side of it too. What is it, Starlink or whatever Elon Musk has? They don't have the capacity to give them all the information uploads and downloads they need across the board in Ukraine. So not just military, but civil sector too. But trust me, as far as satellites and reconnaissance and electronic warfare, all of NATO and America are helping out daily and giving them all the information they need. Now, they might need a little bit more. They might find a way to improve on some of that, especially giving some of that power to the Ukrainians, because that kind of cuts out the middleman. But yeah, I saw that, and you know, I don't see how it's a bad thing. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Jameson. Chris, come back.
Hey, Marcus. Yeah, well, I'm glad NAFO Dave brought that up, actually. Thank you, NAFO Dave. And also thank you for a bit more information on it, because I did see it flash past me type of thing. And I did think, does that mean that we've got it sorted? Is Elon going to settle down now a bit, and are we happy with that particular supply chain? So yeah, I am personally very interested in what you said there, NAFO Dave, and somewhat heartened in that. So I'd like you. I hope that has been resolved and put to bed in a what should we say, a safe manner for everybody concerned.
Well, it sounds like it must be a good thing. Duke?
Well, I totally agree because I also read the article, and as I understood it, it's already sold a while ago, and Elon was afterwards complaining to the US that they want to use it for military use, and that was not the deal. But anyhow, it's officially sold, or they made the deal that they own or pay for the whole setup. So I think that's a good thing for Ukraine, and yeah, also for the population in Ukraine. There's a whole system amongst the population that there are all kinds of apps that civilians can download, and in that way they could inform the government about positions for the enemy, and so they know where to strike. and one of those exit conversations by such an app happened during the Battle of Kiev. And yeah, it was really a remarkable thing. But that's a system that they set up from the period from 2014. But that from China or from Starlink, yeah, I think that's more secure now in operating than under the wings of a certain Mr. Elon. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris? Chris, have you fallen under a Malamute?
Oh, sorry, Mockers. Sorry, I thought I'd switched it on and then it came back off again. But, well, I think I did anyway. Yeah, I was just going to say the Duke ended on the point that I was going to make without getting too political there. But I was curious what Jameson and maybe other of our American friends think. You know, was Elon getting a bit of a bad rap there? You know, were we was the press misleading us, or what? What do they think? If they can say.
Jameson, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I just saw something briefly on it. I know he didn't get all what he wanted, but I don't have. I guess I didn't get enough information or pay enough attention to it because I didn't know there was going to be a test at almost 2:00 in the morning my time. What I was looking at earlier today, so I can't give you anything other than what I've told you. I don't think you got everything you want, but I don't think the fight's over with either. So we'll see how it pans out. It seems to me that when something gets brought up, it gets shut down, and that's code for don't pay attention to what people say, but what they do. And 2 months later, they have Bradleys and they have main battle tanks. So I wouldn't be surprised if this kind of went the same way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. I mean, let's face it, we've been through this before with everything, haven't we? Ooh, we can't give them artillery systems, and then we give them HIMARS. Not sure if we can give them tanks, and then, well, look at the tank coalition. They're getting masses of tanks. Probably still not enough, but they're getting plenty of tanks. And long-range missiles. Not sure if we can give long-range missiles. Oh, that might be a step too far. In comes the Brits. There you go. Have some of these. Do what you like with them. We don't care what you hit with them. Go for it. That's a fun part of this. But I've actually got some pride in my country again. And now, they're getting F-16s, which were impossible. Absolutely impossible at one point. Not even, no, don't even think about it. And yet F-16s are coming. And possibly another type of Western fighter jet as well. They're being trained, it would appear. So, yeah, these things seem to move in stages, don't they? And it gets very frustrating sometimes, but there must be reasons. And that's yeah. I have faith that things are moving in the right direction now for sure. Abdullah.
Hey, thanks, Marcus. I wanted to ask the Marine Jameson about Cuba, if that's okay.
Does it pertain to Ukraine in any way?
Yes, it does. Is he still with us?
There you go then. Are you still on the panel? Yeah.
Yes, I
perfect.
am. Sorry, I keep trying to go to bed.
Yeah.
But I'm so like ADD and like just drawn into this. No one around me cares about this for some reason, and I'm absolutely obsessed with it. So What do you mean exactly with Cuba?
Yes,
I mean, we
yes,
get
yes.
cigars, but
I was
I
I
don't
was
know.
just checking if you're still with us. Yes, I'll be real quick. As you know, the Russians
Sure.
have been descending into Cuba last few months. Sergei Lavrov, the head of the security chief, the central bank, the head of the central bank security services as well. And now there are reports that the Cubans are going all in terms of supporting the Russians in their war, and they're planning to even train some their so-called Belarusian troops in Belarus. What can the Cubans, I know they're in a horrible economic state. What can they provide? And 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 Sergei Lavrov, he said the Americans should be careful. We may have to start something, in their doorsteps again. Yeah, if you could just comment on
So
that.
so apparently all the writers in Russia are on strike and have been for a long time. So this is part of the problem with these regimes is they find a blueprint that they think works and they just file it away and then they do the same thing. Like if have you taken a look at what Hitler it's like what um Putin's doing now is like the poor man's Hitler. It's like, but instead of invading another country with a really good army, he invaded the country with a really bad army. This is Cuba Missile Crisis. They're trying to get in our backyard, like we're in Ukraine, and they're trying to say, we, some nukes might go up here. They're trying to scare us, but this is how desperate they are. The amount of money going into Cuba now is so massive that from America and the West that I don't think Cuba's going to go back on that game and play that whole Soviet communist garbage thing again. I think that ship has sailed. But I will say this though: if they get a corner, they've already got really good vodka, and if they can corner really good cigars and vodka, that might cause some issues in some upper circles across the world. But other than that, I just think they're showing their desperation. They're trying to scare us. Most Americans don't care. Like as long as they can go vacation in Cuba if they want to, they don't care. I don't care. There's nothing they can do. There's not going to be a Cuban Missile Crisis again. That's just ridiculous. There's no need for it. So, off the cuff, with the limited information I have, that's just my gut feeling on the whole thing. If that makes sense, I yield my time.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. But the Cubans, I know their economy it's about to crater, but the thing is that the Russia of today is not the Soviet Union. As you know, the Soviet Union gave so much money and loans and grants, literally, supporting Fidel Castro survive the tough years of the embargo. The Russians are just not in the same position at the moment. I know they're expecting a
Oh,
bailout,
of
but
course.
it's just not gonna happen. Yeah, but thank you for your
No,
comment.
so they're looking. Yes, sir. They're looking for any kind of strategy that worked in the past. They don't have apparently in the Kremlin, they don't have the brain capacity to try to do something new here. And so, um, but the other part too, and I think if there's a silver lining with the Chinese, for example, they saw how quickly the Russians fell apart and how severely they were punished by the whole world. Everybody's watching that. Cubans are concerned about that. So I don't think much is going to be made of it. I just think it's saber rattling because that's all they have. They have the mad nuke threat, propaganda, and they're just trying to get under our skin because that's the only thing they can do. If they really wanted to hurt us, they would start taking land in Ukraine, but they can't. So they're doing the only things they can do, which is just make noise. So yeah, I guess that's everything that needs to be said on that.
Thank you so much, Jameson. Chris, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say to Jameson that he may as well complete the watch now and stay up till 4 a.m. But maybe he disagrees on that. But yeah, but
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Well, you know what happens, that you have to stay up for the next one to get sandwiches, bacon sandies and that in the morning and stuff like that. That might tempt you.
So all I'm going to do is warn you. My wife is asleep. She's small, but she's Italian, and she will find you. So just let you know, I'm going to throw everybody under the bus and the train if she comes out here. I just want you to know I'll fight the Chinese all day long. The Russians, sure. But I'm not. If she says go to bed, I'm just going to say yes, ma'am, and you're going to hear the end of the conversation. Just so you guys know.
That's excellent. Very wise. You've obviously learned, Jameson, over the years.
It's a very, very hard, long journey for me.
That's funny. And anyway, but I'm glad to hear you be so dismissive of the Russian activity in Cuba and that. So that was really good to hear. So thanks for that as well. Marcus, I was going to just say something else that I saw fly by me that literally yesterday, which was I saw Colonel Jeff getting all upset about, I think it was something to do with F-16s or Americans not doing something that they ought to have done with F-16s. Do you know anything about that? I'll go and look at his timeline, see if there's any follow-up.
Personally, I don't know anything about that other than he's apparently waiting for clearance to go ahead with what he's got to say. So I'm sure that we'll find out eventually.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a bit of an update. Thanks for that.
Guess what I've got? Okay, you don't have to guess. I've got a cat on my knee.
The Marcus numbers.
I've got some numbers. Yes. So here we go. I will dish them out forthwith. We have scores on the doors. 470 liquidated personnel. This takes us to a total of 209,940. So I think we'll be looking at 210,000 tomorrow. I get very confused at this point when numbers get bigger. Apologies. We have 8 tanks. Prince, she might not be there.
Yes,
but
yes.
Did you
I'm
know?
here.
Did
What?
you know
What?
that that's 7 more tanks than they had at the parade in Moscow?
7. 7 is the
7.
number of the day.
Indeed. We have 10 armored personnel vehicles. We have 22 artillery systems and 1 MLRS. Those MLRS we don't see turning up very often, so when I see them, I know they've had a good day. 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, more of the same. 10 UAVs. 16 vehicles and fuel tanks, that'll cheer Doman up no end. And 4 more special equipment. So that's what, 15 in 3 days? No, hang on. 8 and 11, 19 in 3 days. Don't mind me. Can't do maths, obviously, on 1 cup of coffee. So that's lots of special equipment as well. And one of the things we have seen is the radars and the eyes and the brains of these things really being taken out. They've had a real go at special equipment in the last month, I must say. And I know it will also count entrenching vehicles and things like that, but all of this stuff really hard to replace. You know, you can replace a digger, yeah, but you can't probably replace the specialized entrenching digger that you had, you know. So it's just degrading their abilities all the time. And
Marcus,
yes,
do you think that the 40 the 40 soldiers in Luhansk that deserted are included in the numbers?
No.
Don't think so. Yes, we've had a report that 40 soldiers, 40 servicemen of the Russian occupying forces voluntarily left their combat positions yesterday. Yes, they deserted. And in connection with this, there is another 2 deserters. 2 Russian helicopters and a Russian guard were involved in searching for this particular 2 who have apparently deserted from Wagner. So yeah, they're having a few problems, aren't they? Such a shame for them. Jameson.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm really going to bed after this, but I have to say, the instability in Russia right now has to be massive. And I'm not talking about the economy, I'm talking about the Federation itself. A few more raids by these Russians. And first of all, if I were them, I would take the documentation that the Russians used for taking over like Crimea and Luhansk and other regions in like in Georgia, for example. I would mark it out with a crayon and put some ridiculous operation name on it and put like little stickers of like unicorns and stuff just to piss off the Russians. And I would put it all over the place and I would use their doctrine exactly. And then whenever the press said something to these guys about, why are they operating the way they are, have them bring up this order and ridiculously go through and flip the pages and be like, well, the Russians did this, so this is what we're going to do next, just to put it right back in their face. But anyway, if those guys do a few more raids and the Belarusian guys get involved, their legion, and if Georgia, the parts of Georgia that have been taken by the Russians, if they get involved, and let's not forget there were 2 Chechen wars. And why is Chechnya so important to the Russians? It's because most of their oil comes from Chechnya, so they had to control Chechnya. But generally speaking, the Chechens and the Muslims they look back in history, right? They don't forget that there are Chechens who owe the Russians, especially after the Russians stabbed them in the back with a ceasefire, big time, and they have not forgotten. And so I know that if I were Ukraine, I'd be working this angle, because if those guys can at least look like and make enough noise in Georgia and in Chechnya and on these other Russian oblasts, I think the whole federation can fall apart. Like, this is the thing I was thinking about the other day. The eastern part of Russia. Does anybody know anything about the leadership over on that part of Russia? No, you don't. Russia has to appear to have a unified front. If anybody halfway competent or halfway were willing to play ball with Moscow, they would have put it on every newspaper and every social media post, and they would have constantly put it up there. The reason it's not there is because they're just sitting on their hands and they're trying to wait Moscow out because they don't want to get involved. Like, I really think what's going on behind the curtain in Russia is a lot worse as far as stability goes, because all their troops are here and all their experienced troops are gone and all their good equipment's gone. It's going to take them at least 30 years, seriously, to get any kind of military credibility again. So with that said, I'm going to hang on for 2 minutes and I'm going to bed. I will talk to you guys later. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jameson. It has been a pleasure having you up here tonight. And yeah, go to bed, sneak in there.
Yeah, sure you're going to bed.
Get some rest, get some sleep. And I can't tell you how many times we hear that from some people in the space, and they disappear for 5 minutes, and the next thing you know, they're back.
Some people named Prince, you mean? Some people named Prince, perhaps?
People named Prince, people named Nick, people named Axel. I can't even tell you how many people. Chris, are the Malamutes still asleep? Good morning.
Yes, Prince, they're very quiet at the minute. No howling of Malamutes yet, from no howling of ancient Mercian Malamutes yet. But Jameson, if you think you're going to bed, mate, you've got absolutely no chance. I'm right on, I will. Because he's got to stay up till at least 0400. So But what I was going to say, a couple of things I was going to say. Actually, Mockers, did you hear my appeal? For you to write down the Mockers numbers. I don't know how you were on that, but I was thinking of a very simple way for you to do that. Right? You could just literally write them down, sign them, take a picture of them, and then post them up. Right? Like really easy. Right? And then we could distribute the Mockers numbers globally, right? But it's up to you, Mockers. But we just want to make you famous. That's all.
Yeah, it's in my handwriting.
It don't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're illegible, but it's up to you, Mockers. It's just a suggestion, What I was going to say, Mockers, as well, is I sound like Ander this morning. I've got so many questions, right? One of my questions is, have the Free Russians gone all the way round clockwise and that to the rear of the Putin Russians? Is my question. Do we know any more about that, Mockers? Have they taken that very, very strategic railway crossroads, X marks the spot, and moved around any further? Do we know anything about that?
We know that they were indeed causing problems at that railway junction, but at that point everything went quiet. It seemed as though they'd done what they needed to do. And now this morning they are off and about again. I've seen a little message from them saying good morning from Belgorod, People's Republic. And they said, we're looking forward to an interesting day. And so...
oh, well, that's good. That's good again, Mockers. That's a good sign that they're up and about and active.
Yeah, I've actually started following them on Telegram for their updates, so we'll see what happens. But they certainly had a lot of fun yesterday. They seem to have caused absolute chaos yesterday, so I would imagine they'll be doing a bit more of that.
Well, they could confound us all, and instead of going clockwise, just head for Moscow, couldn't they?
Well, technically, they probably could. If they were a bit a bit more of them, I reckon they could do it. But I think that's probably a plan for their long-term future, not right now. But we'll see.
Well, the thing is that I yeeted what I was going to say out of my brain. That's the thing. Totally. And you can totally blame Dr. Nick for me saying yeeted, because I actually, the first time she said it, first couple times, I was like, what on earth does that mean? I had to freaking Google it. And now I know what yeeted means, and it cracks me up. So I started using the word, but it had to do with these guys.
It's a scary thing, isn't it, Prince? When you've held on for what seems like a long time and you've got a really important point to say, and then the minute that you're asked to speak and that, it disappears. What does it do? What do you call it? It yeeted. What do you call it? Yeeted.
Yeeted. Y-E-E-T.
Okay, yeeted.
Yeah.
Which means that your really important point suddenly disappears out of your head. Is that what that means?
Yes, basically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll hear it make the noise. Yeet.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, no, but the Free Russian Legion are these guys. There's several different accounts, and I think that whatever they end up doing could end up being very interesting. I don't know that they'll make it all the way. I don't think they'll make, unless they start picking up a lot of people. They're not going to make it all the way to Moscow. But I wonder if they're picking up people along the way. If they're picking up people in Belgorod. Oh, I know what I was going to say. But my personal, I've seen, offers of people offering to help escape the area for a fee. and I think it turns out to be like 37 American dollars or something like that, which is like 30,000 rubles. Or I don't know how it works. Anyway, but my favorite part is the offer of a green corridor into Ukraine, deep into Ukraine, for their safety. So now we have and the thing is Ukraine would respect the green corridor, like Russia doesn't, um, and bring these people in, and they would make sure that they were safe and well taken care of. And now we're seeing a situation where Russians could escape to Ukraine for their own safety, and it makes me laugh. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely lovely, that sort of language being used, because remember when Mariupol was under siege, it's what Jameson was saying. You use exactly the same language that they would use on you to stir the shit out of them when things are going rotten for them. The other thing, other than that, Prince, there's another one. This Belgorod thing is just a gift that keeps on giving, because would have known from yesterday's reporting that Russia is shelling their own villages, right, with artillery and TOS 1A rounds. So they're using, but arguably,
And phosphorus.
yeah, and phosphorus. So they're that's an illegal weapon to use on civilian areas, and they're using it on their own villages. So the key is make sure that that those folks know as much as they can about that happening. They're claiming it's Ukrainian, but the information will get out. Offer them a free corridor like that well into Russia to wind them up about how they did Mariupol's, those things. And then the last thing is, remember how when early in the war, when Russia started losing, or not gaining any ground, and they were claiming there were all these platoons full of blacks like Malcolm Nance, and every time they'd name him, there were all those people, and there's all these people speaking English, NATO troops, and all these Polish troops. Well, the truth is, they're on this last raid, when we were trying to look at numbers yesterday, the Russian Volunteer Corps was in fact had a Polish volunteer corps along with it, a dozen guys with all their weapons and an MRAP or two, and a Land Rover. A dozen Polish volunteers did go with them this time, so it's like their worst fears coming true. All the shit that they were imagining and using as propaganda early in the war, well, guess what? That's actually now true. But those people aren't attacking you in Ukraine to defend things. They're actually helping out the rebels in your own country. So eat that. I mean, it's if Tim was here, he'd call it delicious irony.
Well, it's exactly what they're doing. They're using all the Russian tactics against them, aren't they? Infiltrating with little green men, kind of. They're using all the same language, talking about a referendum.
Please send a small contingent of Finnish snipers, is all I can say.
Oh, come on, man. That'd be really, really evil. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so, and I have more Anders, more questions as well here. You see, so, and if Jameson hadn't headed for his cabin, I'd be saying to him, what would he think about an enemy force that was like coming around his rear? Would he be happy with that? So not only now that we have free Russians, but we have volunteer Poles as well, you're saying, and that, right, heading clockwise around towards the Donbass and that, right? That's got to be a little bit disturbing, I would have thought, right? That's one one question. The other question
Chris,
is,
hold on, Chris. No one likes you. I just want to put that out there. Yeah, I mean, look, take a chapter out of Stonewall's book, and just run rampant in their rear, especially if they're getting hit at the front. Look, it is hard for disciplined troops to stay in the fight when they know they're getting cut off from the rear. But then to know that they're being cut off by the rear in Russia, by Russian troops, get out of here. They're going to run faster than Forrest Gump to get back home and get away from that. Undisciplined troops, they would break so fast, just the rumor of it, much less whether it's true or not. But yeah, they need to keep poking, no pun intended, they need to keep poking the bear in the rear and keep doing that and just masquerade in there, get in there, do a raid, earn some stuff, take some pictures, take some gear, shoot some dudes, have them call in some air support that'll be too afraid to actually deliver because they're afraid to get shot down, and then go back home and tell everybody about it at the bar and video every single second of it. The Russians will lose their minds because here's the thing. Uh, I know that Americans sometimes show their rear end in other countries, but the Russians are so prideful about being Russian 9 times out of 10, but there's nothing there. And so they want to have the motherland invaded. They're going to lose their mind, and they can't stop it because they don't have any troops. I mean, Hollywood could not come up with a better script. So I am going to bed. You guys need to stop bothering me. Good night.
Good luck with that, Jameson. Oh my. Will, did you have something that you were trying to say?
Just good luck with that, Jameson. Good luck with that, mate. I cheer you on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, look, I've got, if there was a military person, still here around and that, I've got another question and that. And my question is this, right? Where are the Russians bringing the troops from to defend against the Free Russians and now the volunteer Poles, right? Because it doesn't seem to me like they've got any good place to bring support from, other than to drag it out of the Donbass or something,
So let me just say this. Chris is a perfect example of someone who didn't get enough hugs as a child, so he likes to bother other people. But they don't have anything left. I mean, the babushka brigade would be it. Like, they have nothing. And that's another thing. They know that they don't have anything. And these kinds of regimes, if they do anything well, it's knee-jerk reactions. So yeah, now my wife is actually up, so I'm in trouble. Thanks, Chris. Good night, guys.
You better drop from speaker, Jameson. Get out of here. Will?
So, Chris, to answer your question partially, you'll note when the very first incursion into Belgorod happened that the governor announced multiple, I mean, like 6 different units that were coming to help, which shows that he was, he called up every police force, every border guard, every all the civil service, Oman. He got everybody he possibly could locally, which means there was only remnants of all these groups. So as I recall at the time, they moved some regular army troops down from Voronezh and some FSB officers from Kursk as well. But those, so those are interior police. Those are your riot sort of. Oman are your riot police that they wear green uniforms and they're the thing. One of these anachronisms that when you're wandering around Russia 10, 12 years ago, I don't know if you do in any other country. You don't often see lots of people wandering around in military style uniforms in, your standard liberal democracy, unless of course it's cosplayers. But so the Oman is riot police. They're military trained riot police of the FSB, and they moved some of those down. But see, the thing is, I think as Jameson was alluding to, the quality of those troops is actually no better, and they haven't got any experience of fighting on the front. So then there was talk of which units they were going to have to move around from Luhansk to get in. I don't know if they ever actually did that, but the original units they brought down were said by the governor to be from Kursk and Voronezh, but clearly they can't do the job. And as of 2 days ago, I saw them moving in on low loaders, some tanks which wouldn't be attached to those Oman units and the FSB. So they've obviously moved some troops around from either Luhansk or Donetsk, but I don't know their designation as of right now. But they do have a couple of pieces of heavy equipment with it, or several pieces of heavy equipment, meaning tanks, APCs, and of course artillery, because they're using that artillery to flatten, well, do what Russia does in their own villages, which we've seen their handiwork down in eastern Ukraine for months. So they're basically using the exact same techniques that they used, including phosphorus on villages that they use. I mean, I think it's like a one-trick pony. They only know how to do one thing, and they're doing it the same way at home that they do on the road, and that will be very unimpressive and highly likely to weaken their support in those regions. And remember, the farther away you get from Muscovy, this is in the west, so it's probably, I don't know anything about Belgorod's relationship with the center, but I can tell you over in the Far East, if you were doing this sort of thing, it would get pretty dicey pretty quick, because there's a lot of enmity between the furthest regions and the federal government on a regular basis, because they and it's not fighting enmity, it's that the federal government comes in here and takes and takes and takes for us, and they never do anything, bring anything back, right? They never do anything for the regions, and it has always been thus, and that's why part of the reason Russians are so cynical about their own government and uninterested in participating, but they have no love for the center. And if you start actually using artillery on them and you're unsuccessful of saying that it's from Ukraine, which it's not, and because Ukraine doesn't even operate TOS-1A thermobaric multiple launch rocket systems, and Ukraine has not to this date used any thermite rounds on any location. So I think the truth will get out in Russia the longer this goes on, and it will cause similar problems for them in other regions where there is a local capability. And you'll remember that the border guards that actually worked directly for the governor of Belgorod Oblast, he called them all up, all 3,000 of them, police and border guards, and he asked for emergency armament of them to Vladimir Putin on day 2 of the incursion, and that was refused. So Putin doesn't want a local militia under the control of the Belgorod governor to be fully armed. I don't know, you take that for what you want, but he doesn't want that. He doesn't think it's either necessary, or he doesn't want the local militia to be armed. So yeah, it's bad news. It's what Jameson said. There's going to be bigger and bigger problems of this as it goes along, and long should it continue.
I know you're saying he doesn't want the local militia to be armed, and that's, yeah, that is indeed a sign. But do you think that they may also not have stuff to give them? I mean, considering some of the fact that we've heard new conscripts turning up to the battlefield and being given guns from their dead comrades because they don't have any others.
So he asked for armaments directly from Putin directly to be supplied from the center, essentially. It did not through any local or other mobilized units. So you would assume that they would have small arms at least, and medium and heavy machine guns, that sort of thing. But yeah, maybe not. I think it's probably more likely that one of two reasons is that. Not they don't have the weapons. Putin was probably misled or didn't believe, thought he was being hysterical and said, "Oh, they're not necessary. We'll move these other units around and they'll deal with it." Or he actually doesn't want the border guards controlled by the regional governor to be armed for the obvious reason, I would think.
Fair enough. Chris, morning. Go ahead.
Oh, Marcus, poor old Putin, eh? All these decisions he has to make. How sad it is of that. Now, I don't have a perfect memory, but I have a bit of an elephant memory, because I seem to remember that when the Russians actually invaded Ukraine, right, that Belgrade said, we're not sending any people, right? We're not sending any Russians to invade Ukraine, actually. So I think there's been like a long, if I'm right, there's been like a long time sort of refusal, if you like, to fully cooperate with Russia, with Moscow. I might be wrong, but I think I'm right. And again, Will, thanks for that additional information, and obviously sincere apologies to Jameson. And please, pass those on to your dear lady wife and that for keeping you up, Jameson.
He's currently being beaten as we speak. Johannes.
Yeah, I think there might be some confusion here regarding Belgorod, because I mean there were some videos coming out back then when the mobilization happened, first, second wave or so, I don't know, of Morbics who were kind of stuck in Belgorod and which were complaining about the atrocious conditions or something. So I don't think there was ever a state or anything happening on the policy level by kind of the governor or so of Belgorod. I don't recall any such thing. I only know that there have been those Morbics stuck in Belgorod complaining, and that went viral on Twitter. So it might be that your recollection is actually kind of, I don't know. It's probably referring to that. The other thing I was wondering about is, I mean, since like over the last 2 weeks or so, there have been almost daily attacks on Kiev with very few quiet nights. I think, and last night it seems that there were no missile attacks on Kiev, but instead. As far as I see here on Twitter, it's the one they were on Dnipropetrovsk and somewhere I think in Donetsk Oblast also. And I just wondered, right, because I mean it was often predicted that Russia was going to run out of missiles, but obviously they haven't, so they can just continue. And they obviously have got their production line working so that they can monthly like produce, I don't know, at least like several dozens of missiles, and so they can still wreak havoc with that. And I just wondered whether, I mean, they are also, I mean, given that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is now seems to be imminent now, whether the kind of last night's missile strikes speak of that the Russians are changing their the tactics, and whether they are now using the missiles to actually kind of counteract the counteroffensive, and whether we have indications of because one thing I also noticed is that usually you had those daily reports coming out of the general staff indicating that virtually all of the missiles and drones have been downed. And now I only saw a tweet mentioning, I think it was like 4 Iskanders and 5 drones or so. But if I not totally wrong, then Russia has actually fired many more. So I just wondered. I mean, it sounds like more came through this time. It just gives this impression because the number of missiles actually downed is so low. I don't know if Marcus, if you have any numbers on that. Maybe there are no numbers because they're not published, but I just wonder what's going on there.
Sorry, numbers of what? Sorry, I just missed your.
I just wonder, I mean, how many missiles Russia and drones they fired last night, because the number of missiles downed was quite low.
Yeah, so I do have that. There was 4 out of 6 X-101 missiles and 3 out of 5 Shahed drones destroyed last night.
Ah, okay. So this out of part is what I obviously missed then. And do you know, like, what places have been targeted?
I can tell you that it seems the missiles were searching for something. They tended to circle in an area right around the middle of the country, and literally they sat there and circled. It sounded like none of the missiles made it to Kyiv City. Even they were destroyed before they got there. So that's what I know about that. I don't know where the couple that didn't get shot down landed. I don't know that at this point.
No, me neither. There's no news coming out about that at the moment. But we'll let you know as soon as we do. Lexicon, isn't it quite late for you?
Yeah, it really is. I don't know. I tried to go to sleep and then I woke up again. I guess sort of because I read a couple of disturbing articles, I suppose, earlier this evening. I think I read one off CNN. I was trying to find it again. I can't. About what the heck is Russia doing with these relentless barrages? And I think you're right. Like Mockers or Prince, yeah, they are looking for something. Like, I mean, it looks like they've got nothing left in their quiver except to try and find this Patriot or the two Patriots. Country's got 40 or 50 million people at the best of times. They got 2 Patriot battery sets. So Russia is searching. So they know one of them's in Kiev. So they're just going to bash and bash and bash. In fact, as the article points out, they bashed all night, and then a few hours later, hoping to hit the shift change, they called a Hail Mary pass. They went in the daytime, and then they go again at night. So, like, they're searching for the Patriot or hoping to exhaust all the capacities of the whole system. And then the other one's somewhere else. The other one's kind of sitting somewhere or moving around, or some of it's moving around. I saw another thing tonight that compared all this strategy to sort of the big gamble. Like, because because Putin staked everything on this war, and the fact is that he's a dead man if he doesn't win. He's kind of like the guy that comes into the casino and puts his life savings on black, because if he doesn't, because he's getting nowhere. And so even if he gets a little bit somewhere, it's not enough. So that if he puts all his life savings on black, he's got probably 2 chances to get nowhere, but at least 1 chance of hitting the jackpot. So anyway, the thing that I ended up thinking at the end of this article, which just basically showed you relentlessly how this is what they're attempting to do. They're like throwing everything Russia has in an effort to find, destroy, exhaust, deplete the 2 Patriot systems. I'm thinking to myself, my God! And then I saw something earlier today where wasn't the Zelensky interview with the Wall Street Journal, which is really worth watching the thing and not just reading it. It's great. It's really interesting to watch Zelensky respond. But somebody else said that Ukraine needs 50. Sure, the world's not going to give them 50, but we've got 2, and we're all sitting around saying, oh, that's nice, there's a Patriot system in Kiev, so they will never get Kiev. Like, there's no talk. I know everybody says just because you don't hear about it doesn't mean it isn't happening, but sometimes you don't hear about it because it isn't happening. At any rate, I just think there need to be more Patriots and SAMTs and Irish teas and stuff that, especially the Patriot. And I just feel really appalled that we're sitting around expecting to go into a counteroffensive without air superiority, without much of air anything. Well, that's an exaggeration, but at any rate, I'm in that mood. And it's just fabulous what Ukraine's doing. They're shaping and shaping. You can see the acceleration. But I just feel that you got a lot of, say, Americans sitting around saying Ukraine has what it needs for the counteroffensive. Just as, other smartasses. And now and then one who says they actually don't have what they need for the counteroffensive. But anyway, it's just like everybody, now we're all gonna, we did what we could at a snail's pace, and now we'll sit back and let the show begin. And the peanut gallery will write analysis. And so I guess maybe that's what it is. I just have been feeling, I suppose, rather agitated and extremely irritated and annoyed about this lack in the area of patriots, and just wishing to make a great deal of noise about get more patriots in there. Unlike the F-16s, which will take ever so long to learn, we know that the Ukrainians know how to operate these things. They're probably teaching more and more people so they can run 3 shifts. And they, to all evidence, can operate them better than anybody's seen so far in a real life situation, because they've done the unthinkable with them. So why the heck don't we send some more? That's my question.
I think it's coming, Lexicon. I think there's things in country that we don't even know about. I'll be totally honest.
But every time you turn around, they hit Dnipro. They just last night hit Dnipro city and knocked a building down again, another residential building. And people have been digging all night long. And now they're digging all day long. They got some special thing for Dnipro.
They found a child dead in the rubble too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what they do, unfortunately, and that is why we need to ensure that Russia is completely thrown out. It's really important that we continue to support Ukraine as much as possible, and yeah, it's dead frustrating that things haven't happened faster, but well, I have to have faith that things are getting better now. I have to have faith that we're gearing up. I mean, come on, listen to Schultz yesterday. I mean,
yeah,
who replaced him? Someone else. Yeah, who replaced that guy with somebody with a big set of cojones? Because he suddenly came out yesterday firing on all cylinders, and I was like, that is the spirit, my friend. That. Bearded.
Hello, and good evening. I just wanted to say about the number Wang. That's another 4 batteries worth of, or 3 batteries worth of guns gone up in smoke. And you talk about momentum beginning to move forward diplomatically. Some of the messaging coming out in the press now. For those of you who have a weather app on your phone, perhaps do a search for Zaporizhzhia, Melitopol. Have a look at what the weather's going to be doing for the next 8 or 9 days. It's going to be great if you want a suntan. I think it's going to be close now, mockers.
I already know that from the uptick in the booms going on and the locations of them. You know, they they don't do anything that isn't planned out to perfection by the sounds of things. And yeah, the rail lines that were interdicted yesterday, extreme amount of additional things blowing up. The fact that they've got a chaotic event going on in Belgorod just to cause some additional stress. The fact that we see soldiers on the opposite side deciding maybe they've had enough, in groups now, not just one person slipping off in the dead of night. No, whole groups of people saying, we've done now. And I think that, Russian Telegram went absolutely berserk yesterday and then stopped, as though somebody had hit a switch. And that told me an awful lot. Let's just say that. Lexicon.
Yeah, well, you're really right. I think you or others were talking about Jen Koy just a few hours ago, the hits. And you're right. That's somebody was saying airfield, but one big thing about Jen Koy is that's the intersection of where the rail line from the land bridge comes into Crimea, and then the other rail that goes over to Sevastopol. Everything coming in from the land bridge has to go through that Jen Koy intersection to take it up on the rail line that kind of arcs over to the west and down to Sevastopol. So it's a really important junction to hit. And I hope they really smashed it to smithereens. And Berdyansk, I looked at reporting from Ukraine. He just dropped about an hour ago or something. I think what he does is kind of animates the Ukrainian the defense staff's 6 o'clock report, or both reports for the day. Anyway, yeah, he showed the hits on Berdyansk, and he showed snaps of photos of what the damage has been, and I mean, Berdyansk is being taken out of commission. It's really good stuff. Anyway, it's an interesting, a good way to spend 5 minutes if you want to look up reporting from Ukraine. I thought it was one of the better days. Pretty interesting. So I agree. I mean, there's fabulous stuff happening. It's very exciting. It's just there's a few black holes now and then.
Yeah, I suppose the problem is nothing is perfect. I mean, one of the issues that's been coming up is they've been trying to pour equipment and assistance into Ukraine through restricted bottlenecks of borders, certain borders. They've had issues with the rail lines not matching up, so that's slowed down the process. They've had issues with, logistics internally, because Ukraine does have some beautiful roads, but not everywhere. So, that there's quite a lot of much more ruralized areas, just because of the nature of the place. It's been very rural for, many, many years. And so the entire logistics train has had to be built from scratch and then optimized. And I know for a fact that it has now been optimized, because they are getting weapons and equipment and ammunition into the country so much faster. And some of this in itself, just the very physical aspect of managing to get it done, has been part of the slowdown. Because, it would be brilliant to be able to just magic it all there, but no one's got a teleporter. So that, I think, has been part of the process that we've been waiting for. And it has held everything up, because Ukraine have been either waiting for decisions or waiting for things to be repaired, or, training to be done. There's been an awful lot that's had to go into this, and they still don't have everything that they would like, but they've got to a point where they've shaped the enemy and the battle space to the point where they wanted to, And now they're like, well, we can't just sit on our heels and wait for everything. We do have enough stuff to start, and hopefully everything will keep coming in as we go, because, I mean, they had to deal with that in the beginning. When they were fighting them off in the beginning, they were having to integrate stuff as they were fighting. So they know they can do it. They know this is a capability they have to adapt. And so I'm very confident that they can make a good start now and still be able to adapt to more things coming in the future. It would seem that they've got an awful lot of trained people who've been returning to the country very recently. And obviously they have to integrate those people and make sure they work together well as teams and, you know, battalions, whatever you call them. So many names. But once they know that that's all figured out, you know, no plan is going to survive perfectly after contact, but they will have had to go through all the plans and contingencies with all these people before they could even think about setting off. So I can see where the delays are that aren't just political decisions. You know, I can see that there is physical, logistical, educational delays. But all these things appear to have come together now. And I think we're going to see the fruits of all that hard work very, very soon. I'm just, well, I can't say I'm excited. No, I am excited. I have been standing on the edge of a cliff waiting for something to drop for weeks now. And you know what? It might be another 2 weeks before they actually do. But I think they've made a decision just purely because of the extra effort that's gone in over the last sort of month with taking out artillery pieces. I mean, that was certainly a stage of the operation. Seems all of a sudden their counter battery fire is excellent. Yesterday we heard reports of one of the mill bloggers, I believe, stating that things were dreadful in Zaporizhia for them. No, sorry, very unpleasant. They were unpleasant. Yes, that's about the harshest word he could use. And that they did not have any answer to the artillery that they were receiving from the Ukrainian side. And that just goes to show the level of degradation. I think it's important that Ukraine has been able to seize the upper hand by just methodically taking out these artillery tubes day after day after day, and they're still going. I mean, we had 22 today. That's well, that's more than impressive. I think we're going to see a lot more in the coming days, though. And I've monologued for a bit. Prince, do you have anything to say on this?
Yeah, I do, but I think my brain is a little tired. The one thing that I thought of while you were talking was just the last few weeks, the amount of in-person contact that has been happening between President Zelensky and so many important leaders. Okay, when President Zelensky last was in the UK, the relationship that you saw between him and Rishi Sunak, I swear it looked to me like two little boys who hadn't seen each other for a while who were being able to get together for a play date. They looked so excited and so happy to see each other. I mean, it was like, "Oh man, where you been? Let's go play with my Legos." Yeah, I know it wasn't that, but it was just like two mates who hadn't seen each other for a while and were excited to hang out together. There's a true I think friendship and affection between those two, in a way that helps them to work together very, very effectively. And I
I
and
think they do get along well,
yeah, they
Prince, but
do.
I'm awfully cynical. I mean, Zelensky is fabulous at being the right person in the right place, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, I do.
And so he's of course going to be exceptionally friendly and you know uh, do his best to create that relationship.
Yeah.
Also, it makes Rishi Sunak look better. I'll be
Hmm.
honest. So
Yeah.
he's going to be well up for that. I mean, uh, anything that makes him look better to his own country is a brilliant thing. So I think circumstance and yes, probably quite a genuine friendship, but I don't think there's anything going to be putting a wedge between them right now. Put it that way.
Yeah. But where I was going with this is, it's been what, 3 or 4 weeks in a row now that there have been meetings where these leaders of the world, there was the G7, was it the G7? When all of the leaders were together, and so there was a good opportunity for communication for, hey, how can we get this done? Being able to do that face to face. And I just feel like there has um been more that there has been more than that, because then we saw the meeting in Moldova over this last week. And just, these repeated encounters where they're having the opportunity to spend time together and plan as far as military aid and what military aid can come in the near future. And so I think all of that, and of course the phone calls, the constant phone calls between Rez- Reznikov is in Singapore, I believe now too, meeting with, he met with Lloyd Austin and all of the other peers. So they're having these opportunities face to face. They're making all these phone calls, so they know what they have now, and they know what is what is going to be coming. So they're going to have confidence in what they have and what is coming, and not really have to worry as much about what may be coming down the pike. And it's getting late, so I'm not making much sense for some reason, and I apologize. It was a crazy few hours there for a little bit. I think that might have made me a little tired. It's like, dude, really, Twitter was mean to me. Chris, you put your hand up first. Go ahead.
You're making sense to me, Prince, so I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. And thanks for the message. I didn't realize that like Twitter was doing some sort of maintenance upgrade and that. So I like the positive spin that they put on it, that they were making it even better for bigger spaces or something like that, right? And
Well, yeah, because they're doing like load testing, because RFK Jr. is going to be on a space on Monday.
sorry,
Something.
RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, is that?
Yeah, Robert Kennedy Jr.
Oh, okay, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, is that a good thing? Which is that? What is he, Democrat or Republican? Sorry, I should know. But
I wouldn't say it's a good thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, okay, I get where you go. Right, okay. Um, uh, I was just going to say then that I just you've obviously seen it, Prince, right? I was just looking back, right, because I was trying to find something about what happened with Belgorod, and I'm talking about, like February 2022 or something like that, or maybe February or March or something like that. When I think Belgorod was one of the oblasts, right, which basically said, no, we're not mobilizing and we're not invading Ukraine, right? So I can't actually find that. But anyway, while I was finding that, while I was looking for information on that, um, I found this article that just amused me that I put up, and I'll put the actual link if anybody wants it later on. But you know, which was in the, I think, the Telegraph, wasn't it, and Prince, where basically the people in Belgorod had been interviewed and were saying, "Oh, the Ukrainians wouldn't invade us, would they?" Just like thinking that was in September 2022, and that, right? And well, here we are. Here we are, folks. A
We
few
we
months.
aren't though. We aren't though, because the Ukrainians are not invading them. It's the Russians who are invading them.
Well, I know, but I'm quite happy with that view on life, right? But all of this has been architected at the top, in Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned. So
That
Good
very
old
well may.
Budenov. Our smiley friend Budenov. But he was grinning away somewhere.
Oh, that honestly, that's exactly right, Mockers. You know, I'm like just sat there. You know, I can see the pictures of him. You know, sat in his desk. You know, being interviewed, and that, like, with that, like, knowing look on his face, and that. I'm thinking, oh God, what else have you planned? And by the way, I did also just copy you guys on the unrest in St. Petersburg, which also amused me.
Yeah, I'm told that that is quite regular. That is, that people will actually come from miles to an organised fight. So it might just be the fact that they had nothing better to do over a weekend.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, these things happen. Johannes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask actually Prince, because she sounded really optimistic, which is absolutely great because I'm usually not optimistic. What is your explanation? Why can't even Richie Sunak, to my knowledge, and why can't any one of the heads of government in Western states really come out and say we want Ukraine to win? I mean, that's something you only hear like from Eastern Europeans, from the Baltic states, from Poland maybe, but not from Western states. And why is that? I mean, what are they holding back?
Give me just a minute. We're gonna swap co-hosts real quick. I'll come back up as speaker and say it and say what I think. Okay. So give me just a minute. I'm not ignoring you. I will be back.
In the
Thanks.
meantime, we can go to Chris, if that's okay.
Yeah, well, actually, on that subject, Mockers, sort of in a slightly weird way, I guess, right? I don't really care if they don't say this phrase, you know, Ukraine must win, as long as they give them give Ukraine all the stuff they need to win, right? If they feel they have to be, whatever is the term, mealy mouthed, and you know, I don't know, you know, for whatever reason it is that they're not saying it, right? If they feel that they have to be like that, okay, whatever, right? Just give Ukraine the stuff so that they can win, you know, under the table, if you like, right? So that's just how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to politics. At least in the United States, I think that's what it comes down to. Walking a tightrope, keeping a balance. I know it's not right and it's not how it should be. But sometimes it is the way it is. You have to work with the opposition in your country, and you have to maintain the support of the opposition in your country. And sometimes, in order to do that, you can't say exactly what you think. So it's not a satisfactory answer, I think, but I think that may be what it comes down to, actually.
And that's exactly what I think, Prince. That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, it's just that it seems like all Western leaders, I mean, they all seem to follow the same line. It's not just U.S. domestic policies. It's everywhere, except, as I said, like except for Central and Eastern Europe, except for those who are direct neighbors of Russia. They are much clearer. And I just noted that like today there was this Twitter exchange between, I think it was Secretary Austin who said we'll support Ukraine as long as it takes, and then Ben Hodges responded, well, as long as what takes, and then at some point Axel chimed in and pointed out that clear communication is actually important. It's not a minutia. It's really part of what should be in place if you want to yeah win such a thing. And it seems, I mean, it's one of the dangers that Putin seems to be playing on is really that it just drags on and on and on, and at some point those in the West will get tired of it. So it should be in our interest to get this done with as quick as possible, and for that I guess clear communication would be rather important. So yeah. And at the same time, I mean, the deeds don't indicate that the West doesn't want Ukraine to win at last. I mean, they seem to be providing at least much of what it needs. And so I'm really confused, and maybe I just have to remain confused, and hopefully, yeah.
So okay, I'll add a little bit to this. First of all, I don't think I didn't get what a big deal is. We just had a Department of State spokesperson say we support Ukraine defending its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. That includes the parts of Ukraine that Russia has legally captured and occupied since its invasion in February of last year. It also includes Crimea, and we've made that clear.
Sorry, what kind was that?
Department of State, US. This was on the 26th of May, 25th of May, evening of the 25th of May. The statement was made by the spokesperson for the Department of State. So, wants to restore Ukrainian territorial integrity as defined by 1991 borders, including Crimea, including everything else. That is the goal. So, what else do you want, frankly? And I disagree with Axel on this as well. What else do you want? This is it. This is the point. And frankly, reading, do you know, last night I was reading the stuff in Medusa that's been circulating, right? I think you've probably seen it, Johannes. Readers of Medusa who support the war. And Medusa is a, quote, liberal opposition newspaper, whatever you want to call it. But basically, it's mostly read by people who don't like Putin in Russia, right? It's almost exclusively read by people who don't like Putin. And they had a bunch of their readers write in who do support the war, and they were giving the reasons. And the thing that I found within those letters backs my theory that the reason that conditions of victory are malleable on the Russian side is because they don't want to paint themselves into a corner. I think the same goes here. It's kind of like you don't draw red lines in terms of other stuff, nebulous terms such as winning. What does winning mean? What does victory mean? In a football match, victory is well defined. You have scored more goals than the other guy or the other side, and the goals are where scoring a goal is well defined. Victory here, beyond saying what I've literally just quoted from the Department of State spokesperson who said, including defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity, including parts of Ukraine that Russia has captured since the invasion in February last year, and also including Crimea. Again, that is the whole point, right? That's what we're trying to achieve. So why are we getting stuck on nebulous terms such as winning when this actually leaves Russia a way out? What do I mean? Now, on the one hand, we say we must not allow Russia to dictate things like NATO membership to us. That's why we don't paint ourselves into corners, like saying, Moldova, for example, like Borrell made a good statement, right? Borrell made a really good statement when he arrived in Chisinau a few days ago, and he said, Transnistria is neither here nor there. As far as the EU membership for Moldova is concerned, that's a separate problem. As far as EU membership for Moldova is concerned, that is a question for Moldova, for Moldovan-controlled territory of Moldova, rule of law, organization, courts, administration, all the other normal EU things. Just because a tranche of Moldova is is under Russian occupation, that doesn't mean that Moldova will not be able to join the European Union, because otherwise, what do? You give Russia an ability to say, nope, we're gonna cling on to a little bit of a bunch of different countries, because then nobody can do anything about it because they've painted themselves into a corner. I think that they've had an actual strategic chat for once, and this is why they're not using the terminology win, victory, winning, because it's not about winning, because it's not a game. It is about restoring Ukrainian territorial integrity, getting reparations, etc., etc. It's not about winning. You can call it a draw. You can call it whatever the Russians want to call it. You just want the stuff. You don't care about the moral nonsense about, oh, but we won, but we lost, but we no. Because you don't want to be painting yourself into a corner. You especially don't want to paint yourself into a corner in terms of Russia being able to say, well, we're clinging on to 7 square kilometers of northern Luhansk Oblast. You're not getting us out of here, and this is how you haven't won. Right? You don't want to do that. And I think for once they've actually had a strategic think about it. And if you read all of the people who were writing to Medusa, what did they say? We don't want to lose. The only thing that's worse than starting a war is losing a war. Fine, then don't lose a war, win the war. Win the war, have a parade, just give all of Ukraine back and give Ukrainian people back to Ukraine, right? That's fine. Just pretend you won. That's fine. We can leave them to that. That's not the important thing, because we're not 6-year-olds, and it's not about winning. It's not my dad can beat up your dad, right? It's none of those things. That's not the point. The point is to restore Ukrainian territorial integrity and then return the Ukrainian people who have been kidnapped or deported by Russia back to Ukraine. That's the point. Russians can claim all the victory they want to, but the point is other things, not some nebulous concept. And for once, I think that they figured this one out. Yes, it would be nice, it would be galvanizing, it would make things clear. But frankly, things have been made clear enough. I think the genocide made things clear enough for just about everyone. So as long as the line is clear, Ukrainian full territorial integrity, including Crimea, has to be restored, period. That's the relevant line, right? The contentful line. I'm good with that, and I'm not going to go on and on about theoretical concepts. Sorry about that. That was a long tirade. What do you think to that, Johannes?
Well, 2 things. It would be great if you could share the link to this statement. That would be awesome. Because I didn't.
Put it in the nest.
That's super, because I haven't found it. Yeah, and the other thing is that, I mean, at least Zelensky's messaging is very different. Like when he received the Shalmania Prize in Aachen, I haven't counted how many times he mentioned winning and win, and but it's Pierre so
Johannes, Zelensky is the commander-in-chief of an armed forces, which is fighting a war. Right? Everything that he says is also listened to by the armed forces that he's commanding. Therefore, it has to be. Do you see the difference? You don't want to engage people in a theoretical whatever by, and does he define victory very clearly? Not particularly. I don't think that's the point. The point is get the stuff done that actually matters. That's but no, I agree. Zelensky's messaging is different and will always be different, and that's because he has to fight the war, not just
Yeah, but he wasn't just talking to a domestic audience. I mean, he also was very much talking about, if I recall correctly, about the airplanes, about the F-16s, and yeah, like shortly after he was actually successful. So he when he speaks about victory, about needing to win, he's actually addressing Western leaders, I think. I mean, not only, but I think it's and
Yeah,
Of course,
but,
he
but
has to
again,
shift.
yeah,
He has to
yeah.
shift the Overton window, right? He has to shift the discussion to the most resolved, most resolute possible direction. But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that he's. Do you see what I mean? Right? Different people. You don't have everybody doing things exactly the same. Right? Look at the EU, for example. Right? You don't have every commissioner doing exactly the same thing. You just have them all working towards a general direction. Right? And some are pulling a little bit more, and some are pulling a slightly different way, but you try to generally have all the horses going the same direction. That's the point. You're trying to get all the horses to go into the same direction. And then you have the extra super puller horse, Zelensky, who's trying to really pull everyone, make sure that none of the horses behind that he's leading are not going anywhere else. So there's nuance to this, because it isn't just a person-to-person interaction. It's a complex network of interactions, but you only get to speak with one mouth at a time. But again, I'm not terribly worried about this. Let's hear some more people how worried they are about this. But I'm happy to circle back, because Johannes, I want your reflections on the Medusa article as well. Chris.
Morning, Doman. Yes, well, great start to the morning, Doman, and obviously, I agree with what you said, and I do think it's a bit psyops not to say it anyway, and we're on the eve of finding out whether what we all hope is the case, right? That although they haven't said this, the objective is to win, or whatever it is, clearly thing, right? They have provided everything that Ukraine needs to win. Not enough, we would still say, but we're about to find out, aren't we? We're about to find out whether, in fact, there are things in there that we don't know about, which I'm sure there are. We're about to find out whether they've given them enough, which I think they have. And so I totally agree with you, Damon.
Thank you, Chris. Fi.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, as you were chatting about that, something kind of jingled in my brain. So if I get this right, the West has, or if I understand from my homegrown philosophy, the West has been programmed, certainly since I've been alive, which will soon be 60 years, to not slap the bear, not to say win the war, because it's the hearkening back almost, I suppose, to World War II and World War One. But they're reiterating their support for Ukraine to retake the stolen lands back to 1991, whatever it takes, i.e. give Ukraine everything it needs to achieve it. And I think it's a difference between the West, as I say, has been programmed over the years. It's like my mother's generation is so worried about prodding the bear. And I went up to see her and I said, Mum, don't worry about it. They're toothless, pretty much. There's not a lot they can't do without being completely annihilated themselves as soon as the first one goes up. But with the Baltic countries, and they're more recently out from under the USSR or Russian thumbscrews, and therefore are braver and can use the tougher language, like winning the war. I don't know if that makes sense. Similarly to what Doman or Chris said, we're on the eve of whatever's going to happen. Doesn't mean to say we're literally tomorrow night it's all going to happen. It means it's going to occur sometime in the future. So there's my little bit of homespun corn dolly theories.
Thank you very much, Fi. Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Doman, and good day and good evening to all of those of you who are not in Europe. It's a beautiful morning in Denmark right now. I think Johannes, that topic and that problematic is is so interesting to discuss and I must say, Doman, I really agree with your take on this. I think from my perspective, it's always so important to be able to maneuver as things develop over the next months. You'd want to be able to maneuver within your sort of strategic communication space if you are the Americans, if you are the different NATO members, if you are the different coalition members. And I think there was a time, quite some time ago, where the whole winning thing and actually daring to speak those words was hugely sort of, or what was more important than it is right now. So I mean, if you are in a crisis, you want to be able to have as much maneuverability as you can, and it doesn't matter what the Russians think or how the Russians feel. Being able to sort of shape the discourse on what happened is and keeping those ends open is actually truly beneficial to Ukraine and to the coalition. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just mean it's one can really paint oneself into a corner if you define winning losing. It's the same thing that we've had with this whole negotiations table nonsense that the Vatniks are bringing up every now and then, and the peaceniks that we need to every war ends in a negotiation table. Yes, it does. But after the complete demolition of the bad guys, that's a pretty different negotiation situation than sort of a standstill. So saying winning and losing is not as important now as it used to be. But I think it's such an important and a great topic for discussion.
And you know, on this, we keep saying Russia doesn't have a theory of victory, right? Russia says we will win, but then they say we will denazify Ukraine, whatever that's supposed to be. It's completely flexible. They don't actually have a theory of victory. Whereas we're doing exactly the opposite thing. We have a clear theory of victory, but we're not calling it victory because leave that bit flexible. So for Ukraine and for the West, the Ukrainian victory is clear what it means. The problem is, the last thing you want is then to have, achieve 99.9% of that because something else happens that you can't control, and then you end up with that. And then you end up with people saying, "Oh, but Ukraine didn't win, therefore Ukraine lost." Why bother with all of this? Just leave it aside. Get stuff done that actually needs getting done. That's the important thing. Not they've set out. Americans have set out very clearly exactly where the end line is going to be. It's going to be at 1991 borders. That's what their aim is for Ukraine to achieve. What else do you want?
Leadership. It's a simple thing.
That's Zelensky's work.
Leadership. And the leadership has to come, in this case, from the leadership of the coalition. It's a military term. This is all about signaling. It has nothing to do with negotiations, Michael. It's completely irrelevant. The rationalization of the weakness in strategic communications shown and evidenced since the days when Secretary Austin was kindly making stronger statements in April last year, then he was forced to tone it down. And we now saw Secretary Blinken go as far as seemingly he was able to, and that is much appreciated, and it fits with the process set out. The only politicians who have said, funnily enough, that Ukraine must win in public, and thank you, Johannes, for highlighting the Charlemagne Prize, have been Ursula von der Leyen and Jean-Jacques Michel, or Jean-Michel. Not Jean-Michel. Ah, Doman. Jesus Christ.
Charles Michel.
Yes, I have a friend whose name is Jean-Michel. I apologize. So they're the ones who've said it. Now, this that's the strange thing, and that's the only thing this is about. It's a very simple question here. Leadership in modern times as well as in the antique or in classic times is the same. You have to corral your own. You have to set out what is happening. And a military win is a military win. We do not need to go into the detail of second order effects to be negotiated and discussed later and all the wishy-washy media bullshit. Completely irrelevant. Strategic signaling towards an enemy who is as vile, as stupid as they are, has to be in a clear term. The definition of what happens with that win later is a completely different ballgame. That is irrelevant. This is all about a strategic posture, and the fact that we don't see it or don't hear of it is the only thing I'm highlighting always that is worrisome. And funnily enough, it is people whose business this has been for decades, such as Ben Hodges, Philip Breedlove, and Mick Ryan, who have identified this as a thorn in their thigh, so to say, as a worry just as well. This needs to come from the top. It is a simple sentence. It's a simple statement. And by the way, it would corral more positive connotation in the audience and therefore unify the spirit. That we have to fill the win with concept is fine. Therefore, I've always highlighted what I said last time and again before, that it has to tie in. If you make this a speech, then you include, of course, the definition that it must win, that it will win, that we will support it in order to win, and that the win refers back, and then you can tie the knot to the 10-point plan of President Zelensky, because that reaffirms the agency of Ukraine. That's all. It's a simple thing. Don't make it so complicated, and don't make up apologetic and rationalization approaches and remarks and project cleverness and smart communication into something which currently is an evident lack. Thank you.
No, I will maintain there is no point to.
Yeah,
there's no magic to the word.
You've maintained it the whole time. There is an absolute magic to a military win. You can ask any of these generals, you can ask any military man, if they think through about it, what it means, there is a clear definition. It matters a great deal, Doman. And it's a massive
The
failure
difference
to
is
not
the US
recognize
is
it.
not fighting this war. The US is not
That
fighting
is
this war.
irrelevant
The
to
US
it.
doesn't have troops on the
Completely
ground. Yes, it is
irrelevant.
relevant.
No, it's completely irrelevant.
It's very
No,
relevant.
not at all. It has no relevance to the winning.
Those who
The
command
projection
the
of winning
troops
has
are
nothing to do
saying
whether
win,
you participate in the fighting.
but it's not for you to talk about.
It's not for me to talk
It's
about.
for those who fight. No, it's not for you who is not fighting.
See,
Say
that's where I differ.
you know, American president.
I think Ukraine must win is a statement. When Ursula von der Leyen made it, was absolutely clear. I think Ukraine must win is something which, if Secretary Blinken were to have his way, he would even say it. That's the point. That's what we're pinpointing. That's what we're worrying about.
Mikael? Michael? Okay, let's try this again.
He's showing us connecting to me.
Yeah, I think we'll be back in a second. No, I mean, for a long time, the complaint was they haven't clearly stated what they want, and they have. They said 1991 borders. They've clearly defined what that is. Now, everything else is, again, certainly not
Please
civilian
don't
leadership
assert.
of the country
Please
that's not
don't
fighting.
assert that I've moved the goalpost, because I haven't. I've been saying the very same
I'm not
thing the whole
asserting you
time.
moved the goalpost.
And by the way, Ben Hodges made the very same statement last year in May on our program. There is a very critical quality to what we highlighted. It's not about Secretary Austin. It's not about Secretary Blinken. It's about one thing, and that's the leadership has to come out of that corner. And that's the only thing which worries us. The fact that it's constantly being discussed and why it should be okay to be denied, to be said. That is the whole point. That's what we're leading at. We're trying to carve out a point in strategic, in a strategic lack and a possibility that there is something worrisome behind it, and that is annoying. And that's all that needs to change. And when it changes in that moment, it is like Reagan against his administrations, or against many in his administrations, will say design said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. Strategic communication matters. Yes, but it matters also on a visceral level to corral your own troops. This is what we're trying to carve out. This is what we're addressing. And the fact that we're getting pushback on the matter that, oh, this is all fine and this is all okay and this belongs this way. No, that just highlights that something is there, which doesn't work quite well.
Okay.
Well, I think you make solid points, Axel. I think this is about timing, yeah, and that's what we're discussing. I mean, it as you say, it's a hugely the win word is a hugely important word, and it can power a lot. I think there were times where it was more important that they talked about winning and pushed some more power and some more juice into what they were saying. Right now, as we sort of stand on the doorstep, my German Shepherd alarm has gone totally off. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear him in the background, but as
Only
we're
faintly.
waiting, only faintly. He's very angry. He
You're
doesn't
not on
like me
speaker,
arguing.
Michael. You're not on speaker, so you're not right. You're not raising the poodles. They're happily sleeping.
I'm glad. I'm glad. There's a deer in the field, and there's a deer in the field, and he does not like that. But my point is not to make this about negotiation. I think the negotiation, the whole negotiation, move away from that discourse. I'm not trying to raise that again. I think, however, that right now it's about timing, yeah. And I do think you can criticize a lot of the Western leaders for not being direct enough, and for being sort of feeling their way. My thinking now is just that right now, the very big words, they need to be used at the right times. And I don't care what the Russians think or what the rest of the world thinks, those who do not stand with Ukraine think, but I do care about the ability of being able to shape the discourse over the coming months. And it is a move to say the win word in the context that we are in right now. In the discursive context, that's a big thing. I would hope, and that's where we might disagree, Axel. I would hope that them not talking about winning is right now a question of choosing the timing rather than not daring to do it. But that's the discussion, isn't it? The timing of when to start talking about that.
So, Robin, we just have to wait. Shall we go to the booms and John Toy?
We can. I'll just say this. Look, the guy who's leading the forces that are actually fighting, he's talking about winning because for him, it's important to convey that visceral component to them as well. Outside of that, this is fundamentally, it's not an American war. It's not a British war. It's a war that for all of these countries, it needs to end the correct way. But none of these countries' armed forces are fighting on the ground, or in the air, or in the sea. So it's not about a victory that America will achieve. It's good for Zelensky to speak of it. He has to. He's the commander-in-chief of Ukrainian armed forces. whatever the equivalent is. He's the highest civilian authority in command of the Ukrainian armed forces. For him, it's important to speak of a win. For Zaluzhny, it's important to speak of a win. For others, doesn't really matter. It's about the goals that have to be achieved, will be achieved. Everything else is, it's just words. They're not rallying American troops here. They're not rallying British troops. It's fine.
No, you're not. I'm sorry. This is not right, Domin. But it's not about rallying American troops. It's not about disputing the fact that somebody would love to use any minimal signal for supposedly the U.S. involvement or proxy war discussions. All this bullshit. No, nobody says this. This is about the visceral understanding that leadership means naming it. Leadership.
They're not about leading it. Zelensky is the leader here.
No, that's not. That is not the point we're discussing. This is about signaling that Ukraine must win still leaves it agency. That is not a reduction in agency. When I say Ukraine must win, and we will support Ukraine, this is integral. It locks in. This is so clear. There is no need to reproject that, oh, you're not allowed to say this because you don't have to rally anyone. No, you have to rally the world at their side. And by projecting clearly that this is a very specific outcome, it's a win, a military win, a victory, and it will occur. That's all. This is not. We're making this overly difficult at the moment.
Johannes?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's time now to move on to this Medusa article. I mean, else we can talk about it later. I just had a look at it and not sure because Axel just now said he wanted to Jankoi, so I'm not sure what's going to happen next.
I'll just tie this in real quick.
See, you were tying it in order to give it a spin. I just like that. There's no need for a spin. Michael already said we will have to decide in time, and that's why I pushed it forward in that regard. We can, of course, go to the mat about it and repeat the same arguments over and over again. But I would highlight that the simplicity of leadership in communications is evident through the ages. And we just simply have to make clear that those who don't want to utter it must have a reason. And if there is a reason, then this would be worrisome. This is what Ben Hodges has said. This is what Breedlove has highlighted. This is what Mick Ryan has discussed. And that was the only point of debate in this matter, by the way, last night. And that's the only thing I'm referring to. And it's super simple. But there you go.
Would you like the MOD report, Doman?
Shall we swerve that hard? Yeah, let's go to the MOD report then. We can talk about how useless the Russian liberals are some other time.
Okay.
Heartbreak.
Heartbreaks, yeah. You know me. Right, here we go then. Here is the MOD update for the 4th of June 23. Some local Russian security officials are likely interpreting Russia's draconian war legislation to mean that public display of blue and yellow items is outlawed because it might evidence discreet support for Ukraine. On the 9th of May 23, a care home worker was reportedly arrested wearing a blue and yellow jacket to work. In recent days, Russian National Guard troops arrested a 22-year-old man in Volkhov, near St. Petersburg, for displaying what was eventually determined to be a blue and yellow flag of Russia's own aerospace forces. This clampdown highlights uncertainty within a paranoid Russian officialdom of what is deemed permissible within an increasingly totalitarian system. Criticism of the arrests has come from unexpected quarters. The ultra-nationalist, pro-war Liberal Democratic Party. The party's own branding features yellow on a blue background. Sorry. They're a little behind the times, aren't they, Doman? We've already discussed this.
Yeah, they're literally banning colors. That's literally what they're up for now. I mean, it's especially since the Air Force now clearly has to change their flag. That's particularly exciting. Which party did you say was blue and yellow? It wasn't the Liberal Democratic Party, was it?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, I just guessed at which one it might be. I missed that little bit. Yeah, very interesting. Eh?
Well, it's, yeah, living in very strange times, shall we say. Then, John?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, it was difficult to open the mic with my left hand. But back to the winning. Here I'm 100% with what Axel is saying, and give you one reason. This is not. Yeah, this war is fought in Ukraine, but it's not only a war about Ukraine. This is a war about keeping the world order and keeping democracy in the world. So actually, we're all part of it, and we, if it's not won in Ukraine, it will not. If it's not stopped in Ukraine, it will not be stopped. So there's no other way. It has to be won, and we have to win it. Yes, the fighting is done in Ukraine, and the fighting is done by Ukraine, but it's done in support from us, with equipment from us, and it will not end with equipment from us if it's not stopped in Ukraine. So a strong message from the leader has to come, should come. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, so I live with that. But it's not enough to say that we will do whatever we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. As you say, Ukraine must win, and we will give them everything they need to win. Yeah, thank you. That's what I had to say.
See, there I completely agree, then, John. I think standing for as long as it takes. No. That's not the point, right? The right phrasing there would be something along the lines of, we will do what we can to, get Ukraine to where it wants to get as quickly as possible, or something along those lines, rather than trying to indicate that dragging it out for longer is a good thing. Certainly not, but again, yeah. Magic words up or down. It's about actions rather than words. Virtual.
Hi, yes, good morning, everyone. No, so I kind of am on Doman's side. I mean, it's not either or. It's kind of a mix. But I would say, really saying, okay, if the West could say, we will help, like you said just now, we will help Ukraine to achieve the goals that they have, which justly is, to get their territory back. If you call it winning or not, I don't really care. I mean, if you call it winning, then maybe Russia. That could be maybe a escape for the Russians. That if we call it winning, then they might say they are losing. But I think a big part of this is that the West, if they say help Ukraine achieve the goals to get the territory back, that means that they have to commit that's a signal that I will commit equipment to do exactly that, help to do exactly that. Because if you just say winning, and it's not clearly defined, then winning could be back to the 2014 border, or where, you know, the annexed, when Crimea is annexed. So I'm more like really clearly defined, and then the West are kind of committed to say, okay, we will free entire Ukraine and we will equip Ukraine to take the whole territory back. Just as long as it takes. This is it's a weasel word or weasel phrase. It means nothing. But to help Ukraine get the territory back because that's what they want, I think that's more clear, and the West has to commit to that. I think that's my point, but it's not either or. I think it's a mix.
Edward.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Yeah, just listening to this debate, and from my point of view, I agree with Doman. I think the awkward situation of the West is that because Ukraine was not part of NATO, we can't be, in a sense, fully committed to them winning as much as we would really like to. And to my mind, the other side of that coin is the reason why we should give them all of our equipment so that they do in fact win, because we can't commit our own forces to this fight, and yet it is very important for the defense of Western values. Therefore, whilst we cannot say we want them, we're going to make sure they win because it's not within our power, we are fortunate to find in Ukraine such an amazingly staunch defender of our own values, and we must commit to them with all of our equipment so that they do win. But we can't ourselves get involved. That's what I want to say.
Then John?
No, yeah, that's all well, but again, I mean, if it doesn't stop in Ukraine, then we will get involved. No, we are not even in NATO. And Swedish. I mean, by necessity, it is our war. We're fighting for our freedoms, and I mean to have some kind of self-containment because, well, they're not in NATO. So sorry, we need to help them, but we can't. I mean, that's beyond my understanding, to be honest. So if it's not stopped there, if it's not stopped in Ukraine, there will be other nations fighting this war. Simple as that. Because that's where we'll go next. So from that point of view, it has to be stopped at any cost in Ukraine, even if it means troops on the ground. If it's not stopped there, it won't stop. Simple.
Well, I am well aware that Poland, in some ways, have been straining at the leash to provide other assistance. I'm quite sure that if there was a way that they could, they would. They're certainly arming themselves to the teeth for any possible future. But it is up to Ukraine in the end. What happens? I mean, they've not invited NATO countries to come and join them. They've said that, you know, volunteers can come and fight if they wish, but they never invited anybody else's armies. So I think, you know, that they would have done if they'd have wanted, I think. And so we have to trust that they know what they're doing. Then John?
Yeah, sorry, wrong emoji there. I didn't mean to laugh. Yeah, but they wouldn't. Who could they call? Honestly, I mean, they were struggling to get weapons initially, and to call for troops to come. Who will come? I don't think that wouldn't happen. What I'm saying is that if it's not stopped in Ukraine, then they wouldn't have to call for it, because then it would be a necessity to actually put troops in whatever country required. But I don't think even if they call for someone to help, they wouldn't get that help. So that would be something they wouldn't achieve anyway.
Well, they've received the help that they asked for so far, and I find that encouraging. Training, equipment. Yes, it's been bloody slow. Yes, there's been a lot of politics in the way of things, but you see now that all of that appears to have been mainly resolved. And apart from a few, shall we say, selfish actors in the political sphere, things are being pushed forward. So I think we can be thankful that a lot of countries have made the right decision in this and come together. I think it's restored my faith in some political institutions. Let's just say that.
Speaking of faith in political institutions, I'm a little bit late to this, but I think most people outside of the Hungarian speaking world are, and that's quite a limited world. On Friday, big news. Patriarch Kirill, the Moscow Patriarch, the former KGB officer, but there's no such thing as the former KGB officer, awarded a certain Viceadmiral Victator Orban with an Order of Glory and Honor First Class. This is a military sounding order that the Russian Orthodox Church awards. It's the third highest honor, third highest order by order of precedence that the Russian Orthodox Church awards, if my sources are correct. And this was on the occasion of his 60th birthday for doing a very good job for Hungary. Yeah, right. And for defending of Christian values. Interestingly, this came out on Friday, June the 2nd. June the 2nd, 2022 was the date when Orban blocked personal sanctions by the EU against Patriarch Kirill. So, maybe this order was really more a thanks, a personal thanks for preventing personal sanctions to be levied against Gundyaev by the European Union.
Does seem a tiny bit coincidental, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah.
Almost as if they're rubbing your nose in it. I mean, come on. Just the very fact that they're doing that right now, it's a real sign of, are you aware that we own this man in some way? As far as I can tell. Which obviously we are aware that there's something going on there, aren't we?
John?
Yeah, I think they want to make it obvious, because what's their goal? To conquer and divide, right? So if they can show that, look, we have Mr. Orban, which we all know, but make it even more obvious, that's a win for them. So they won't hide these kind of things.
So another funny thing that I had discovered is Orban apparently also got a couple of other orders in 2022. One from the Serbian Orthodox Church, the Order of Saint Sava, First Class, which I can only presume is the highest order in the Serbian Orthodox Church. Is the cathedral is named after Saint Sava, and also the Holy Cross Medal from the Armenian Catholic Church. Both of these he got in 2022, if Wikipedia is to be believed. Now that's really interesting, isn't it? Because both of those are churches quite. I don't know about the Armenian Catholic Church. I can only presume that it's aligned with with sort of CSDO tendencies. But certainly the Serbian Orthodox Church is well aligned with the Russian Orthodox Church. So this isn't even the first such thing that he had gotten from those sort of institutions. Not just this is very much the giant the giant rotten cherry on that cake. Johannes.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought, well, if now the discussion has moved on, maybe we could have a look at this Medusa article. It was I think it came out. When did it come out? It was like yesterday. No, it was on the 20. No, third. Yeah, well, it was yesterday. Sort of June. That Medusa, which is kind of probably the most influential Russian language liberal news portal out there. They published the results of a survey they had, or well, not exactly a survey, but they had requested specifically readers of their own platform for comments, readers who support the war, and to explain why they are supporting the war, because I mean we would expect that most, if not everybody, who's reading this site is actually opposed to the war, but it seemed, but they had understood, they had like read the signals that there are quite a few people who are actually not really opposed to the war, and they asked them to explain why. And I mean the first thing which I wondered is, well, they don't really say what percentage of their readership this is. I mean, they write that they have received like hundreds of messages, hundreds of messages in response to their call for comments from people who support the war. So that's yeah, disturbingly much, I would say. But I guess we don't really know. Well, maybe they have millions of readers, and then hundreds isn't really that much. I really don't know, and so we don't have the data. And I guess until we have it, we can only speculate about that. Yeah, I don't know. I read a few of those comments. And I mean, what also strikes me is that this is, of course, if you read the messages, they often read very contradictory, very kind of, people are really struggling to make their case and to formulate a coherent argument. And the first couple of messages kind of all begin with something like "Я не поддерживаю войну," so I don't support the war, or I initially didn't support the war, but. So there's always this pattern, and what I find most disturbing is really that there is a pattern, obviously, of people who initially oppose the war and say, well, now that it has started, we have to fight it until the end. And I mean, but of course, what you just said, Doman, that Russians don't have a theory of victory is, I think, also very visible here. There is not really, I think, of those messages that I see here, there's none that says, well, we have to fight, continue to fight until such and such, but they just say, well, we just have to continue. And and there's even one message I found that says, well, for now we have to continue, and then there's going to be a change in powers, Smena Vlasti, and then we'll wait and see. Посмотрим, что будет тогда. So there is, it's very strange. So somebody who says he kind of supports the war, but then he also seems to be hoping for a change in leadership in Russia, and then maybe things may change. And that's, so there seems to be really a great deal of confusion. But what also I find quite disturbing, and what I found disturbing about Russians all this time, and since the war started, is the total lack of compassion with suffering Ukrainians. For instance, I saw one message who said, well, basically he said, well, I support the war because I'm not ready to. I'm just not comfortable to leave Russia and to go into exile. It's just not going to be comfortable for me. And he seems to be a programmer, and he says, well, he'd rather stay in Russia because else there's going to be like some inconvenience for him, and yeah, writing this kind of thing and just ignoring this ongoing genocide, that's just a disturbing. There seems to be really something wrong about such people, and there seem to be quite a few messages which, I mean, virtually every message I've seen betrays an utter lack of compassion, and that's something I don't know. I mean, I've really been many times in Russia, and these are, I still can, I don't know if I was always laboring from an illusion, but I didn't feel that I'd been to a country of bloodthirsty zombies, but now it really makes that impression. And I mean, to add on to that is that there are quite a few messages coming from abroad, and which includes a message from a Russian who's living, well, in my neighborhood, like in Berlin, and he says he was in Germany already like 20 years, and he just can't believe the propaganda over here, the anti-Russian propaganda, and so there seems to be. I mean, at least in his case, but in the case also of many Russians or ethnic Germans from Russia in Germany, yeah, a very strange case of rallying around Putin from a distance. But of course, those people aren't going to go back anytime soon to Russia, and they're certainly not going to go to the war. So there's also there's no message of anybody, I mean, at least none that I saw, who says, well, I'm going to join the army, I'm going to fight for Russia. So they all kind of support the war, but not with our own blood. And yeah, what else?
The center is very much of this, right? We must not lose. Russia must not lose because something.
Yeah.
And often it's because it will be worse for us, you know, the good Russians, if Russia loses, which is a very self-centered attitude to have here, isn't it?
Yes, it's. I'm not really sure that I didn't see any message which was kind of. I mean, there was, yeah, I saw one message which alluded to a possible change in leadership. So obviously he wasn't a friend of Putin. For the others, I can't say that they had any identifiable political positioning in kind of where they see themselves on the spectrum. So I'm really not sure, even with this whole understanding of Haroshi Ruski, if this is even a relevant concept here. It seems I don't know, they just seem like they're really no different from kind of the mainstream Russians, what I see here. But again, I mean, it's.
Let's make this clear, right? This was done by Meduza. Meduza is let's call it a opposition outlet, right? Definitely an opposition outlet. Definitely an opposition to Putin outlet. People who read this are largely people who don't agree with Putin being in power. You know, at least generally.
Yes.
That's definitely fair to say, right? So what you have here, I think, is a lot of cases of people who, you know, say, well, you know, maybe we can blame Putin for all of this, and then maybe it can be better, right? Maybe you know, we shouldn't lose because losing is worse for Russia and would lead to disintegration of Russia. We can't allow for that. But you know, maybe there can be a change of leadership, and then maybe we can ship Putin off, or maybe when Putin is gone, then we can rejoin the world or whatever. But it's very, very interesting. You know, generally they say, well, I didn't want it to start, but now that it has started, we need to win. And this is very much I think a general pervasive position of many of those who are, let's say, generally not politically very involved, but are trying to kind of find their own way in this. And their solution, instead of saying no, I mean, maybe we shouldn't have genocide prevail. Their logic is, well, but that's the only way for it to not dissolve Russia, right? You have so many of these options, right? What Dmitry from Moscow says, if Russia doesn't find a way to get out of this situation without losing face or losing on the global stage, life in Russia will get drastically worse. The next one down says, Oleg says, the peace plan presented by Zelensky is highly likely to do so much damage to Russia that we can't be sure that it will survive. Right? There's a lot of these. Then the anonymous from Tumen says, as a resident of Russia, I believe that while sending troops into Ukraine was a mistake, withdrawing them would be a crime. I have no intentions of paying reparations for the mistake of others for the next 20 years. Then Victoria from St. Petersburg says, I didn't like it initially because I don't like armed conflicts, but then I saw the amount of hatred for Russians, the joy at the explosion of the Crimean Bridge, and the West's active arming of Ukraine. I've started to realize that Russophobia and other things that I used to think were just stupid propaganda are not all lies, will always bring sorrow, but sometimes unpopular decisions are the right ones. It's just stage after stage after stage of, it's worse for us if we lose.
Yeah, but one thing I actually didn't see very much here is any talk of winning. I mean, there's only one occurrence of победить, which is in the message from Andrei from Volgograd. So once we went in, we have to win it. But else, none of the. I mean, at least in the Russia, I don't know what it's like in the translation.
I'm looking at the English translation of it that Medusa also published. Anonymous, 38 years old, city not specified. Here says the only thing in the war is a lost war. Starting it was an insane mistake, but now we have to win it. Otherwise, we'll be in the position of Vae Victis. I don't support Putin. Damn him.
Но сначала нужно решить. So, I mean, is this the one? I'm only looking at the Russian. I know maybe there's.
It comes after
okay.
It comes after Sergei.
Yeah. Okay. Но теперь нужно, выиграть. So that's the other word for winning. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But else it seems, I mean, the gist of most of the messages just seems like once we have started, we just need to carry on. And it seems like it feels like we have to carry on indefinitely. Yeah, and indeed, without a clear understanding what winning actually means, what it could mean, but yeah, and I only saw one message which even considered that there could be a change of power in Russia, but if what I was thinking about, there's one message which mentions Germany, that like once you lose, things get really bad for you. Think of Germany, and I thought, well, it's actually the other way around. I mean, the good thing. I mean, if Germany had won, I don't know how it would look like here today. I mean, it's for Germany itself. Of course, I mean, what was terrible is the mass eviction of 14 million Germans from the Eastern territories. So that's certainly a wound that took a long time to heal, if it has healed. But else, I guess, I mean, that we have a civil society, that we have democracy, that we have kind of security and peace. I mean, that's all, I guess, due to the fact that Nazism was defeated, and we can be grateful for that. And I think the only way that maybe not, I don't know if the only, but the surest way for Russia to transform itself and to become a more humane place would be if they were defeated. So I'm not really sure. Maybe I just wonder whether that's a thought that the average reader of Medusa shares, and we just don't see it in those messages, because those messages specifically respond to the question to why do you support the war? Because like at least from my Russian contacts and or my friends, which are mostly not ethnic Russian but still Russian citizens, and I think there's still quite a few of quite a bit of Russian centric thinking also if you're not an ethnic Russian, is actually that that what they fear most would be a Russian victory, and what they hope for most would be a Russian defeat. I mean, that's among my contacts, and I just kind of, maybe I'm naive, but I thought, well, maybe that's a thought that at least a large part of the anti-Putin bunch in Russia actually shares. I really don't know. It would be.
Yeah, I think, Johannes, you're right within your circle, right? But the people that you worked with are, to the best of my understanding, the most activisty people among the various ethnic minorities in remote regions of Russia, right? So it's the ones who are the most against not just the regime, but also, I'm guessing, often the existence of the Russian Federation that includes them, or at least without very significant additional autonomy, right? But they also tend to be, I'm guessing, on an end of a political spectrum that's particularly, what can we say, anti regime, but maybe more, pro peace at any cost. At most times, right? So you have not just people who are against the regime, but more often against the existence of the Russian Federation as a bigger picture, right? Maybe not openly against it, but at least they're closer to that end of things, rather than ones that want to, keep Russia together.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea. I think there are few who right now kind of have the courage to imagine a post-Russia world. I think they are still, even within the non-Russian ethnic groups, they are still quite a minority, and they are mostly in exile. So within Russia, even this understanding that Russia is a colonial empire, and that non-Russians live in a colonial situation, or in a colonial setting, is still not a very widespread understanding. It's really mostly non-Russians in exile who espouse, or who have embraced that concept. Still, I think this understanding that Russia must lose is something which I think is at least among my contacts who are in Russia, who don't even think about Russia actually disintegrating. They still would agree that Russia must lose this thing. Although, of course, it's really not clear what the consequence of this is going to be.
Indeed, and for many peoples that are, that have been occupied first by the empire and then the Soviet Union, and now the Russian Federation in remote areas, it might be the one opportunity for statehood, right? It might be the one opportunity for self-determination. So certainly those who are more activist minded, let's say, within them, because even in those cases, many, to some degree, maybe through ignorance, maybe some other, that support the actions of the government, right? So in that context, of course, it's important, and it's useful to distinguish between those who are striving for greater agency for such peoples and those who give in like most do. But it gives you an option for it gives them an option for maybe breaking the shackles because Russia loses and therefore kind of goes into disintegration.
Yeah, thanks. I guess that was about it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Johannes. No, but I think it's good to read this, right? And it's good to understand that the mistake that is made so often by so many decision makers, much less often than they used to, than they used to be made. That what there's any sort of salvation within Russian liberals, or that you can just have a nice and easy transition and all be fine. Nah, that doesn't work that way. No, they're much more interested in maintaining Russia as it is, and that means other things for them.
Doman, I just wanted to comment on the video that I sent you, that we think are perhaps Tochka.
Yeah, Tochka U launchers, those are, yeah. And a bunch of them in a field.
Yeah.
I can't be sure that it's a new video.
No, it's just recently arrived. I haven't seen it before, put it that way, and I'm very good with recalling visuals. It's only that there was scurrilous rumours going around that they didn't have any of these things left, and yet it appears that they might.
So, mea culpa for that. I am the cause of many of these untrue rumors. Because last year, when Ukraine was getting HIMARS, just before HIMARS got into theater, and while there were only very few, Ukraine was using Tochkas like nobody's business. And there were videos just like this that show, a field, a bunch of Tochka launchers cropping up, setting up, launching, and scurrying off. We saw these videos again and again and again and again and again, right around the, let's call it 11 months ago. Just as the HIMARS were announced, they were training on them, and just as the first ones were there in theater. So the presumption, my presumption at the time was, well, a Tochka can't do anything that a HIMARS can't, except Tochka's much less precise. Therefore, they're using them up now because they know they can, because they're getting, better stuff anyway. And I don't know where they could have gotten more from. So the only operators of Tochkas, they're all kind of associated with Russia, except for Bulgaria. And it could be Bulgaria or maybe Azerbaijan. They had a few, but I don't think that they would be handing them over. Maybe Bulgaria. But the government only just got in, so that's more questionable as well. Pretty much everybody else, like North Korea, Syria, Belarus. There might have been some left somewhere in deep storage in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, Germany, right? Ones that were previously in the Soviet occupied zone. So there's a possibility that there's some more somewhere in there that maybe needed refurbishment, and maybe it took quite some months to do the refurbishment, whatever that means in terms of rockets. So I don't think we really saw them for many months in between. But maybe now they're just clearing out whatever stocks they had, because they might not even need anything that long range very soon, right? If they're very successful in their eventually to begin offensive. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know, or maybe it's an old video, and I would completely believe that this is an older, somewhat older video, maybe from last year. It looks kind of a setup like many from last year, So unless someone can identify a specific thing that makes it from this year, then I would worry that it's probably last year's. And you know, our memory isn't that good, right? Our memory is pretty good for, oh, we saw this last week, but a year ago.
Well, I tend to recognise things that I've seen before. I just seem to have one of those brains. But it's possible it passed me by last year. So yeah. However, that you know, there was Russians posted a picture of a piece of a Tochka U missile recently. They seem to have placed it where it was found because I just have a feeling that the windows would have been broken had it really landed in that spot. So I just wondered if that might have any correspondence. But, you know, Russians do weird things.
I just had a thought. So there's a couple of things. So Tochkas are kind of infamous. They call them infamous, much more so than famous, because for many years, between say 2015 and 2021, Russians claimed, oh, only Ukraine has these, and look, we found these here in Donetsk, in Luhansk. You know, Ukraine has been bombing these areas. And their evidence was, well, we don't have any. Russia doesn't have any. Russia doesn't have any of these systems of, you know, Soviet make and design. So it must be Ukraine. And it wasn't until some point last year, around this time, more or less a year ago, that we saw a giant convoy of Russian ones in Russian, you know, insignia, in Russian camo, driving through somewhere in Luhansk, in occupied territory, way behind the front line. It was a very new video with Zeds painted all over them, you know. And at that point, obviously, this Russian claim collapsed in on itself. But still, you know, this is presented as some sort of evidence. Now, my thinking is, one other source for Ukraine to have got more of these could have been from Balaklia. I don't know if they actually held them there or not, but in Balaklia, in Kharkiv Oblast, one of the first places that they liberated early in the counteroffensive, right, in Eastern Kharkiv Oblast, there was a big ammo storage facility. So my thinking there is, okay, maybe there's a big ammo storage facility. Maybe that's where they got a bunch of these from. Maybe there was still a storage of a bunch of these things there, and maybe that's where they ended up getting them from. So I think that's another possibility. Russians didn't use much or any of the ammunition that was in that big ammo depot in Balaklia that they took over. So it could be that. That's another potential source of, you know, why we might not have seen them for a while, but now seen them again after a very long time.
Oh, that makes some sort of sense. Thanks.
Yeah. I think I've made my point. See if you get the joke point.
Very good.
Because, you know, Tochka means point. Like a
yeah.
full stop kind of point.
Well, it certainly does create some endings. Axel, are you available for a moment? I'm going to take that then. Oh, I can't bring people up, and Doman needs to co-host, please.
Easy.
Thank you. So, the Freedom of Russia Legion have announced again this morning that they are out and about. They've posted a new video showing some smoke rising over Shebekino, and well, we're keeping an eye on that. Now, somebody asked me this morning about what happened to the 2 cruise missiles that were not shot down. And Russian cruise missiles did hit an airfield at Kropyvnytsky. I'm going with that.
Well said.
Thank you. 2 Russian missiles struck an active Ukrainian airfield near Kropyvnytsky in Kirovohrad Oblast on June the 4th, according to the Air Force spokesman. He did not reveal the extent of the damage, calling instead for additional air defense for the country. He added that Russian overnight attacks also damaged some infrastructure assets in Sumy Oblast. So that's just an update of that for you.
So seeing there's no hands, I'll just give you a little bit of history. So Kropyvnytsky only became known as Kropyvnytsky a few years ago. And it was named after Marko Kropyvnytsky, who's a famous Ukrainian 19th century writer, sort of artsy type writer. Before that, it was called Kirovo or Kirovohrad. It was named after a Bolshevik revolutionary sometime during the Holodomor, just to really, put the knife in there. Initially, it was known as it was named after the Empress Elizabeth, so Yelisavetgrad. But then the Soviets obviously didn't want it to be named after the Russian Empress, so they changed it to one of their revolutionaries. The reason why so it's kind of funny, right? Like with the Dnipro and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast and Kropyvnytsky and Kirovohrad Oblast, they've changed the names of some of the cities to non-Soviet names, but they haven't yet changed the names of the oblasts. So interestingly, for Kirovohrad Oblast, the change has already been approved, stamped, everything's been done. It's just not been implemented yet when the war started. So obviously now it hasn't been done yet. Just thought somebody might find that interesting. I find things like this interesting all the time. Chris.
Good morning again. I was just going to add into the discussion about Ukrainian airfields being attacked, and that just to remember that the Ukrainians are extremely good at making airfields look like either active airfields or destroyed airfields. Have done in the past, and that quite effectively. Have made big printed sheets with destroyed fighters printed on them that cover actual fighters. So I'm not saying whether it's true or not true that Ukrainian airfields are being attacked and that, but it might not be true. Or if they have been attacked, they might not actually be destroying. The Russians might not be destroying what they think they're destroying. I also think on the missile thing, Doman, right, that we don't really know exactly what the Ukrainians had when they started, and I also noticed on the Russian side, obviously this massive uptick in May of missiles and drones sent over. So we clearly haven't managed to stop them, and they're not running out yet, are they?
No, they're not running out, not quite. The question is, how low are they running though? Right, that's I think the big question. If they're running, the lower they're running, the better, naturally. But it's very difficult to determine exactly how exactly how low that low is. Now, why does it matter how low that low is? Because decision making is different depending on how low that low is, right? In some cases, you can imagine that if they have barely any, they're a little bit less likely to go and launch them. But it also means their strategy, the strategies kind of indicated they're quite low on it. They are running with, what can I say? You can see that they try to concentrate fires in a short period with a lot of missiles to try to overwhelm Ukrainian air defenses. But beyond that, they're hardly very regular compared to the volume of missiles launched back in the autumn, at the start of the winter. The sheer number of missiles launched at Ukrainian cities has been much lower, and the interception rate has been even higher than then. So that's pretty good, I guess. But it's also I would say pretty notable.
Yeah, but Damon, I'm also thinking about that we need to just rethink again about sanctions and the effectiveness of sanctions, and like what components are actually going into these missiles. We need to have another think about that.
Oh, absolutely, and this is one of those big issues, right? Do Western parts actually go into these? What can be done to really clamp down on those specific things? Because those are the things that are really by far the hardest to change out, and that's where the greatest value can be had out of all of this. 100%, Chris. Mikhail?
I am back after. So I found out what the German Shepherd did here. There was this baby deer right outside the garden fence, and both of the dogs went totally ballistic half an hour ago. But now they're inside, and everything is calm and quiet, except for the small hunting dog who really wishes to get back outside. She wants to talk to the baby deer, but we're keeping her inside for now. I dropped and came back up, and thank you so much, Marcus, for helping me out as well. I've dropped so many times. I just wanted to ask: did you guys get to discuss the Medusa article with the so-called liberal Russians talking about how they both do not support the war and support the war in some weird illogical manner?
Yeah, we did. We had a little chat about this. If you have any thoughts on it, feel free to share. But what we basically got to is it seems that the balance of empathy versus versus just sheer self-interest is driving a lot of people to say, well, we started it, we have to finish it, otherwise it's worse for us here living in Russia. Or I found one of them saying, no, I'm not going to pay reparations for 20 years for something I didn't start, which is let's say very low empathy response there. Did you read it? Did you read the English language version or the Russian language version?
I just read the English language version, trusting that Johannes sort of, it seemed like the translation was okay, because I had the dogs running
Yeah, the
around
one bit that
all
Johannes
the
read
time.
out in Russian, I was tracking in English, and it sounded exactly the same to me. So that's good enough for me. What's your thought?
Okay, cool. Yeah, my thought is, I had two thoughts. The first one being that these people, even though they are sort of reading Medusa and commenting or writing in their thoughts in, these people are detached from what is actually happening on the ground. They are not exposed to the hideousness that, or I fear they're not exposed enough to what their own so-called army and how they've been conducting themselves on the ground. And I think that should tell us something about how important it will be to expose the Russian population to the hardcore facts and pictures of the war once all of this is over. I think that's hugely important. So what we will be doing in the free world to show Russians living here and living in Russia what this was all about, and how thousands of Russian troops have conducted themselves in Ukraine is extremely important, because what all of this historically builds on is the continued lie and lack of coming to terms with what was the Soviet Union. And I think if you were to talk to any Russian, at least in Moscow or St. Petersburg, for the last 2 or 3 decades, they have this wrong idea that Russia is powerful and mighty, and it doesn't matter whether it's the Russian Federation, whether it's the Soviet Union, or whatever. They have this constructed idea that they are somewhat a powerful global player that has a say in things, and that they have a cultural and sort of mindset relevance to the world to counter this idea of the unipolar Americans. Actually, that is what one of the first things that Putin did when he came into power in 2000 was to make a new security policy directive, in which it says explicitly that Russia needs to fight the unipolar American sort of grip on the world. And so it's just my thought is that these people, their logic is not coherent. Okay, it doesn't add up. You can't say being against the war and Russia should not lose, and that is so typical for how so many Russians think, and politicians as well as all of us, everybody needs to be very aware of. I mean, we have to fight back, and after Russia loses, we cannot lose focus of how important it is to smear it into their faces what they've done. So I think firstly that's hugely important. Secondly, like Johannes said this very precisely, I think it was. It's really worrisome that a lot of Russians are living in the free world and have these thoughts, these fascist, authoritarian thoughts whilst living in our countries. And I do hope that the security services of the free world are watching and listening to what these would-be fifth column people are thinking. And that is something that I do believe, I do hope the security services are worrying a lot about the Russians who have these sick thoughts that this war could be justified in any way. I hope they are observant. Yeah, so that were my thoughts.
So there's about 20 blurbs in here, give or take, right? And there's 2 of them are living in Germany, one for a very long time, he says, 20 years. One from Vienna, one from Astana, or one from Austria, anyway, and it says Vienna, and one from Astana, Kazakhstan. The one from Astana ends up saying, as far as spending the next 3 lifetimes, repenting, giving up our nuclear weapons, and paying reparations, thanks, but no thanks. And I think that's a really big component here of it. Now, one thing I'm not sure that I agree with you on is shoving it in their face, that as though they're going to believe it if it's shoved in their face. I say this for 2 reasons. One is, for example, the telling of the one in Berlin, right, saying, "Oh, this is just a Western propaganda," and if you have someone who lives in Russia saying, "Oh, this is just Western propaganda," that's one thing. But when you have people living already in the West saying, "Oh, this is just Western propaganda," that's another thing. And the other part is, I read tales of Serbs saying, "Oh, Srebrenica didn't happen. Oh, they only killed Bosnian soldiers there. Whatever else, right?" And it's a very well documented event, thoroughly well documented, and it has been shoved in their faces plenty, and over the last 28 years. And yet, there's a rejection of that. So that kind of makes me think, well, are the Russians going to believe that the Russian troops actually did this? And I don't think they will. And I don't think that's going to make that much of a difference. Or why is this case different?
I think that's a good point, and point taken. I think I want to shove it in their face because I'm angry, and that's not always the best argument for doing something. But it just, and I think it's a quite valid argument to take what the Serbs, how the Serbs are viewing everything as sort of indicative of what might happen with the Russians. But that just means that we have a more complex problem that Western leaders and the Western or the free societies of the world really need to take seriously on a long-term basis, because this is ingrained in the culture. The idea that Russia or the Soviet Union is mighty is ingrained, even in spite of the fact that we've seen how terrible they are. The quality of their equipment, the quality of their leadership, the quality of their doctrines is garbage. But their idea of themselves is that they are a hugely important player on the world stage, and their economy is, if not tiny, I mean, it's not really impressive, is it? So their self-image will be a problem or a challenge that we really need to take seriously, and perhaps not jump to the gun and as I would like to. So I think you have a point. I think you have a point, Dom.
And I'm not saying it's not going to make a difference, right? I'm just saying it's we'll have to see what difference it makes. Now the other thing here is it's just this spell with this, that there's some sort of salvation in another political option in Russia that has any chance. It's Medusa. It's an opposition outlet. You're looking at anybody reading this is in the 75th, 80th percentile at the very least of sentiment within Russia, right? If 0th percentile is Putin, all of these people are at least in the 75th, 80th percentile, and this is what you get there. Remember, 75% of people are definitely going to have a more pro-Putin, pro-war belief than anybody writing here. That's the really scary bit, and this is what I'm trying to illustrate a lot when people say, "Oh, it's Putin's war." No, it's not. Look, you have supported the 75th, 80th percentile, quite outright support, and maybe there wasn't one initially, but there is now. Some of these people might be in the 90th, 95th percentile even of this, but we're looking at a minimum 75th, 80th. There's look at the rest of the population needs a change of mindset here, Mikhail.
Yeah, well, and that is something that is that's scary. If you look at the rest of imagine the rest of the population, how they are. And I will also say this, that the Russians that I know who live in the West and have been living here for quite some time, they don't identify as Russian. It's either or, yeah. So if you still sort of identify as Russians, you will have they tend to have a hard time coming to terms with what is going on. The rest of them have left Russia and have left Russianism and want to be citizens of whichever country they live in. They also tend to be really good at learning the language. But they don't feel themselves as a part of Russia, which means that the true sort of free thinking people At least the ones I know, they don't want anything to do with Russia, Russian culture. They are now Swedes, Danes, Germans instead. And I know, again, that is probably an extreme, because I do think that we have a lot of people who've been born in Russia who have these essentially extremist thoughts. I think it's extreme to live in a free society and have this idea that Russia must win this, or else it will be bad and painful for me. It's as a part of the culture, losing face is so unbearable for them because of their, I think, because of their problematic sort of, or that their inherent self-doubt. It's there. They do doubt themselves somewhere. It's just never spoken. So yeah, we have a tough road ahead of us with these people who think they are entitled to their imperialism, when in fact they are underdeveloped, sort of at least when it comes to the mode of thought and sort of how you understand the world from a philosophical standpoint.
And Alexander Clarkson, who's a lecturer at King's London, he said it was something quite interesting to this. He says, the extent to which loss of great power status that has become fundamental to national identity, which, you know, for Russians it very much has. They really like having nuclear weapons on. The extent to which that can end up as a profound shock, even for people with otherwise liberal view who then slide towards a fascist mindset, is not an unusual historical phenomenon. And you know, that bit, I think, really shouldn't be ignored here. Chris.
Hi, Dermot. Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to get some photos of my Malamutes, but they weren't cooperating with me. And good morning to Michael, and it's good to hear him. And Michael, I was just going to say, next to Malamutes, German Shepherds are one of my absolute favourites. And if I can just indulge myself, Michael and Doman and Mockers, and just tell you a quick story that when I was born on an RAF station, RAF Wattisham, in Suffolk, and then went with my dad straight away to Germany, and then I was there on 3 German. I don't know if they probably didn't call them RAF stations. What did they call them, Doman? Not anyway. The RAF would. The RAF were there on these stations, but I don't think they were called RAF stations, is all I'm thinking, right? Because they had, I think, more than RAF there. But anyway, Oldenburg, Garlenkirchen, and Cologne, I believe. But obviously...
It was... So I'm looking at Geilenkirchen, and it was actually called RAF Geilenkirchen.
I was. Okay, cool. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so obviously I'm between the ages of about 1 and 6 during that time and that, and I've got pictures of me where my mum used to put me in a pram outside the front of the married quarters, and a German Shepherd used to come round from next door and guard me. So I don't know if it was a RAF police dog and that, but put it like this: my mum never had to worry about me apparently as a baby, because once the German Shepherd had lain down beside my pram, nobody was going to be getting near me. So I've always had a fondness for German Shepherds for that reason, if not any other. Yeah, so I was going to say as well, Michael, I'm glad you brought up that subject, because Mockers might remember earlier on I was saying that I really think that we have to be extremely careful which Russians and which Chinese we let into our country, which I think was one of the points that you were making, right? Yeah, you know, and that probably goes against generally what I would have said, you know, that I would support, free travel around the world. But these two countries, obviously Russia in particular, have highlighted themselves as being, dangerous when they're in your country. And obviously with Russia in particular, we have a clear trend. I guess we do with China as well, don't we? So we have these like Chinese offices in countries, which I didn't know about, to be honest with you, before I came on this space and that. And we just have, the Russian strategy of, send a few people in, send a few more people in, and then send the military in to protect them. So something that we've got to guard against. Interested to hear what you say, Michael.
Yeah, Michael, go ahead. Respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is problematic, and I think it's more problematic than we've been sort of thinking about, because most of the strategic intelligence outlooks have not focused for decades on Russia. It's always been pushing. A lot of them has, when they do their annual reports or whatever, the outlook has always been Russia is not dangerous. Russia is okay, so there are some problematic sort of tendencies, but they're not dangerous. Or whilst, especially in Europe, we've been fighting Islamist extremism and these terrorist attacks. So a lot of the security services for the last 20 years have been focusing on that sort of extremism. Whereas my fear is how much free play have the Russian the Russian intelligence service and sort of covert operators, as well as influencers, if you will. How much free play have they got? I think they've had it way too easy, and I sure hope, and I do think this is happening, yeah. But it's so hugely important that that counterintelligence operations for each of our countries' intelligence services and security services, they need to be on point, yeah, because it would seem from this Medusa article as well, yeah, it seems like a lot of people, Russian people, could be motivated into different ways of serving their motherland. Yeah, so that is worrying, and I really, really hope that the good folks at the MI5 and all around the police security services in the free world are looking into this. I'm not saying that every Russian is sort of should be could be a problem, but you don't need many people because this will their loss now will be really, really hard on them. And depending on how it plays out in the Kremlin, we need to keep an open eye. Yeah. By the way, the German Shepherd he has a little bit of Rottweiler in him. His mother was half German Shepherd, half Rottweiler, so he's a big boy of 43 kilos. He's sort of kind and very unproblematic when he's not chasing baby deer. That's that's the only thing.
That's an interesting mix.
Oh my. Hawaii, go ahead.
Good evening. Really great discussion here, and always been a big fan of this space and listen to it every day. And I just wanted to get a sanity check from you folks. And first off, Doman, you and Yehuda are my idols. You guys are just amazing rock stars, and I learn so much every day from both of you. So I wanted to say that, but
Pretty please don't proclaim me.
no.
An idol,
because then somebody would throw me in a pyre. Yeah, exactly. But no, huge respect and so much knowledge and so honest and truthful. So I appreciate that. But I wanted to get a sanity check, and it's just some observations I have, and I just wanted to get a feel from you folks if what I'm seeing is not exactly what I'm seeing, or it is exactly what I'm seeing. And it just seems like we're at a crossroads now with the conflict. And, obviously the counter offensive is going to happen. And we know that that's going to have some heightened tensions and attention within the media. But it seems like we've seen the world, or at least world leaders, come out with the strongest language that I've seen yet. And we've seen the greatest amount of military support that we've seen yet. Um, and to me, that is a signal that I think that the tide is turning, at least in a bad way for the Russian military. We saw Secretary Blinken, who is usually very diplomatic, usually very measured in his words, with an incredible speech in Finland, which blew me away. And the words that he was saying, and just like how forceful he was, and how much he just detailed every, the 10 reasons and 10 steps and everything. And to me, that was just mind blowing. And then to see, Schultz from Germany, very, very, um, you know, unlike him from what I've seen, speak out in public and in front of like cheering, and I mean, not cheering, but, very vocal opposition. To me, that's a huge deal. And then I don't know, it just seems like the whole talk about peace negotiations and, China getting more involved now than, in the first 8 months of this conflict makes me think that, there's something going on here. And I think that, I don't know, for me, I just think that it seems like maybe Russians are concerned and the West smells blood and knows what's happening, and China knows what's happening. And so I'm just wondering, am I off here in thinking that we are maybe possibly here at a crossroads? Um, and then, just to end my question, with the Chinese and, two very aggressive actions in the past week, one with the fighter jet, and then now just a few hours ago or earlier, 12 hours ago with the battleship, getting in front of the Canadians and the Americans, very, very aggressive. I wonder if they see this as the time to kind of like, you know, get cooking on what we thought was going to be happening, besides what happened with Russia. So anyway, thanks. Just wanted to get your thoughts.
Thanks, Mike. I think we're past the crossroads, even not just at a crossroads. I think we're past a crossroads. Is it the crossroads? Is yet to be seen, but we're certainly past a crossroads, or turned the correct way at a recent crossroads. Because in the past 2 weeks, I've started observing things having kicked very much from a political gear to a much more administrative gear. It's almost as though, finally those decisions that had to be taken, which were difficult decisions. Yeah, there's a few that seemed to not have been yet, right? Attackers, for example. But the bulk of them the bulk of the political decision making seems to have been done, and now it's kind of in the hands of bureaucracy getting stuff actually done, kind of in the civil service, right, out of the hands of ministers and into hands of civil servants. Is everything perfect because of it? No, far from it. Is a lot more needed for Ukraine? Yes, absolutely. But if you 1 year ago, more or less, exactly 1 year ago, M777s got to Ukraine, give or take a couple of weeks. Those were the first bit of Western manufactured non-light infantry equipment that got to Ukraine. How far have we gotten from that, right? How far have we gotten from, 20 towed howitzers are going to Ukraine, to, and 3 HIMARS as well. Now we see train loads of M109Ls from Italy, right? There's a whole train load, I don't know, 30 of them, whatever it is. We're like, yeah, and by the way, there was a train full of howitzers going to Ukraine today, just by the way. How much things that were on the edge of what's possible a year ago have become routine, And that routinization, I think, is both important to note, and it's important that it did happen, because that, relatively routine now, this is now an operations thing rather than a political thing, is going to be the thing that makes a huge difference. And it was important to get through all of these political decisions. And I, for one, was endlessly frustrated with these things taking a very long time and being very slow and being very kind of Scholzy, right? In the previous sense of the word. But eventually, looks like it's actually shown up. And the same goes here for the same goes here now for planes as well. Kind of the political decision was taken at some point, kind of softly, between the Dutch and the Danes chiefly, it seems, which is very good. And now it's kind of gone quiet. And it's gone quiet except for suddenly there's a whole lot of F-16 activity in all sorts of places that haven't seen nearly as much F-16 activity previously, which is good. And it seems to have been really put into operations. I think there's a couple of political decisions still to be taken there, chiefly around who's going to be giving what kind of missiles and what kind of missiles are going to be handed to Ukraine. But even though we don't yet know the numbers of F-16s going or other planes, indeed, it actually seems like it's just humming away and working away. And the Ukrainian pilots are now training away, at least ground school. But I think they're up in the air right now, at least a handful of them. And all of that together, what does it do? That makes it much more believable, because Russia was working on an operational basis for a year now, for more than a year now. Except they just don't have the ability to do more than they are currently doing, whereas Ukraine is expanding its capabilities and it's expanding capacities in a way hitherto unseen. So I think we're past a crossroads, a very big one. Is it the big crossroads? That I think yet to be seen. And people are right, and I hate that people are right about this. I hate that people are right that this offensive now that Ukraine will be undertaking sometime soon is going to determine a lot of how other countries see Ukraine as well. And I don't like that. I'm very frustrated with that being true. But nevertheless, it is true, and it will have to be done, and it will be done. I just hope that Ukraine is particularly successful in it. Let's see if it was quite enough thus far. But I think you're right. As to China, I think they may be testing the waters a little bit of how far the West can be pushed. But this is where a very determined response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the most important. Because if they see determination there with a country that doesn't have these deep-rooted connections and the deep-rooted importance for a long time now in policy, a country to which policy was sort of ever changing, that serves as the best kind of deterrence. So anybody, especially sort of China hawks in Washington, right, who are saying no, China's the big problem. We need to stock up, save up. We need to solve that. No, they're wrong. They're presenting a false dichotomy of an either or, because it's not an either or, because one prevents the other from being nearly as much of a problem. You can deter Russia, and so you can deter China. You can deter China best, even if that deterrence is even needed. I frankly think that maybe this is more of a play for domestic audiences rather than a serious one. Still, because I don't think they're determined to see that through. I don't think they have the stomach for it. What was hypothesized to be their aim. I genuinely don't think they have the stomach for it. But even if they do, the best way to deter them and to make sure that they don't have a stomach for it is to have Ukraine beat Russia, to have Ukraine get all of its territories back and expel Russian forces from its territory, because that would be just far better than anything else. So I think you're right. I think we're past a big crossroads. Let's see if it's the big one. That might be. and this is the way to deter anything from happening anywhere else.
Yeah, I agree, and Senator Lindsey Graham, right, a very staunch Republican, to come out very publicly in the same week. I mean, all of this stuff is just like, I mean, how can you not see what's happening and the timing, which makes me think that something is coming. But I mean, to your point, right? I mean, train loads of artillery coming in from Italy. I mean, and F-16s. I think, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I think Ukraine should be in NATO. Whether or not that happens, that's. I mean, I have no idea. But if they don't bring Ukraine into NATO, they need to give them everything that we have. And that's just my personal. I mean, they just have to win. They have to be able to keep those borders, keep the international law intact. Because if not, then I mean, this is going to be a really, really dark world coming up in the next century. So anyway, thanks, and yeah, Slava Ukraine.
Heroes Slava. And let's not forget this, right? What abysmal precedent would be set if Russia were allowed to keep any of the territory it invaded, occupied. An absolutely abysmal precedent. Therefore, it cannot be allowed. Therefore, Russian forces need to be expelled from their period. And that's really it. That's kind of where all of this ends. It's really not that complicated. People think it might be, oh, this is very no, it's not. It's actually shockingly simple. And that's why just do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Marcus, have we heard at all from the Russians liberating Belgorod People's Republic today? Any news from there at all?
We have had a bit of news from them, yes. Bear with me 1 second. I popped it in my pocket here. There we go. So, air defense is already operating in Belgorod today. The incursion continues as Russian forces still haven't regained control over areas taken by the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Freedom of Russia Legion. Governor Gladkov reports ongoing fighting in the region. He claims there is damage after heavy shelling at night and that 4,000 people have been temporarily relocated. In the area of Novaya Tavolzhanka, there are active battles. Putin's troops continue to cover houses with civilians with heavy artillery. The Freedom of Russia Legion reports, we urge the locals not to leave their shelters at the moment. So, yeah, there's stuff going on. And there was a video of them walking the streets in Shebekino. So, yes, they are continuing to do their thing. I'm keeping an eye on it during the day. I have a feed from them, so when they bring up any further information, I'll be sure to let you know.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. No, it's a good one, I think, on the whole, and it's to a great degree. Why are they doing this? Why is this interesting? It's interesting because it's mirroring the nonsense that Russians engaged in back when they were invading the east of Ukraine back in 2014. Right, they were the same sort of approaches, and yeah. It's teaching them a lesson of their own designs. Michael Burry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask what your thoughts would be with Finland joining NATO. How do you think that's going to affect things? Anybody that's on the panel or anybody that might know anything more about that?
Do you be specific about what things? Because it has
Well,
ramifications in many things.
Oh, because you were talking about the border and having that, and of course that's the entire issue with. I feel like one, but the entire situation here is NATO incursion, especially on the borders, because that place is
What NATO incursion? There is no NATO incursion on any borders.
Eastward expansion.
There's no do you know what an incursion means?
Oh, sorry.
Incursion means crossing
let's,
a
let's
border.
let's not use that word then. Sorry. Expansion, NATO expansion to the east is what I meant, and how Finland.
How's that an issue?
Yeah, I was just going to ask y'all's opinion.
No. But how's that an issue? How's NATO expansion an issue?
That was my question to you.
Yeah, but it's my question to you because you said the whole point is NATO expansion, the issue of NATO expansion. How is that?
Do you not feel like that could be a possible reason behind Putin's motives behind this type of conflict? I'm trying to put my words delicately.
So Putin invaded in 2014. He invaded Ukraine, which was not slated to join NATO at any time ever, possibly. So as to get his borders closer to NATO borders in Poland and Romania. And then did that again in 2022 to try to occupy all of Ukraine because he wants a longer NATO border, clearly, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be invading a country that borders a bunch of countries in NATO to try to annex it. So clearly what he really wants is to have as much border with NATO states as possible, right?
Why do you think that would be?
I don't know, but if you think that this is this is an issue for him, then why would he be invading a country that borders a bunch of NATO countries to clearly want to have more border with NATO countries? I mean, he wanted to annex Ukraine,
I would
right?
definitely say it would definitely have to, I would assume, have to deal with oil, and especially with in south of Crimea, those reserves there that they found.
Oh,
insane amount of money there.
So Putin.
I'm talking geopolitics here, not necessarily like an intention, or I'm talking like at a long, decades long term.
So you're saying the guy who runs the largest gas station in the world says, I need more of this particular resource. Therefore,
Sure.
I'm going to invade a neighboring country and genocide its people to get my hands on it. Even though I'm 70 years old. And
I'm saying there are 15 different reasons he probably did this, but that is definitely one of them.
Well, the reason is very clear. Have you read his essay? He outlines the reason very clearly.
Oh, that's what I was asking. Yeah, I want you to explain.
Well, in 2021, he wrote an essay in which he said, there is no such thing as a Ukrainian people. There are traitors to Russia, and for that they must be punished. And then he went on a genocidal invasion to try to exterminate peoples that his predecessors, from whom he likes a lot, like Stalin, already tried to do previously. It's very clear. Everybody making up reasons for why Putin invaded Ukraine are literally not listening to him when he lays out the reasons of his genocidal intent in his essay. It's very similar to the appeasniks back in late 1930s, who were very surprised at what Hitler turned out to be, as though he hadn't written a literal manifesto before that. It's very easy to understand what Putin's after. He literally told everyone. He wrote an essay and published it on the Kremlin's website in August 2021.
The man is a lifelong KGB agent. When's the last time you think he's actually told the truth?
So wait, so you're saying that the guy who
I'm
says
100%. I'm 100% for Ukraine.
Michael,
I want to make that 100% clear.
Yeah. But hear me out on this.
Okay.
The guy said, I want to commit genocide. And then 6 months later, his troops crossed the borders into Ukraine and started committing genocide. So, he said, I want to commit genocide. Then his troops went and committed genocide. I think this is a pretty open and shut case. He wanted to commit genocide. He told us he wanted to commit genocide, and then he committed genocide. I think it's very straightforward here.
I feel like you're not looking at the geopolitical kind of outlook on it, though.
No, I'm
Well,
looking
you
it up.
notice how Gazprom, you see how Iran has come into the picture, you see how Turkey has come into the picture, you see how Saudi Arabia has come into the picture.
Mate,
It's a lot of different moving
you're
parts here, and you're
throwing
kind
up
of simplifying
names
it.
of countries. You're throwing up names of countries
Well, yeah,
to
because
make yourself
do
sound
you want me to?
clever.
I can
That's fine.
explain it.
No,
I'm
no,
not trying
no,
to
no, no,
argue.
no. Don't worry.
Sorry.
You don't need to explain. I know exactly what you're after. But you're doing all of
Well,
that while
what am I after then?
ignoring. You're after a different explanation when the
Right, because you were
explanation
trying to
that has been
simplify it.
given up is sufficient. Is
Oh,
it the
he's a
whole thing?
fuck.
Probably
He's an
not.
idiot.
But it's a sufficient explanation, and you don't need any other explanation because there is no explanation for genocide except for genocidal intent.
This is
Genocidal
very true.
intent has been well evidenced, and there's no need to try to, explain it away with any other explanation.
Oh,
It's
you're right. You're
thoroughly
right.
well evidenced, right? He
Yeah,
said
you're
what
right.
he wanted to do. He literally went and did it. Clearly, that's what he wanted to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. It's pretty open and shut. Are there other reasons for why some people that support him, various oligarchs, went with him and said, "Yeah, this is a great idea. I get to have, a bigger business empire and another bigger yacht." Sure, but why did Putin do it? That's very clear. Because he has genocidal intent. Because he wants to rebuild a great empire. Because he wants to be remembered as a rebuilder of a great empire. He explained all of that. There's no
There
mystery
you go.
there.
There you go. You are very right on that.
All right, Finland. You asked about Finland. Finland, it's interesting because Finland never wanted to go into NATO until Putin said, effectively, if you border us and you're not in NATO, we can go in and we can genocide your people. Then Finland said, you know what? Maybe we should best go into NATO. So Putin should get an award as a NATO Salesman of the Year for 2022 for persuading two countries that never wanted to go into NATO for going into NATO. And of course, they were already up to standards, so they got in immediately. What this does is actually the worst strategic decision for him ever, because of where the intercontinental ballistic missiles and submarine launched ballistic missiles are based, which is right off the Finnish border, very close to territories that Stalin conquered from Finland in the late 30s, early 40s. Now NATO borders or NATO controlled territory is much closer to all of those sides than it was before, bar a little bit of Finnmark up there in the north of Norway. So he really conducted a very bad move there. Now, if you want evidence how Putin isn't threatened by NATO, I can give you some evidence real quick before you go to Miskum. The best evidence to look at is the behavior of Russian forces and the disposition of Russian forces around near Finnish borders. Russians have removed, we know that from satellite imagery, have removed large quantities of their air defense forces from around St. Petersburg, right on the Russian border. They have emptied military bases at Vyborg, that is to say Viipuri, at Kamenka, even up in Alakurti. There's a lot fewer people there than there used to be. That never happened during the Soviet days. And Pskov, for example, right there on the border of Latvia and Estonia in Russia, empty out the base. So clearly he's not worried in the slightest about a NATO invasion because he knows that nobody else in the 21st century in Europe is crazy enough to try to go and invade a neighbor. Best evidence, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof of the perceived threat of NATO is in removing your forces from everywhere close to NATO in order to go and genocide Ukrainians. But from a strategic perspective, objectively speaking, yeah, he made a massive strategic blunder. But that's because he knows that in practice, there is no risk for Russia from NATO. Right, close that off. Let's go to Miskum. Welcome up.
Hi, good morning to you all. How are you?
Pretty well. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Why aren't we talking about the long border between Russia and China and both of those countries' interests in Ukrainian technologies, including Antonov and stuff like that they weren't able to actually acquire that they've stolen.
We can. It's one of those things that I like bringing up to people who say, "Oh, but there's territorial disputes." Yeah, do you know where there's actual territorial disputes between China and Russia? So why doesn't Russia try to take its historical
Well, how many-
imperial lands, which are now in northeast China, and why doesn't China try to take historical imperial lands, which are now in Russia? Surely they can go fight each other instead.
Right, got it. How many Russians own farmlands in China versus how many Chinese own farmlands throughout Russia?
The latter is definitely more pronounced than the former, because there's just not that much farmland in China, honestly. Certainly not free for owning. More so than ownership. I think ownership can get overstated. More so economic control by other means. There's more market. But there's quite a bit, yeah. There's quite a bit of Chinese interest certainly in Russian commodity farming.
I certainly understand what you're saying, is that you're acknowledging that business is war.
All right. Sorry, Miss Kim, I'm very sorry, but your audio is not the best today. And I think you might be driving, you might be going through not the best area. But there is a business component to this. Okay, let's maybe disassemble two bits here, right? Is there a business component to the Russian invasion of Ukraine for some Russians? Yes. Is there a business component for Putin? Not really, because he doesn't really care about those things. He doesn't care about money.
Mining. All he wants is minerals from Ukraine's territory.
Putin?
Yeah, he has a PhD
Putin doesn't have it.
in
No,
mining.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, that's what I know.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
What does he
Putin
have?
doesn't have a PhD in anything. That's
Oh, it's an
just not
honorary
factually not true.
KGB.
Okay, maybe
kind of
if he
Got it.
yeah, that's fine. An honorary doctorate he might have gotten for whatever. That is besides the point. He doesn't actually care about any of those things. He doesn't care about. He doesn't care about any of those things.
Okay,
He fundamentally doesn't care about economic. He fundamentally doesn't care about economic measures. If he did, he wouldn't be making very bad decisions for the Russian economy. And Russian resources could have been exploited over the years. They could have been. They're sub-exploited. They don't have abilities to exploit a lot of them themselves. They need help from Western technology, Western companies. Somewhat besides the point. Were there people close to him interested in it who went along for the ride because of it? Absolutely. Is it the determining factor of the Russian invasion? Far from it. Because there's no need for it. Lunchtime.
Business.
Hello. How you doing, Domin? You all right?
Yeah, pretty well. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Not too bad. I just thought I don't know, there seems to be, I don't know about you, but there seems to be this infestation of slightly irritating insects around at the moment. And I just thought I'd come up and offer to share my bug spray.
It's not locusts, is it? You haven't fallen for that silly Russian trope.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. Oh, that sounds like a good one, though. But no, it's just
Marcus, do you want to
irritating.
explain the locust situation to lunchtime? I think he'd enjoy it. I don't know if he likes eating locusts for lunch, but
Yes. So apparently in the Luhansk area, there was a report found by the Russians, which was asking Washington University. It was the Washington University of wherever, Washington, apparently asking for a military unit to accompany some stuff that they were sending over to a fish farm in Ukraine. And this turned into a story that Ukraine were breeding locusts, and these locusts were programmed only to eat Russian crops, or the crops of anyone who was friends with Russians, of course. They definitely didn't eat any Ukrainian crops. No, only Russian stuff. And also, they were very strange locusts because they went out on foot. Yeah, weird. And Washington University some time ago did a study with locusts on being able to sniff out explosives by attaching a funky little piece of machinery to them. I know, fab. But it's something to do with them being able to carry heavy weight and also having extremely good antennae. So this then turned into the story that Ukraine have been breeding combat locusts that will be doing sapper duties. And, well, you and me both are a little bit baffled by that, I would imagine, but also hilarious. Yeah. So watch out for the locusts because they might be combat locusts. You never know.
Thank you, Marcus. I will certainly look out for that. I just wanted to say, Domin, I would never, ever have locust for lunch. I mean, for God's sake, who would do that? And also, you know, one of the esteemed speakers that was enlightening us with their incredible wisdom, their profile listed their interests as crypto, geopolitics, and Beyonce. So I'll just leave you with that that incredible collection of interests as you know something to watch out for when they start speaking.
I think locust is much more maybe a breakfast item, perhaps. Got you.
It's more of a picnic item, you know, over the bonfire, making a nice.
As long as you don't sully the holy meal of lunch with it, I don't mind when you eat it.
Then, John?
Yeah, thank you. So regarding this NATO being a threat to Russia, okay. So what's the goal of Putin? Strategic or geopolitical goals, right? But it's not the threat of being invaded by them. It's a threat of not being able to invade the ones he wants to invade. Right.
Precisely. You know, it's a limit to the ability to expand endlessly.
Lunchtime?
Isn't it more like, you know, if your neighbor suddenly gets like a couple of Mercedes and a Range Rover and whatever, and you're telling your family, oh look, you know, this larder is perfectly good enough. It's more like that, isn't it? I don't think there's any real. I mean, you can't really take all these sort of armchair geopolitical types particularly seriously, I would have thought.
Well, it's looking for something different, some other explanation, because there has to be some other explanation. Because, of course, it doesn't make sense for anyone to just go and commit genocide, right? Which is true on its face, right? Of course, it doesn't make any sense for anyone to go and commit genocide. It's a ridiculous thing to do. It's, you know, there's literally nothing good that comes off it. All you're doing is you're being a murderous tyrant in doing it. Of course, there's nothing good from it, right? The thing that you know they kind of miss out on is sometimes things are just that simple. Sometimes you are just dealing with a sociopath who wants to murder for his own imperial designs, right? And there is no point and no need to try to explain it in some other terms when that is actually the explanation. Don't keep digging down for a different explanation when there just isn't one. Lunchtime? The proof is in the pudding, isn't it? Or the proof of the pudding is in the eating, rather.
I mean, it certainly is, but you know, this has been discussed so many times. I mean, it's been debunked so many times, and like to the extent that there's memes, you know, like you know the meme. It's like, tell me the real reason, and you know, it's like, well, I'm sure you know the meme I'm talking about. It's the NATO expansion, isn't it? It's not. There's no like, yeah. To tell us the real truth. What's actually happening? Are the lizard people really, are the lizard people really in league with the WEF to digitize our vaccines and blood? I mean, good lord, it's beyond parody, and it's not worthy of ruining a lovely Sunday morning.
John?
Yeah, well, what Lunchtime is saying is kind of, with the Lada and the Range Rover, that's a good thing. But I mean, it's not like there's not other countries around there. There's you have Finland, you have the Baltic states, you have Poland. What's this thumbs down for Minsk and whatever? Keep thumbing down everything negative to Russia. Well, what's that? Is that a locust? Anyway, so I still believe he wants to have the possibility to invade whatever country he wants, so they can't join NATO, and that's the risk to him.
100%. Lunchtime, go ahead. Ming, I can't see your hand anymore, but I want to talk to you. So let's go to Lunchtime, and then I'm going to make you talk, Ming. Lunchtime.
I love it. Proactive, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, no, I mean, you're right, of course, Dan John, but the last time the Russians tried anything with Finland, it was quite tricky for them, and having looked at several political representatives debating their lovely neighbour from the Baltic states, there is quite a pugnacious attitude of, yeah, you got us a couple, you got us a couple of times, but it won't go so well for you next time. So yeah, I mean, much as Vlad would love to do all of that stuff, his capacity to do so, well, that's another matter, and it's being significantly degraded every day that he continues this foolishness in Ukraine. And it's foolish for him. I mean, it's a tragedy for Ukraine, of course. Let's not forget that. It really is. It's awful, but it's not the 24-hour jaunt across the border that he anticipated it would be. And each day it continues, this projection of fear and projection of, what was it again? Second biggest, whatever, or I don't know, can't even remember the sort of brags anymore, because they are not to be taken seriously. There is no substance behind them anymore, and that has been amply demonstrated, I believe.
Ming, good morning.
Morning, Damon. How are you? Beautiful day here in Dublin. Was yesterday too, actually. But anyway, yeah, no,
you were in the water yesterday.
I didn't actually, no, because I had my very old friend of mine was in town, so I didn't go swim. I didn't go sailing yesterday. I went into town to meet my Tamil friend, who was in town with his wife because his son is about to leave school here in Ireland, and that was rather nice. Sort of catching up on what's going on with in Sri Lanka and whatnot, amongst other things. But anyway, yeah, no, I like Lunchtime's Range Rover thing. My theory isn't though that the Range Rover is somehow NATO. It's not. It's the EU. This all started, and there were two things that kicked this off. One was at the tail end of the Medvedev presidency. Medvedev had been relatively more liberal than Putin, and there had been protests and whatnot in Russia, quite significant. And Navalny had been making gains. Putin typically tends to do stuff when his own popularity is flagging. And when I say stuff, what I mean is sort of military action type things. So he was fairly down in the polls back in 2014. And the trigger, of course, was the cooperation agreement with the EU. That was the thing that really scared him, because Ukrainians are basically, in his mind, Russians liked. And if they've suddenly got a Range Rover in the form of EU membership and all that brings with it, that would have been a real threat to Putin's regime. So I think that the Range Rover is much more the EU than it is NATO. You're right though, in the sense that if people go off joining NATO, you can no longer invade them. But that was secondary, I think, in his mind. Because he could always find other places to invade, like say Syria or whatever. But it was the EU, I think, that was the biggest threat.
Oh, completely agreeing, right? That's also people look at the thing literally called Euromaidan, right? They look at that and they say, "Oh, it must have been about something else. Definitely couldn't possibly be that Ukrainians weren't in agreement with Yanukovych going back on his electoral promise that he would, continue advancing Ukraine towards the European Union." And then you have really, people who look at that and think, "Nah, it must be something else. Can't possibly be this." Can't possibly be the obvious explanation where they literally named it after wanting to join the EU. Nah, must be something else. If only we had Thompson Bardo to explain to us what you need in your mind, that you're not satisfied with this very obvious explanation that literally everybody gives. Lunchtime?
Yeah, thanks. Absolutely. I mean, I don't disagree at all, man. The Range Rover wasn't necessarily from NATO. It was just having some prosperity through engaging in proper sort of economic practices and reducing corruption and whatever. All the stuff that Russia cannot provide because it is a kleptocracy. I mean, let's not forget, around the time of Maidan, from all accounts, Putin was there watching Gaddafi coming to an end at the hand of his own people on repeat. He wore that videotape out. He probably used a videotape because he's, from all accounts, he doesn't use computers. He doesn't know how to. And they probably can't afford DVDs in the Kremlin. So it probably was a videotape, let's face it. And he wore that thing down. He just watched it on repeat in fear, and decided to embark on this course of action. Everything is a plot after all. This Maidan could not possibly be the result of popular sentiment in Ukraine. It had to be orchestrated surely by the CIA or some other nefarious force. In fact, everything that happens in the world is probably to do with the CIA, and at least in his mind. And so, I mean, again, another story from that time, which I found quite amusing, was apparently Putin took it personally that all the Russia experts in the US were female, as he felt Obama had personally appointed them to slight him and to humiliate him because, women, they're inferior to men, right? So for them to be experts on Russia, my great country, surely is a slap in the face from Obama.
That's interesting, actually. That's really interesting, Lunchtime, because not just, you're probably thinking of Condoleezza Rice, right? Not just female, but also black.
It wasn't actually. I wasn't thinking of Condoleezza Rice. I was thinking of like Julia Ioffe and various other. The various sort of
and what's her name?
correspondents.
The English one, Hill. What's her name? I forget her first name.
I don't know.
The one,
Fiona.
Fiona Hill. That's right.
Yeah, but the story goes specifically American experts in Russia were all female at the time, and Putin took it personally. So which I thought was just a real measure of the man and his paranoia. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think I've actually lost my thread a little bit, but I really think that we cannot take this discussion seriously. This whole business of NATO expansion, it's a matter of record. It's a matter of it's not even up for debate. You know, the countries that want to join NATO have to go through a process. They have to apply, and they have to be approved. And almost universally, they, like the last several. I don't know exactly how many. Domin probably knows, but the last several happened to be ones that were part of the Russian sphere of influence, or bordered Russia, or had the beautiful Warsaw Pact inflicted on their countries, and didn't want any part of it anymore. And you know, that's really nothing to do. You know, you cannot sort of I don't know, create a conspiracy out of this unless you're very dim, and you have some other sort of either you're being paid or you are that thick, and you need some sort of alternative explanation, the real truth, as Domin was alluding to just a second ago.
But I slightly disagree with the thing about you know, the CIA being responsible somehow for Euromaidan. I think that was an after the fact explanation, you know, a bit like, say, shooting down MH17. You know, it all goes horribly wrong, and then they come up with all the explanations that cover up, you know, that the underlying motivation afterwards, as opposed to, oh, look, the CIA are up to no good in Ukraine.
I mean, you might be right about that, but you know, what is time after all? If you're someone as wise and incredible at physics as he probably has a PhD in that, who knows, as Vladimir Putin, then what is time but merely just a construct that you can flip on its head to suit events?
Speaking of events, there's a whole lot of stuff on your favorite Telegram channel that you need to, translate and write up. Just a hint. A lot has accumulated over the last 3 days.
I've been looking at it. There is quite a lot. Yeah. No, the one that made me laugh was about identifying Boeing aircraft as the least safe in Russia. It's like, you know, it's the chances are that obviously Boeing, the 737's been around a lot longer than the A320. So, you know, they've got all sorts of flavors of Boeing 737 in Russia, and some of them are pretty old. Whereas the A320 tends to be younger and whatnot, and as a result, that would typically be a reason for them having more issues. But completely missing from the list is our old favorite, the Sukhoi Superjet. So, and the other really interesting thing was an insight into how they dealt. Did you see this one, Damon? The one about the A350 and the software?
Oh, that's really interesting. That's what I was hoping for you to delve into. Yeah.
Yeah, that is really interesting, because basically what happened is that Aeroflot has some brand new A350s, and the A350 hasn't been around for long, maybe like 4 years, something like that. And there was a software issue. Well, this aircraft was delivered on the 24th of February, I believe. And then there was an airworthiness directive saying you had to implement the software upgrade. Otherwise, you could lose control mid-flight. I haven't dug into the details of the airworthiness directive, but I'm going to do that because there's probably degrees of lack of safety there. But anyway, as a result, Aeroflot just paid for this brand new aircraft, or leased. I don't know. I can look it up, but find out whether it was owned or leased, and couldn't operate it because they couldn't upgrade the software. But a friendly airline slipped them the service bulletin, which is basically the text that goes with the upgrade, saying what you have to do and how, etc., and a copy of the software upgrade as well. And the interesting thing about that is that there's not a lot of A350 operators out there, so it's probably not very hard to identify who the likely suspects are in terms of slipping Aeroflot this software upgrade on the sly. So I'm going to dig around and have a look and come up with a list of suspects, because clearly those guys would be definitely on a list for potential secondary sanctions.
Very good. Did you see this morning's, Pobeda winning once again?
Total victory. They get rammed on the ground by a baggage handling trolley with a great big hole in the fuselage, but fortunately there was a happy ending because nobody on the flight was in danger because they got a replacement aircraft.
It's very impressive, isn't it? So one fewer. Do you reckon they can fix that? Can they patch up the skin like that, or?
It's actually it's harder than it seems. You can't just
pressure.
Exactly, you can't just stick a patch on it, and that's quite a nasty one. So no, I'd say that aircraft is no longer going to be usable because they simply won't have the ability to. You literally have to replace the aircraft skin, and it needs to be it's pressurized and all the rest of it. So it's not an easy fix.
Lunchtime.
I was just wondering. I know you guys were talking about it earlier this morning, but is there any further news from Belgorod?
I'm keeping an eye on it. They're definitely doing something there. They're definitely still going. There appears to be some announcement that there are some Polish persons involved. I don't know about that, but the Russians themselves, the Russian Federation Russians, it turns out that they arrived in Shebekino and then started looting. And Russians are now complaining that the Russian troops that were brought in to defend the border are just breaking into houses and looting. So force of habit, perhaps.
Well, that is unbelievable. What? That's unbelievable. My goodness. So is it just? I mean, it makes you wonder what happens internally in Russia. Is this just what they do? Like, you send Russian troops somewhere to defend some area and they just start looting it. I mean,
yeah, well, that's the Russians. That's what they do.
Troops, civilians, does it really make that much of a difference? Fun times, eh? Fun times. In more concrete news to have come out of Russia, this is very exciting. I think you'll certainly appreciate this. President Orban, Admiral Dictator Orban, has received the Order of Glory and Honor First Class from Patriarch Kirill on the occasion of his 60th birthday for doing such a good job for Hungary and for being a staunch defender of Christian values. Funnily enough, this news came out in Hungary on Friday, the 2nd of June, 2023. Exactly 1 year after the news came out that on the 2nd of June, 2022, that Orban had prevented EU personal sanctions from being levied against Patriarch Kirill. Now, I'm not saying that this is why he got the Order of Glory and Honor First Class, but it's awfully coincidental, isn't it?
It is definitely suspicious, Doman. Definitely suspicious. The other news involving Kirill I saw is that Putin has decided that Russia's most famous icon, Andrei Rublev's Trinity, which has been up until now in the Tretyakov Gallery in Moscow, should now be returned to the Orthodox Church. So they've got it in the it can be venerated in the Cathedral of Christ the Savior of Moscow. That's the one that they rebuilt after Stalin dynamited it in 1931 and built the largest swimming pool in the world on the spot. And after that, apparently it's going to, you know, I forget what it's called, but it's one of their holiest monasteries. So yeah, no, for some reason, Kirill seems to be in the news quite a lot at the moment.
He was also in Swiss news, where they evidenced just how many times he visited Switzerland during his time as a KGB agent.
What tending to his flock of Orthodox Orthodox believers in Switzerland. I kind of find that hard to believe.
Well, there are many, right, since the time of Lenin.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, but you know, someone like some of our Swiss listeners might be able to tell us, but I'd imagine there's not that many in Switzerland.
I'm sure there's many more now than there used to be. It's just my guess. Many, many more. No, but it's very exciting, isn't it? You know, you can prevent someone from getting sanctioned. You can get a nice medal for it. I mean, in some places it'd be called corruption, but hey.
On the Orban question, have we had any Hungarians coming up on the space to speak in general? I don't recall having seen any.
Only very few. I'm in touch with a handful. I don't know, maybe Robert's listening or BBSZ is listening. If you are, do feel free to join us to comment on this. But yeah, there's many questions. Funnily enough, did you know, Meg, that this isn't the first medal from a church that Orban got? In the last year alone, he got the Order of Saint Sava from the Serbian Orthodox Church, as well as a Holy Cross medal from the Armenian Catholic Church.
The Armenian Catholic Church I'm not aware of that one. Is that?
I wasn't either.
Is that the Armenian non-Orthodox Church in communion with Rome?
I think so. I don't quite know how that works, but I think one thing's for sure. I don't think that it's the sort of church that doesn't like Putin.
Yeah, that sounds strange. I mean, I don't know. It might be that the Armenian Orthodox Church used the term Catholic in their title. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But I don't know. I guess next time he's in Armenia, he can go and sacrifice a sheep, as they're wont to do in the Armenian Orthodox Church.
Oh, now, man, now.
No, it's absolutely true. I told you the story, Devin, didn't I? My various trips.
You did. It's a great story.
Various trips to Armenia, driving past the local churches, and outside every one of them, there's people selling chickens and sheep. And I asked my guide what was going on. And he said, well, that's in case, you know, somebody's had a rough day at work and they wanted to sacrifice a chicken or a sheep in the church.
Was there like a Kadyrevite around the corner crying?
Oh, because one sheep less. Yeah, except you know, Chechnya's a little, you know, just a little way away from Armenia.
Basil, welcome up.
Yeah, good morning, Doman, Axel, and others. Chris, I've spoken like a couple of times in the past, but I heard Finland being.
I remember.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Finland had been mentioned 2 or 3 times this morning. So I thought, and as you hear, I'm British, but actually I'm half Finnish. I have a Finnish mother and Finnish grandfather. My grandfather was from Viipuri. He was Karelian and fought in both the Winter War and the Continuation War. And I came up before because I since the outbreak of the war, I've been translating the letters I found just before the invasion in February 2022. I found these letters, and I've been following the war, the Ukrainian war, because I've also relatives, in-laws from the Donbass who are from a suburb of Donetsk, Lugansk, called Metalist, and they're now refugees in UK and in Finland. But one of the things that I met up with Pauli in Helsinki a few times, because I work out of Helsinki. I called David. David and I had a 2-hour discussion last week about the topic. Because what I said to Pauli is that one of the things I keep hearing talked about the Finnish experience, and it was mentioned by Blinken in his speech on the 2nd of June. He talked about the winter war and the unprovoked invasion of Finland, and he referred to that. But no one talks about the counteroffensive that the Finns took in June 1941. I was saying to Pauli that if you look at the Finnish position of where they were between from Viipuri right up to where the border turns 300 kilometers northeast of that part of Finland, you had 300,000 Finnish troops amassed against roughly the same volume of force of the Russians. The Soviets had a similar number of troops. The Finns didn't have superior air force, and certainly they had rebuilt after the Winter War. But they managed to take within 6 weeks. The counteroffensive ended pretty much with the famous Battle of Peelampi or Porlampi on Wikipedia, where the Finns surrounded 3 divisions that the Soviets had in Viipuri, in the town. And then they were caught in this motti, or this kettle, about 15 kilometers south of the town of Viipuri. And why I'm so passionate about this is because my grandfather was on the spearhead of taking that motti. He was part of the 4th Division and the infantry group Jalkaväki Rykmenti 25, 3rd Platoon, which entered that motti with grenades and machine guns. And it was the biggest motti victory of the entire, both the winter and the continuation war. They killed 7,000 Russians in 2 days, took 9,000 Russians prisoner. They captured the most senior general of the entire 5 years of conflict. They took the biggest cache of artillery, weapons, mortars, munitions, and actually the pictures are quite amazing of all the things that Finnish took. But the point is that the Finns didn't have superiority in numbers. The Soviets were well dug in. The Finns, and by the way, the Finns attacked across the whole 300-kilometer front. They broke through at Sortvala, which is kind of near the lake Ladoga in Russian. And my grandfather's division, they attacked towards Viipuri, his hometown, several weeks later. But the Finns were attacking across the entire 300-kilometer front. And it's interestingly enough, the Battle of Peelampi and retaking of Viipuri, that the Soviets, they escaped the town. The Finns actually crossed on boats. The 8th Division crossed the Bay of Viipuri on boats, on motorboats. They had 2,000 troops in motorboats to basically come from the south. And actually, what I found out was just 2 or 3 months ago that my Finnish wife, her grandfather was in the 8th Division. It was Swedish-speaking division from Österbotten, and he actually fought on the other side of that motti. So which was quite amazing. But all I wanted to say is that I think now we're in June. It's 82 years ago in June. The Finns were preparing for this counteroffensive, and I think it probably not much talked about, because obviously in that time Finns were allied with the Germans, and maybe Finns sometimes feel, and it's not much talked about, because obviously what happened next, which was eventually Viipuri fell again in 44. But even so, I think it's an amazing story of how the Finns then actually through superior skills and tactics, and they were able to take the Russians and basically drive them out of Karelia. And by the way, the Finns never ever bombed Soviet cities or villages. I mean, that was because I often hear the counter arguments to say, well, the Finns were they took the the line up to outside of Leningrad, but they never invaded. They never crossed that line, and they never bombed. And the Finnish Air Force were forbidden of flying over Soviet cities or bombing any Soviet cities. So, despite the fact that the Russians or the Soviets were doing that to Finns. So anyway, I've got lots and lots of tidbits and stories about the details that's covered in my grandfather's letters, which I want to make available to people, because there was some 500 letters. He used to write every 2 to 3 days to my grandmother. My grandmother would write back, and so I have all those letters of this, both the Winter War and then the continuation war, and it's an amazing story. And I just see Ukrainian people in his writing, and it's just amazing. And he's 25-year-old, just out of university, was in the reserves, and then get thrown into war, and which lasted 5 years, and luckily he survived and had 6 children, and my mother was the oldest, and hence I'm actually sitting on a terrace in the New Forest in a cottage which is called Karelia, and I'm looking at another cottage which I built in the 1980s with my parents, and that's called Viipuri. So we're still living the the values or the traditions, or trying to keep Karelia and Viipuri alive, at least in some form. But anyway, I've gone on a lot, but I wanted to share, and maybe with Pauli or some of the other Finns, Nalle, it might be worth looking, as some lessons learned of the Finnish counteroffensive in that period, June, July. Again, Battle of Purlampi was on the 31st of August, same day that they took Viipuri. The Russians were surrounded in this motti, and that was basically marked the end of the battle for the Karelian Isthmus. And but it didn't end there for the Finns, because my grandfather, he did that battle and then fought all the way east to Anneslinna, and then further north up to Seesjärvi to chase the Russians all the way further east, which is another longer story. But anyway, and the reference to NATO, remember what Blinken said? He said that before the invasion, 1 out of 4 Finns didn't want to join NATO. After the invasion, 3 out of 4 Finns wanted to join NATO, so, which was, I think, referred to earlier. Anyway, I wanted to give a bit of a Finnish flavor, and
it was even more than that.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, at the end, it was more like 85, 89%. I think I saw polls.
Yes,
So,
yes, that's right. Yeah. But anyway,
the 3 out of 4 is even understanding. Hang about, Basso. I think Ming has a question for it, but I really enjoy listening to the stories.
Yeah, no, Basso, I was just curious how you're progressing on your translation, and when you say in terms of making them available, are you planning to publish them or make them available online? Either way, I wish it'd be really interesting to read them. If you'd let us know,
yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, so what I've done is that obviously these are all handwritten letters in Finnish, which he's been scrawling in trenches and in bunkers and under a lot of stress. So they're actually quite difficult to even to convert from Finnish into written Finnish into type Finnish. So the first step is to turn them into type Finnish, which I've covered the Winter War. So I've done all the letters to the Winter War, and I've just started now the continuation war. So I've got several hundred letters to go. So I'm just doing it slowly. I'm translating them into English simultaneously as they're being typed into Finnish. So I have and then I'm getting military advice on the things that he's saying, because sometimes they're quite technical things he's explaining. And so that's why I've reached out to Pauli and others to help. And then I want to transcribe them. And then I want to, when I retire in a couple of years from my current job, I want to go to Kyiv, and I want to write a book in Kyiv about his experiences, sharing those experiences with Ukrainians, because I think that would be the power of this book. That there's a saying in Finnish that Ryssa on ryssä vaikka voisi paistasi, which is a Russian is a Russian even if you baste him in batter, if you fry him in butter. And it's like the English expression, a leopard never changes his spots, because everything he writes about it's like he's writing it today about Russians. And he talks a lot about the Russians he's captured, the Russians he's killed, the Russians he's tracked, and it's just. And then even what Blinken said about the he said about the Finnish hospitals took the crosses off the roofs. He describes in his letters in detail at the front that they would do decoys and take houses and put crosses on them and put straw men with with stretchers, because that's the Russian doctrine, and that's the way they behave, and that they're. So I'd like to do this comparison to show to the world that 82 years, nothing has changed. And I did say this to David. I said whether I should say this or not, and David encouraged me. He said, well, I said, my grandfather in the sauna said to me once, or several times, he said, I'm about to say my name, but I prefer not to. He said, the only good Russian is a dead Russian. He said, and he would chuckle and with a glint in his eye, and my grandmother, if she heard this, she would slap him and say, hey, stop making those silly jokes. And but I've thought a lot about that, and actually there was something in the way he said it that I thought that he actually believed it and he actually meant it. And I've lived my life, and and he obviously passed away. I passed away 10 years ago. I never had this conversation with him, but and by the way, I then went to marry a Belarusian, so I've got Belarusian kids. My kids have Belarusian passports, speak Belarusian. I spent a lot of my time in Russia and Belarus, and now I spend time in Ukraine because I have Ukrainian relatives. And so I've had kind of lived with this sort of thought, or what did you mean? Why did you say that? And now I'm beginning to understand why he said it, purely because what I see happening in Ukraine, and I think he was partly serious. And I think I'd like to try and explain that as to why that can be, and why can Russians after 82 years, why can they be the same? They need a cultural lobotomy. It is something there that is beyond. It's nothing. It's not about Putin and the regime. There's something about the Russian people and the culture that needs to change.
Yeah, and I think we see that reflected in this Medusa article, don't we, Dermot? Which is effectively a Russian opposition source, but pretty well everybody is saying, oh well, I opposed this war, but now we're in it, we've got to win.
I see Pauli is listening. I was just wondering whether Pauli was willing to come up and say a couple of words about. He's got much more military knowledge and experience of me about the Finnish counteroffensive. Whether he wants to say anything about that, because I do think we're in June. The summer, has started. The Finns it was a beautiful June-July period when the Finnish counteroffensive started. And remember, Finns were taking back, why it's such a great example, Finns were taking back their land, just like the Ukrainians are taking back their land. So I think it's a really, really interesting period, June to September 41. Pauli is joined.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and happy Mannerheim's birthday and our Army's National Flag Day in Finland. Good to see everyone here.
Welcome up, Pauli. Do you want to touch upon this? Basil's been mentioning this a little bit about how it is the 82nd anniversary now of the big Finnish counteroffensive, where they retook Viipuri and many other things. And of course, we are eagerly awaiting similar action on the Ukrainian side. Obviously, not retaking Viipuri, but perhaps Melitopol, Berdyansk, Mariupol, or wherever else they might end up going. Any parallels, or maybe parallels of this pre-counteroffensive time? Do you have any awareness at all, actually, either of you, Basil or Pauli, of what the thinking was in Finland before the counteroffensive kicked off? Were there any reservations, concerns? What happens if this isn't enough? What happens if we don't manage to do enough?
Yeah, so I can go first, if that's all right. Sorry, there might be some background noise. I'm walking the beautiful streets of Helsinki. First, we can draw a lot of parallels. And the first thing that comes to my mind is that already in 1939, in November, the Russians illegally started the war against Finland and were kicked out of the League of Nations. They staged the Manila shots, artillery shots, and tried to invade Finland. The Finns had a clear mindset that, all right, now we are underarmed. We don't have like all the capabilities that our neighbor has. But now we have to ferociously defend our borders and our independence. And this is not going to be the last battle. That there's going to be one after this. And the Finns fought here quite, how do I say? I would say amicably and bravely against the Ruskies. Inflicted, well, I would say those kind of losses that are without comparison, and the estimates differ quite with quite the numbers. And so we fought for 105 days during the Winter War, and already at that point, our army commanders had the idea that, all right, now we just have to have some kind of peace treaty, but there's going to be a second battle. That this is not going to be it. And you have to remember that at that point, the Second World War had just launched. So the war was raging all over Europe. So our army commanders knew this really well. And after the peace was done in the early spring of 1940, then our army commanders started to do a lot of recon and, well, build up our army and get a lot of new equipment, and then to train our troops with the modern tactics, with the blitzkrieg tactics, and then of course to have some kind of aligned plans with the Germany at that point. So if I have to draw parallels, first from the 1939, 1940, I would say that there are some parallels to 2014, where all of a sudden, without no reason and illegally, the Ruskies annexed Crimea, and of course killed a lot of Ukrainian people there as well. And I would say, beginning from 2014, Ukrainian army really started to prepare themselves. And then I would say the second phase was 2022, when the full-blown invasion started. And I would say at this point, the generals knew that, all right, now of course we have to defend, but then we have to prepare for the counter-attack and have solid plans and gather recon. All right, so this was my brief take on the matter. Thank you.
And if I may, I just add maybe a kind of more personal side, something my grandfather wrote on the day of the ceasefire, 13th of March 1940, the Winter War ceasefire. So he wrote that, he said this sentence, "Oh Karelia, beloved dear Karelia." Basically he was really pissed off that there was a ceasefire. All the troops were pissed off that where he was in Kuhmo, which is sort of middle Finland, they were attacking the Mottis, they were clearing them, and then they were told to cease fire, and they were told then the terms of the agreement that they had lost all this land, including his home. And then he used the word revenge. He said, we will look for revenge for this. So, there was absolutely no doubt the Finns wanted to then retake their land. So they worked towards that. And by the way, the Soviets were looking to attack again. So if Barbarossa hadn't happened, and the Germans hadn't invaded Soviet Union, the Soviet Union would have had a second go at Finland. So that's what they were preparing for. So the Finns were busying like mad. And so a couple of statistics. So in the Winter War, the Finns had only 32 planes compared to several thousand Soviet aircraft. In the continuation war, they had some 500, which they had sourced from UK and France and various other countries. So they had been building up, and but almost the biggest supplier of arms to Finland in the continuation war was the actual Soviet Union themselves, because the Finns had amassed masses of equipment that they had taken from Suomussalmi and Kuhmo and these various other mottis that they had taken in the Winter War. So yeah, so I think the psychology of this is that the Finns were very similar to Ukrainians. They want to take their land back, and they're gagging to get on with it and to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Basu. Pauli?
Yeah, that was really nice. Adds to my piece. Thank you. And the one thing I've been trying to cautiously highlight here, that as Finns did in between 1941 and 1944, we had to in the old border lines, we had to take some parts in the borderline back that belonged to Soviet Union or Russia at that point, due to the advantageous positions. So that's something that I clearly see now, that for the Ukrainian victory, they have to they just cannot strictly think about the borders. They have to prepare for the future and for possible negotiations. So it would be, in my humble opinion, idiotic just to rely on the old borders. I don't think they will go to Moscow, but on the border lines, they have to secure the best terrain you can, and that's war. No second guessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. See, it's as you say, right? They were itching to go because they wanted to liberate their own land. Viipuri was the second largest city. It wasn't just some place, right? Not that much off from, be it Donetsk, be it Mariupol, right? Which were both very substantial cities for Ukraine. And it's time. It's long been time, and now certainly it is. Funnily, I think today is the day that Erdogan gets inaugurated yet again as Turkish president. I think it's interesting to see who's going there. Among the people in attendance are Stoltenberg, the NATO General Secretary. There's the former Prime Minister of Sweden is in attendance, right? Carl Bildt. That's quite an interesting one in itself, isn't it? They know what they want out of all of this, and what they want is to be able to take over the narrative here and move Sweden into a NATO member state as well. Right? Kind of an important one. Talk about privatization. Then, John, are you going? Are you there?
I might go. But did you say former foreign minister or former prime minister?
Was he prime minister or foreign minister? I thought he was briefly. He was. I said prime minister. I said, right, because I thought I remembered him to be prime minister.
Yeah. So he was prime minister in the 90s and foreign minister in the 2010s or whenever. Yeah, a couple of years ago, 10 years ago or something.
Interesting, because usually they go the other way, right? Usually you go promoted, and then out. Promoted.
I think he was asked to take that role the foreign ministry in this government as well. Well, rumor has it.
Makes sense to me, right? They wanted someone that others already knew outside, trusted, etc. So makes perfect sense. Ming, you're something of a polyglot. How do you say let's call it messed around and found out in French or Russian?
I'm not sure actually, but I'll take a look. I will. Actually, that's quite a good idea. Do a little meme with FAFO in multiple different languages.
Exactly. And do you know why I'm asking? Why specifically French and Russian that I'm looking for?
No.
Well, there's an interesting piece of news. It's actually from yesterday. When was this published? Yesterday, late afternoon, in France. A forward copy or an early copy of a parliamentary inquiry report is being leaked or published, possibly. I'm not sure what the legal status of this is. A draft copy of a French parliamentary inquiry is being leaked, and it's a parliamentary inquiry that Marine Le Pen and her party were pushing for last year because they wanted to deflect attention from their ties to Moscow and the Putin regime, and instead direct them to other parties and highlight their connections to the US or China or whomever else, which I think is quite fun. And they also summoned François Fillon, who was the prime minister under Sarkozy, right? And he was asked about his role advising 2 different Russian oil companies after he quit politics. Lots of other stuff. He stepped down from both positions February 25th, 22. So pretty reasonable. So they asked a bunch of them, and then they asked her as well. They asked Marine Le Pen. And after a 6-month inquiry, the leaked report says, Le Pen has served as a mouthpiece for the Kremlin, and she's in all sorts of beds with Putin. So, an inquiry that she started showed that, yes, indeed, Marine Le Pen is very much working for the Kremlin. So I think Ming was so shocked at that he dropped down to listener, but he'll rejoin us momentarily. It's very faithful.
Yeah, I lost sound there, so I just caught the final line. Yes, indeed, Marine Le Pen is working for the Kremlin, but I missed the run into that. So.
Oh, she started the parliamentary inquiry. She wanted to deflect the attention of her ties with Russia.
Yeah, no, I got that bit,
how many
and the
other
whole fact,
politicians have them
the
as
whole
well.
fact that they got the loan from the Russian bank to finance their campaign and all that stuff. But then, what's the report actually say? That's the bit. It concludes that the Front National are in fact funded by the Kremlin.
Yeah, it's really amusing, isn't it? So her attempt to demonstrate how she's not in bed with the Russians led to demonstrating how she is very much in bed with the Russians.
But from how you described the report, it sounds like it wasn't about proving that she wasn't in bed with the Russians. It was much more a whataboutery exercise, showing that everybody else is in bed with other parties around the world.
That was her intent behind it. The problem is that the entire report apparently primarily just evidences all of the ways that she is in bed with the Russians, and how very thoroughly, and how she's just an agent of the Russians.
And wasn't her defense that no French bank would lend her any money, and that's why they had to go to the Russians, as opposed to, being in the Russian pocket, so to speak?
Oh yeah, that is for that particular bit, right? But there's a bunch of other notes on the strategy of political and ideological rapprochement that has accelerated since she took over from her father in 2011, and detailing frequent contacts between her party officials and Russian officials. Of course, her own visit to the Kremlin in 2017, and highlighting the alignment with Russian discourse when Moscow invaded Crimea in 2014. The same year when she took out that loan with a Russian bank. So the note here is from the report. All of Le Pen's comments on Crimea, reiterated during the inquiry hearing, repeat word for word the official language of the Putin regime. It's very amusing. I quite like it when they find out, so to speak.
So the whole exercise has backfired spectacularly on her.
Yes.
And the interesting thing is, so what was the timing of this? So when did she kick off this whole process in putting together this inquiry? Was it prior to the invasion or subsequent to? Because
very much subsequent to November, December
so
last year.
That's really interesting because that kind of shows that the pro-Russian position is now politically unfashionable in France. And she felt she somehow had to clean up her act, but spectacularly failed to do so.
Something like that, yeah. It's very funny. They do note in the thing that she has softened the pro-Russianness of her stance, decrying the violence or whatever. But still, I mean, it's only a trivial change, really, in a way. Ioana, what were your thoughts reading this?
Well, I just wanted to say that it's so funny because she tried to whitewash herself, but not by saying I'm not guilty, I never did such a thing or something like this, but by saying, yeah, maybe I did some stupid things, but all the other did the same. So this is a sea of sinners, and I'm just a little sinner in this sea. But finally, it turns out that, she was really pointed that being, as you said, in bed with the Russians, and it's kind of a funny thing. And in French, there are a lot of expressions that can be similar with what you said before. It's like jouer au con, or playing with fire finally catches you. Trop jouer avec le feu, et finir par se brûler, or there are some other things, other expressions that may apply. So yeah.
Very good. We need to find some in Russian as well, I think.
Well, I don't know Russian, so I can't help with that.
Nah, that one's from Ming. Put his schooling to good use. Ming, you mentioned the Medusa article that came out. Any other thoughts there?
I haven't read it, but I was listening to you talking about it. I was thinking about my own interactions with my friends in Russia, specifically my friend Sergey, who I think I've told you before. Sergey, I was the last time I was in Moscow, so this was back in 2013. Sergey and I were at an aviation conference in the what's it called? The Kempinski Hotel, which is over the bridge from the Kremlin, the other side of the Moscow River. And in the lobby, we met Boris Nemtsov, and Sergey rushed up. He was completely starstruck, shaking his hand and asking his autograph and all this, and I got to meet the person himself, because Sergei's totally anti-Putin, all the rest of it. Not pro Navalny either. Doesn't particularly like Navalny. He's very much in the liberal tradition. But my conversations with Sergei about the war are, he's completely different. He's very like the Russians in this article in that he doesn't technically support it, doesn't support Putin. But the first thing I got when it first started was the whole thing about Ukrainian genocide in the Donbass. And then as things progressed, he kept on saying, you have to let Russia win because Putin's a madman, and if you don't let him win, he's going to nuke everybody. So that's his current position. I've kind of stopped talking to him about the war because it's a bit pointless. He's much more concerned these days about his banking problems. Interestingly, so NatWest are shutting all his accounts. And he's convinced it's a clear case of Russophobia. And I said, well, look, if you look on their website, they're just they claim they're just retrenching back to the UK. They don't want to do international business. They're closing their Ulster Bank operation here in Ireland as well. That doesn't mean they're Gaylophobes or anything like that.
Hibernophobes.
Hibernophobes, sorry, yeah. I couldn't remember the technical term there. And but so anyway, he's found another bank. He's found a Hungarian bank, OTP Bank. So I kind of help him out trying to get the transfers from NatWest to OTP. But what he isn't aware of is that OTP is in trouble with the EU for keeping its operations going in Russia. So I don't know. I'll have that conversation probably with him next week. But no, he's very much in the similar vein to these people in this Medusa report, Medusa article.
What I find very interesting here is just the absolute absence of any sort of empathy pervading out of this article as well. Now, all of the quotes seem very much like, well, but what about what about us? We didn't start the war. Why should we have to pay for it? Why should we have to be the ones then paying reparations and whatnot for it? But
Yes, and I get that from Sergei too. Putin's government, what Putin's government does is nothing to do with me. I don't support it. Therefore, I have no responsibility for it whatsoever. But you get the government you deserve, and if you slip slowly into effectively a totalitarian state, you are responsible for that. And I've had that discussion with him too. But he doesn't get it, and you're right. The empathy issue is another one, but I kind of want. I mean, Sergei's a bit old; he's almost 60 now, so he isn't. He has a VPN, but he doesn't really use it, sort of thing. He can get the news, and I can send him the news, but it's not something that he's regularly plugged into. Put it that way.
And it's kind of what we were talking with Mikhail before as well, right? There's the and his theory was, once Russia's kicked out of Ukraine, the thing to do is to shove the consequences of genocide of the Russian military into the Russians' faces to kind of show them the truth. But I'm thinking, well, there's still plenty of Serbians who don't believe that Srebrenica was anything wrong and saying, oh, we just killed the Bosnian military there, right? And despite all of the evidence, despite everything that's been said and shown and done for decades now, for the best part of 3 decades. So I just don't think that that's going to be having that much of an effect. And this is where I think it's not about information, because the information is there. It's more about the rejection of wanting to recognize and realize what has been done.
I,
Luana?
I
Oh yeah, carry on. I bet Ming's lost audio. Luana?
sorry. Button.
Luana?
Okay, I was waiting for Ming. I have just two very simple observations about Medu's article. First of all, this strange thing about the people who were against the war initially, but now because of the war, they think that people suffer from Russophobia and they are targeted, and this is happening, so the war was justified. So there is a problem with the timeline of this thing. You cannot justify things that happen after by things that happened before. It's really very strange to see how they do not make this link between what the Russians are really doing in Ukraine and what people think about the Russian invasion. So it's really strange how they try to justify this without thinking of causality. And the second, this blame game, this happens everywhere in domestic fights, at work, in political scene. In Romania, for example, there was this line of the politicians that we had a very heavy heritage and it's not our fault that things are as they are. So the Russians are doing the same thing. It's not us, it's them. It's not me, I didn't do anything. It's them, it's the other. Not accepting the blame, not trying to see how as a community they function, how they never opposed the war, how they never fought against this. It's also mind-blowing. So these are my two remarks about the Medusa article. It's very sad to see that people never accept the responsibility for anything.
And yeah, it's a really good observation. They want to just completely ignore, deny the really important bits, as though there isn't some sort of a real cause. Well,
yeah, and that Medusa article, those folks in it, and their travel from their original perceptions to their current state seems a bit like people in a 12-step program to me too. Trying to make the best of a horrible situation that they don't even deny the basic facts of what's going on in many cases, but they're trying to reconcile or rationalize that, like, the least worst outcome is Russia wins for me and the people that you might know and whatever, just trying to and I think part of that has to do with something I've talked about on the space before, which is the conditioning through all the way from Ivan the Terrible through all the czars, through the Soviet period. There's been a very rigorous conditioning of people who lived in the Soviet Union and before, of being venal self-interest, but not as a primary cause of what the system was doing. But the system, they never trust their government. The government's own actions make it repressive and repellent to people, and people don't want to get involved. And then it's also corrupt and phenomenally low salaries, all that sort of stuff. So they get really turned off from government, and the government conditions them to just look after themselves. Venal self-interest. You see it, and it's where some of the crassness comes from, Doman. Some of the stuff that you go, oh my God, how can they react like that? They're used to their grandfathers and their grandmothers and their mothers and fathers all had really bad things happen to them throughout their lives, oftentimes in relation to the government. Lives haven't really got all that much better for anybody other than the rich, and so that they are a people, in that I respect, even though the people I met were all more professional. They were going to be okay, right? So we didn't have the same sort of conversations about venal self-interest. But even those folks clearly look after their families and their own interests first, and sometimes that leads you to say, well, Russia's got to win because I can't leave Russia. I won't leave Russia. My family's all here. All the reasons you would, and I won't fight against it because they'd kill my whole family or something, whatever. And then you get into rationalizing. You think the only way through is for Russia to win. So I understand it, but I also don't condone it because I 100% agree with Ming. People who go through their whole lives blaming their problems on someone else, and it leads to things like anti-Semitism and that. You got to own your life, and you own what the government you live in, even if you were born there by an accident at birth. And you've got to do the things necessary to change the system in which you live in, collectively or singly. You've got to be doing something to move it the other way. And to just say, as Russians always do, oh, I can't have any control over anything, and that they always abrogate responsibility. Sorry, you own the system you're in. I agree with Meg.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, and you can see that kind of exuding out of it, right? It's but it will be worse for us if Russia loses. Therefore, we need to, we didn't want the war, but now we need to win it, and we need to continue with all of what we're doing, which is it's a very gruesome kind of logic as well. Not to mention everything else. But what I think is also interesting is, the delusion that there is actually a way for them to genuinely win is running quite high. Lunchtime.
Thanks, Domin. I mean, I suppose the counter question, right, that could be asked to people in Russia who say, I don't support Putin. Why should I pay for the war? Why should I pay, reparations? Why should I be called on to pay anything for it? So the counter question is, why should the Ukrainian people have to pay for the actions of your government? Right?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That's a way to look at it, right? But at the end of the day, who else and how else, right? That's kind of how ultimate collective responsibility comes forward, right? Ultimate collective responsibility expresses itself through, economic warfare, economic sanctions, limits, reparations, etc. And so when we talk about, is collective responsibility right? Well, that's kind of the assumption of it, that is the way to do it. And no, the realization of that should drive people towards, I don't know, doing better, making sure that such things don't happen in the first place. I think that's worthwhile noting in all of that as well. Yeah, Johannes?
Yeah, the paradoxical thing is also, I mean, which comes on top is if we look at Medusa and if we look at Russian liberals, so-called, that quite often you have two things in parallel. One thing is they say, oh, we can't do anything about our country, and then they say, let's work together to improve things, and that's something I've noticed during the course of the war, that the Russian liberals very often are angry at Ukrainians who refuse to share a stage with them or refuse to see Russians as their brothers with a common cause, and who tell the Russians, well, you have to go solve your own problems, and so at the same time they say, well, we can't do anything, and well, let's work together to do something, which is really weird. I mean, that's a pattern I see with famous like liberals such as Maxim Katz, who was a kind of blogger watched by millions. His YouTube channel. He often says both in the same video that, well, he excuses Russians for being inactive, and then he says, "Well, Ukrainians come and join our fight," and that's a very, very strange phenomenon. And I mean that seems to be related to Russia's repeated failed attempts of addressing its past crimes. I guess for a society to transform itself, it really has to have a honest look at its past, which Russia, yeah, kind of tried several times, but always failed for political reasons under Khrushchev, because there was no freedom to do so, and under Gorbachev it went on like for a few years, but then was cut off by Putin, and so it never really happened, and now the perpetrators, both the killers and the victims are all dead, and of course now there are new killers, and let's see, it's probably going to take decades if it happens, and it only will happen after Russia is decisively and unambiguously defeated, I think.
I agree. And these realizations, right? Think about Germany, think about Japan. What did it take? It took, it took Allied forces in Berlin, and it took, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and then the signature there on the ship in Tokyo Harbor, right? That's what it took. It took a complete defeat. Now, the thing is, that's not happening with Russia, because Ukrainian tanks aren't going to be on the, going into Moscow. Clearly, no tanks are going to Moscow except for that one T-34 that they have since the parade, right? Because all the Russian tanks are also getting destroyed. But Ukraine is doing these incursions, Belgorod, whatever. This is all on the border. So 15, 20 kilometers from the border. They're not driving whatever it is, 400 to Moscow, right? From Chernihiv to Moscow. It's just not happening. There isn't that sort of a defeat awaiting them. And this is what we were talking about earlier. What's a victory? Well, it's not going to be that sort of a victory. It isn't going to be a total defeat where the capital is seized. But you're right. It takes something like that. It takes something like that to start any sort of a potential for a change. But on top of that, Johannes, I would argue that it also takes a want for a change from a sufficient proportion of the population. Otherwise, it also doesn't happen. And that has to kind of come from within. Of course, it's incentivized from outside, but it's not incentivized explicitly. It's incentivized, let's call it, at the lower level, right? Or at a more general level. Because otherwise, it also doesn't happen. You can't, make it happen. Can't say, oh, now we wave a magic wand and now it does happen. Change like that has to come from within. And in some cases, it's more difficult. In some cases, it's easier. But, going from the current one to something actually palatable, something actually sensible, useful, I think that's really difficult. I keep going back to Serbia as an example, and that's to a great degree because I look at Putin as, Milosevic with a much bigger army and nuclear weapons, right? But look at how much much changed, and yet how little happened to change in these past 2 decades. Right? And that was with a much smaller country that's much easier to influence. It's much more tied into economic movements and so on. So I think I know it's not very optimistic, but this is where sealing off and letting them figure it out, and until they figure it out, they can't move on. And setting this first condition, the first thing that needs to be done by them is to send Putin to The Hague, basically. And Putin's but symbolic for this. He's the most important, but he's fundamentally just symbolic for this. Otherwise, there is no reapplication for membership in the international community. Me?
Yeah, I had a question for you, Damon. So, and I lost sound there earlier, and my mic button got stuck. But I've noticed with the Serbs, so back in the 90s, it was all, no, we didn't do it, we're innocent, blah, blah, blah. and it was just a war. But these days, I've noticed they're going for Russian type explanations that, in fact, the Bosnian Muslims massacred themselves to make the Serbs look bad. And is that a relatively new thing, or is that the sort of thing that they've been doing all along? I just haven't been following it that closely recently.
That's been out for a while. I don't know how long, but that's not from this past couple years. That's been out for quite a while as an explanation. There's other explanations, Oh, it was just their military, Our military killed their military. What's the problem? And giving that is reasoning. Of course, lots of complaints over a NATO bombing of Serbia. It's like, well, it's not as though it happened just out of the blue. Like, stop, conducting the other genocide. It's not that difficult to understand. No, but that's a big one. No, that's a really, really big one. Well,
so Doman, the obvious question you raise, because I share your concern, is when the war is over, there will not directly the ending of this war justly for Ukraine does not necessitate any invasion or capture of Russian land, nor the toppling of the Russian government. But Ukraine needs to drive them all out of their territory, right? So that seems to be the condition of success as Ukraine has defined it, which is great. But for Russia to be, I like how you said it, to be invited back into the polite group of world countries, then they're going to have to meet some preconditions. And the real question is, and I guess I don't know enough about this part of the history, but it's a tough part of history to ask somebody about. I'd really like to hear from some German voices in their own, way of thinking. How did the history of expunging Nazi ideology and owning up and dealing with the Holocaust after Second World War in Germany for all those years? I haven't ever read that part of history, because that's something like what happened then has to happen in Russia, but it has to happen with them just isolated, right? Not they won't have an administrator, they won't have anybody holding their land, they won't have blue helmets around. They'll just have to work it out and isolate it. And can they do that, I guess, is the big question. Or what happens after that?
Can you rephrase your question, Will? Can they do that without disintegrating into a bunch of smaller countries?
And I would say no. So, it's like I don't want to. What I don't want to do is sense any sense of determination that the West is doing on Russia. What's happening to Russia is entirely Russia's own doing. And while you don't want to say the entire country is going to fall apart in order to break it all up and save it, essentially, that probably is what has to happen, root and branch, because the only way you can't impose a democracy on any country. It has to grow up organically. So I think the way forward will have to be for Russia to probably break up into any number of provinces in the 20s, probably, and go its own way, much like the Yugoslavian and countries in Eastern Europe did after the lifting of the repression by the Soviet Union. Lift the repression off of the provinces from Russia, from the center, because it'll not because any outside influence, it'll just be too weak to hold it all, and then it comes apart, and whatever happens in each of those places. And all we can do is try to, as you say, incentivize any of those individual players that wants to rejoin the polite group of world nations to make its application on the basis of its ownership up of its portion of responsibility for and how it's made all the corrective actions necessary in its own country and how it's going to function, and make an honest application. I'm sure there's a precedent there to look at in like the application process you have to put in to join the European Union. I'll bet there's a bunch of criteria in there that has to do with your form of government and being representative and having some sort of level of egalitarianism, or I don't know, never read that either, but I'll bet there's criteria to set up for it, and that's all the liberal democracies can do, I think, because show them the way and then stand back and protect ourselves collectively until the rest of the authoritarian world's comes naturally to its conclusion. Because, well, I mean, it's a very philosophical thing, but I believe that liberal democracies have the capability of outliving and outlasting authoritarian governments. But
I concur with all of that.
So,
sorry, well, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was basically done. I mean, I don't want to get too philosophical about it, but really, I guess I've thought about this for a long time, and I was originally thought it's phenomenally chaotic and it's fraught with shitloads of hazards. But I think the only way forward for Russia is to break up into self-governing provinces.
See, I think there's a chance that it doesn't, or that not much of it does anyway. I think there's a chance. I don't think that's a very big chance, though. It's just a little chance. One thing that I would advise against, however, is anybody going around and taking maps and drawing lines on maps and say, this is how it's going to look like, and this is where the boundaries are going to be. No, that's not how it works. That is the most presumptuous thing ever. Freight Monkey said a couple of days ago, there's nothing more dangerous than a young lieutenant with a map and a compass. I think sometimes when such a young lieutenant sits by a table, he can make even a greater mess of things. Especially if there's a couple of colored pens there as well. It'd be very, very dangerous. But yeah, Johannes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed the name of who was speaking last? Mr. M, or
Will.
was it? Yeah, Will. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think I mean there's this beautiful German, very long word, Vergangenheitsbewältigung, which is basically untranslatable, but means something like coming to terms with the past. And this is, of course, what Germany did do for literally decades after World War II. But it's something what like classically Russian liberals thought, well, we just have to do the same. And that's also something which is if you want to study the view of Russian liberals on that, then it's best to read the book. Well, unfortunately, not available in English. It's called Neudobnie Proshloye by a Russian journalist called Nikolai Eble. It's going to come out in German actually in June, I think, but it's probably not going to.
History.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's going to come out in English. And there he looks at like how Germany, how Argentina, how Spain, and many other countries dealt with their past and how many decades they took and what routes they took. And it's, of course, it also makes it very clear that there are many countries who have it done without outside pressure, who have it done all on their own initiative, like Argentina, for instance. Or like Spain did
Africa,
also.
Right?
Pardon me?
And like the South
Africa also, yeah, of course, and this, yeah, and then this whole issue of transitional justice and what different models there are. But I would also be, and I think he envisions something of that kind, whatever, a mix of all those models to also happen in Russia at some point. But I also would be quite skeptical that this is possible. And I mean that, and of course Russia is quite different from all of these other examples, including of course Germany, because Germany and all the other countries he also lists in his book were not empires. I mean, it was called Deutsches Reich, but it wasn't a I mean, not to that extent, not remotely comparable. Russia is even today, I think, a colonial empire structurally, even though the clear majority today are ethnic Russians, although it's not really easy to say how those official statistics translate into reality, because of course many have been pressured to register as Russians, although they might actually identify as someone else. So it's really not clear how the balance is between Russians and non-Russians. And by the way, on a side note, there is a quite well-known Kazakh journalist. His name is Arman Shurayev, and he kind of speculated that maybe one of the reasons for Putin to start the war was his knowledge that in like 10 or 20 years or so, Russians will actually become the minority, and the majority will be kind of, will be kind of accounted for, or they will be kind of less than 50%, so to say, in Russia. And because of course of their catastrophic demographics, but also because Muslim ethnic groups like Tatars and Bashkirs, they just have so many more children. And he kind of thought, and then for Putin, of course, the Ukrainians are also Russians, they're European Slavs, so he thought maybe he could just use the war to increase the share of European Slavs in his empire, and also use those Muslims as cannon fodder, to reduce their numbers. But I guess this fact that Russia, I mean, there are many other differences, but the fact of Russia being an empire is probably something which it makes coming to terms with your crimes, with your past crimes, so much more difficult than all these other countries had it, including of course Germany, but also Spain or Argentina or South Africa. Thanks. That was for me.
Thank you, Johannes. No, and it's very difficult, right? It's very difficult for that to come from within, without big changes, and but it will have to. But this is where anything quick, just forget that anything's going to happen quickly. Everything's going to take quite a while. We have lunchtime. Then we have me, and then we have David. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Domin. I mean, thing is, right, it's a bit premature to talk about it because, as you say, without some sort of decisive defeat, it's extremely unlikely that the Russian population is going to have some sort of realization that their genocidal past is something that they should even feel bad about, to be honest. As you were saying, this article, I can't remember what the publication is called, but this article which just revealed an entirely self-centered view amongst those that it talked to. Like just complete self-interest and no real appreciation of the fact that a genocide is being committed by Russia and Ukraine. These are people that aren't going to miraculously understand that this was an awful stain on human history. They aren't equipped to understand that, it seems. And at every stage, I mean, I think there's a danger in even really worrying about it. Really, what we need to concern ourselves with is that they leave Ukraine. That's basically it. And in terms of getting your Sharpie out and drawing a fragmented sort of a balkanized version of the Russian map, I would say fair enough. It probably is a bit sort of again very premature to do that, but except of course for the independent Republic of Belgorod.
Slava Белгородской Народной Республики. Ming?
Yeah, no, in terms of Russia breaking up, I think there's some areas which are clearly unambiguously likely to leave the Russian Federation, mainly the Muslim ones. So obviously Chechnya and Ingushetia.
Dagestan, maybe.
Dagestan, all those sort of places, because they're quite sort of ethnically clearly different from the Russians. I don't know anything about Bashkiria or the Tuvan Republic or Sakha-Yakutia, because I think they're more like indigenous peoples up there, aren't they? They're like Nenets and you know, sort of they're more like Native Americans, I think. I simply don't know what kind of movements they might have, but I think obviously they have to say goodbye to Chechnya, they have to say goodbye to Ingushetia, and those, and probably Tatarstan too, which will really hurt them.
Yeah, Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, I put in the same basket as far as I'm concerned. And I think, you know, maybe they might end up living together, so to speak. Not the only ones either. That whole, you know, Idel-Ural area, perhaps. Who knows? The thing is, I think it's wrong to assume it's going to be by ethnic lines or anything like that. It's wrong to assume that there's not going to be large movements of people. I think it's also wrong to assume that there is going to be large movements of people. Because frankly, this can take so many different ways, and it can happen, you know, in 2 years. It can happen in 200 years from now. So that's the really complicated thing. You can have lots of intermediate states that are just kind of states as in situations, not countries, which are just there for, you know, for a short while, and you know, who knows how it's going to go. What I think what I like to always illustrate is, a lot of this is down to luck and chance and being in a particular place at a particular time. Many of these things are highly non-determinist. So, you know, it's a case of wait and see. How it comes about, however, is important, because you don't want it to come about in a particularly guided fashion from anyone outside in the West, because then it just builds resentment in a much more fundamental way. And you end up with more adversarial tendencies than you would otherwise, I think. David?
Yeah, hi friends. Where to start? So basically what you said, Damon, but another thing is that I think, you know, worrying about what Russia is going to do is basically not our bag at the moment. I think that, you know, most of the other speakers and yourself have pointed out to the you know, the thing we need to do is focus on getting Russia back into its own borders and then containing it. I think the other important lesson to come out of this is really where the West stands and where the West's positioning is against versus authoritarianism, and that's a process that really hasn't started. I don't think. Maybe I'm too pessimistic on that side, but I think, so if anything comes out of this, you know, the fact that Sweden and Finland have joined NATO, the fact that we can't allow this kind of genocide just to happen without some kind of reaction, and how we position ourselves in the world from a foreign policy perspective, having had the experience of firstly this war, but secondly also the debacles of Afghanistan and in Iraq, are important lessons to be drawn. And you know, as I say, I think that there's not much debate in this area. So yeah, I mean, I think my point is that there needs to be a rejuvenation of our own culture as much as worrying about what Russia is going to do, because what Russia is going to do can only be influenced by strong containment and also a strong positioning of the West regarding what's rewarded and what's penalised in terms of foreign policy goals. So what steps does Russia have to take internally under its own steam to regain acceptance in the community? There has to be some metrics which we impose there. So, you know, if there are changes in the democratic system in Russia, if there's a improvement to the rule of law, then I don't know, you know, then they're allowed to export oil. Just being very crude about it, that kind of approach has to be there from the West. There also has to be some discussion about, okay, so what do we do about these republics then? Maybe Chechnya does decide that it wants to be independent. What's the position of us there? Do we support covertly independence movements within the federation if it's not moving in the right direction, and so on and so forth? So, you know, I wouldn't want to get down into the weeds in this, but there's a huge topic here which I think is only really on the starting blocks.
And that, David, ties in very closely with what we were talking about yesterday with our dear Peter Duran, right? We were talking about Prometheism. And we were talking about what Poland was doing during the interbellum, sort of supporting various such movements from the Soviet-occupied Ukraine to Idel Ural to other places in the Soviet Union, Belarusians as well, and kind of supporting the dissent. Right? They didn't cause the dissent. The dissent was already there. They funded it, they financed it, they enabled it in various ways that only a state actor can, right? And the question is, where do we go on from here? How much of that is worthwhile doing? That's a very difficult question to answer, isn't it, David?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where the debate needs to be happening internally now. So I think that you know, there's obviously the cast iron containment and let's say the finishing of the job insofar as possible with regard to the invasion currently with Russia, but leaving Russia as it is also not a solution. And like I've said before, you know, basically we end up with North Korea on steroids on the border of NATO, and that also isn't a sustainable or desirable ending position. So, you know, we have to get ourselves in order, and you know, my hope is that, you know, that NATO does get stronger and we end up with something eventually that looks more like NATO plus with South Korea and Japan, and maybe there's an idea to get India on board in that group of countries as well. But as I say, I think we're really at the starting point here, and there are big risks for the Western world as well. You know, Trump hasn't gone away yet. Nigel Farage is still around in the UK saying various things, and I think these things have moved into the fringe. AFD's moved into the fringe in Germany, but there's still not this. You know, the centre isn't strong enough from my perspective, and part of that is because what the centre stands for isn't that amenable to nice sound bites. Because what we're saying in the centre is, guys, we don't really know the answers to everything. We haven't got any answers for you. There isn't a golden bullet. We have to work these things out, and we have to come to some consensus about how we work things out. Having said that, there are certain core values which I think really are worth underlining, and those things are, you know, the basic things like press freedom, independence of judiciary, and so on and so forth. And somehow we need to coalesce around those things, make those things very explicit, also make explicit, you know, why the free market is a good thing, why freedom in those areas are good things. I mean, you know, I've got a great deal of optimism that freedom trumps authoritarianism every time, on a moral basis, but also on a purely economic basis. You don't get the creative industries working in the way they do. You don't get the added value in oppressive societies. So eventually it will win out anyway, assuming that there's still a planet to live on. But yeah, we need to get our balls back regarding how good our system is and why it's that good, and make it clear also in education that that's the case. You know, there's a role for the invisible hand. Why is there a role? That's a side which has kind of gone under, I think, in education, and it's not really brought forward, which has led to populism rising on the right hand side, and also kind of a regression towards Marxism on the left. And we need to get over that somehow.
If only there was an information space which we could found to discuss such preconditions, structures, and opportunities and paths to freedom. If only, David.
If only.
We should probably found one. Like, what do you think?
Oh, it's a very good idea.
Roman,
Yeah, I mean,
Domin, what do you think? David, you, me, we should maybe on this interweb thing. Maybe we should, from time to time, gather around and talk about this, right?
What, another one? I don't know where I'm gonna find time for that.
What do you mean another one? I thought this is the interweb.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
we've had a little bit of a discussion in the past about what do we do after the invasions ended, and I think that's an open issue, but and it's not for me to decide. Basically the free hand is going to decide. It's going to decide somehow, I guess.
you just made the case for freedom.
Exactly.
So making the case for freedom is probably one of the things which we need to do in the future, because if we don't do it, nobody else will.
Absolutely, and it's also that the name Mriya also means that in one sense of its meaning. So everything fits. Everything is in place.
Tobin, that sounds like a good idea, and it is on the interweb, and we already have it.
Let's get on with it then. Let's just get on with it.
I thought for
Randy.
a second he was going to make a new space. Sorry, I thought he
Good
was going to
afternoon,
go
Randy.
form the People's Front of Mriya or something.
Hi, I got an analogy I think that is far more suitable than some that people have been making about post-war. World War I defeated the Germans in a foreign country. They went home, harsh peace conditions, bad economy, a lot of more xenophobia and nationalism arose, and we created nationalist socialism, or the conditions for it. I think that is much more likely to be the analogy to Russia. They will be defeated in the Ukraine, come home, sanctions will remain in place, economic times will remain hard. The people that are in position to move are not going to be liberal, Democrat, free market people. They're going to be Prigozhin and warlords and oligarchs, and the message will be they were betrayed. They will not admit that the military was crap and their system can't produce a competent, military leadership because of the yes men problem and the cultural centralization and all the systemic problems they have. They will blame betrayal of different people. There will be backbiting. There will probably be more radical nationalism growing out of it than anything else. The West will have almost no ability to influence any of that, and the reality will be it will be an unstable situation. It will remain dangerous. The only solution will be effective containment, and then here or there where we can promote or lead by example or reward the right people or factions, something may happen. Some ethnic groups will not buy into the Russian nationalist radical revision effort there, and will probably blame the white Russians, especially for Slavic Russians, for what happened. So we may see some Asiatic splintering in places, particularly because they bear more of the casualties. But I think that's the reality. And the benefit, however, is that the off-ramp that Putin has been constructing in state media is very clear. He's been trumping up that there's a NATO invasion, that they're fighting NATO, and they're fighting the whole world in NATO, and they could beat the Ukraine, but NATO is stronger, and they're going to protect Mother Russia. So when there is no invasion of Russia, Putin will claim that he defeated the NATO invasion, and that is his off ramp. That's his hope. So in that whole narrative, that may sustain him for a while. But I think the long term, we're more likely to see more radical elements arise in Europe, just as they did in the Weimar Republic. I think that's the most likely scenario. I don't think it's inevitable. But all the talk about the influence the West could have on what happens in Russia is quite unrealistic, I think.
Randy, you and I are the two prophets of the Russian theory of victory by averting a NATO invasion of Russia. And I like you, I think it's quite likely. I don't know how likely you think it is for it to happen. I sure think it's the preferred option, frankly, of all of these that will come out of it. But yeah, I agree. There's going to be infighting. Like there was fighting, let's say, on the streets of Munich among various factions. I think that fighting might be taking place either on the streets of Chelyabinsk, or maybe it will be taking place on the plains somewhere of I don't know, Smolensk Oblast. Who knows? But there definitely will be infighting at some point, right? And the timelines are kind of besides the point, but at some point there will be.
And we may want to temper, I think, the idea that there is going to be all these punitive measures against Russia and extreme. We're going to drag everybody into war crimes trials, and we're going to the whole idea of reparations and how that works. There's a danger, though, is that they will serve the Versailles Treaty model and make it, make it worse. The idea of taking Russia.
No war crimes, Randy. Sorry, there was no war crimes tribunal after World War One, because the war crimes in the field were excessively limited. There were a couple of excesses on both the French and the German side, but there was no war crimes tribunal. So
yes, I wasn't.
So the moral challenge was not there. The media environment of the Weimar Republic was a different one. And at that point in time, we had a completely different trade environment worldwide. We didn't have the innovations which we have today. We have a different setup. As you said, it's a scenario. I can hear most of it, yes, but we live in different times. There's a lot more innovation going on. And people have a different sense of, their own entitlement to consumerism than they had in the 1920s. More people in the 1920s were living close, very close to what we would call today precarious existential threat. Different thing in Russia. They still have enough, as Doman and I often stress it, they still have enough food to live off. It's not the line of poverty quite yet. That may not even happen in most areas. That's the whole point. And this is why there's a completely different environment, and the heteroscedasticity of the wealth allocation is the real problem. There is a significant concentration of wealth in Russia after its defeat. And this concentration of wealth leads those who still can afford it to have the attributions of power and have the access to means of communication and provisioning of luxury, which will set them apart. And that's not about warlordism. The question is whether this will not trigger significantly more challenge at some point in time by those who are at the fringes. And there I agree with what has been stipulated beforehand about losing those who are culturally different, whether that is Bashkortostan, whether this is upheaval in Tatarstan, whether this is the Chechens. There will be conflicts which will rob that elite, which has power and money, of its influence and its legitimacy. And the question of legitimacy always arises in such transition environments. And that is where the real risk lies, and whether that is a fascist risk or whether that is it doesn't really matter. There will be an authoritarian follow-up risk, and we will deal with it. We will be able to deal with it because we are the West. We're significantly more capable now. We have learned a lot in 100 and something years. But it's not the Weimar Republic. There's no historical determinism. And reparations, we're not demanding excessive reparations at all. On the contrary, the few bits and bobs which are needed in order to set off what damage has been caused in Ukraine are essentially negligible. The question is the sanctions. And the reparations which were demanded from Germany, thanks to French impetus, by the way, were definitely, utterly, significantly higher than anything which is even under discussion here. The sanctions which could be imposed may well to lead to further degradation, and that is a very important regime. But the sanctions are very, very, very hard to enforce, as we can see now. So I do not believe that they will run completely out of money. I do not believe that all sanctions will be as tight as we would wish them to be in order, not just for punitive measure, no, in order to incentivize a change. The question is whether in a very short time frame, the degradation of the industry leads to a shift in the terms of their economic base and their economic power base. That is the only question. And whether that takes 5 years or 10 years, we will have to see. But they will not be able to recruit millions and millions of people under the banner of some authoritarian to then walk up and try to challenge Ukraine. Ukraine at that point in time is A, part of NATO, B, has innovation and a highly trained, very well skilled armed forces on their side, air superiority and technological advancement. Ukraine already leapfrogs Russia in this war. It will continue to do so. We are using exponential technology this century to distance ourselves from what is centuries lagging already thinking. There's a complete change happening in this 21st century in that regard, and the remainder will be power base related. And I think the Russian power base is disintegrating, and that is why containment is the strategy.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said. I think the first part of my analogy was the defeat of the German army without occupation of Germany and the development of the theory that there were traitors and that they really didn't lose. And so that will be the bitter part.
Well, the thing is, but see, the point is that it was only possible because they effectively, the partial retreat which happened right after American troops pierced through was never acknowledged by the, say, military leadership other than by simply laying down their mantle. Ludendorff and Hindenburg had seen the defeat. Ludendorff was the one who highlighted that he was wrong, but he never ever, after the initial shock, admitted it. He was instrumental in Hitler's rise. His books were instrumental in this because he himself personally could not acknowledge it. But the impetus of one person trying to change the history of a defeat which was looming but didn't occur. It didn't occur that the German troops were pushed back across the Rhine. You are completely right. But it was also the press which simply didn't follow up on this because they were busy with the revolutions. They were busy with the Marine troops in Kiel. So this is a matter of, and now it comes, this is so therefore a matter of communication. We can actually influence communication.
Right. In this world of communication is totally different. It will be very hard to, it's hard now to conceal their defeat.
Exactly.
They couldn't conceal their defeat in Afghanistan. And the body bags going home were one of the reasons they left. And in 2014, they had mobile crematoriums in Ukraine to hide, so they wouldn't send Russian bodies home. So the times have changed. I'm not arguing it. It's analogous. I'm just saying that situation is maybe more analogous than some others. And the fact that in Russia there is no great liberal movement ready to seize power and say, oh, wow, we've got to change the way we do everything. It's not going to happen. It'll be these question of whatever these power bases are. And then how much the oligarchs want to keep going on vacation in Italy and owning places at Lake Como. So thanks.
Or maybe Lago Maggiore will be a little bit less popular now.
Yeah, maybe the restaurants in Italy and vacation spots won't be as loud and obnoxious if when the Russians stay home forever.
Lunchtime.
Thanks, Dolan. Yeah, well, actually, Axel made excellent points, as he always does. I would just add a little thing, which is that we have spent several decades pulling our punches with Russia, right? And any sort of analysis that leads to the conclusion that we should, at the end of this war, pull our punches, I think should be really examined quite closely, because that method has not worked, and that method has led to the rise of nationalism and, the increased sort of power of Putin, etc., right? We look the other way, and we can't do that going forward. So, just to say, we should not try and before they're agreed, we shouldn't try and sort of downplay the effect of reparations, or sort of theorize about the implications that such reparations will have in Russia in terms of engendering some sort of resentment towards the West. That resentment already exists, and it has existed unabated for generations. It's not going to reparations to Ukraine. Should not be tempered because of that particular possible hypothetical scenario, in my opinion. Also, I would say the younger generation of Russians that left at the very start of war, right? The ones that were qualified, the ones that had jobs that they could do elsewhere. Well, they left, right? And they left because they do not agree with this sort of stuff, and that's why they relocated as quickly as possible. And so, I think it's quite possible that, given time and given a smartphone, it will be very difficult for people to be brainwashed in the way they have been in Russia for so long. But anyway, that's what I had to say.
I noted that, many who left immediately left because they knew what was coming from an economic perspective, and the potential mobilizations were forthcoming, and they didn't want to be affected by it. Not necessarily that they disagreed with it being done. It was more likely that they disagreed with having to suffer the consequences of it. And that's kind of what you see from these quotes that we were talking about earlier as well. Many cases of people just saying, well, I didn't agree with the war being waged, but now we're here. I don't want to suffer the negative consequences of losing it and having to pay reparations, or whatever else it is, and thinking as though there is some other way out, and erroneously thinking that, but nevertheless thinking it. So a lot of those people were simply people who didn't want to, be suffering the consequences for it.
I don't know. I mean, like that is of course true. They don't want to suffer the consequences, of course. But you would think that you'd think there'd be an element of self-selection in those that are leaving, in that the majority of those would be against the current regime, right? Because if they believed that, well, the war has started now and therefore it's necessary we win, and they supported the regime, then I don't know. I mean, we will never know what the split is. That's not possible to determine, really. But I would imagine there's an element of self-selection in terms of people that disagreed with the regime in the first place, wanting to be the first to leave.
Yeah, there were certainly some, no question. There were plenty who left starting in 2014, 2015. There started to be, a minor exodus. And many of those who, not everyone, far from everyone, but I would put it this way: a higher proportion of those who left by the end of 2014, during 2014, were those who disagreed with the regime wholesale, than those who were leaving in 2022. A larger proportion of those really wanted to be not affected by what they saw now was really going to be coming for Russia, as a consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So it's kind of two slightly different things, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, right? Because the ones in 2014 would be doing so. Well, one would think again, we will never know for sure, but one would think that this was a much more purely principled decision rather than some sort of fear of being called up or having their livelihood affected. So I think that's absolutely fair to say.
Yeah, exactly. And a number actually moved to Ukraine at that point in 2014. Ones who really fundamentally disagreed with the Russian annexation of Crimea, invasion of eastern Ukraine. There's quite a number moved to Ukraine because it was the one place where getting a visa for them was still fairly straightforward, and the right to live and work was shockingly still very straightforward to get. Not huge numbers, but there will have been some that would have preferred that over another one, which is kind of ironic in itself, I guess.
And one last thing, if I may, Domin, which is just on the subject of the balkanization of Russia. Although I did say earlier it's premature to talk about it, we've just heard one theory laid out, which is, well, I won't repeat it, but the previous speaker had a quite really had a quite clear theory of how that might play out. But an alternative might be that as the power of the center diminishes, by the center I mean, the Kremlin, diminishes in Russia, just because of just being stretched thin by losing the war or the process of the war, you might have just greater determinism, self-determinism happening in regions just because this sort of resource is not available anymore. And the Kremlin, the central sort of party, has less time and less resource to afford micromanaging decisions in far-flung places. So it might be a much more organic process where by that removal of central power, over time, and there's no timescale being placed on this, you have just more power in the sort of in the peripheries, and that in itself might lead to a balkanization, which is not necessarily, at least initially, confrontational or military in nature, but just a question of well, you know what I'm trying to say, I think. Yeah.
I agree. I think we're lunchtime. There's a mix there definitely, and I also agree that there's more likely to be leakage. Let's call it leakage. Right. Maybe let's call it territorial incontinence on behalf of the Kremlin across the territories of the Russian Federation. And I mean, identify the obvious likely ones, right? It's pretty straightforward. You know which ones are actually very likely to want to break off and go away. But I think the other incentive is going to be quite significant. To simply be, well, you can leave and you can work with the rest of the world, or you don't, and you can't. And let's see what happens. But none of these things are very deterministic. None of these things are very predictable. Exactly what's going to happen and who and where and what. Sometimes what it takes is here it comes, a charismatic leader or some other nonsense like that, for it to simply catalyze the process, right? Even when there is pent up need for a change, that doesn't mean a change happens unless there's a way to release it in a particular direction. So yeah, big things contained therein.
Well said, well said.
Marcus, welcome back up. Anything caught on fire lately?
I was just looking at some information. There's some angry Russians. Russia is going to put citizens on military registration without appearing at the military commissariat. And Russians are fairly unhappy with the whole process. Do you want to know generally what the process is?
The process is there is no process. They're just declared to be a part of the armed forces and 3 weeks late for reporting to the appropriate unit.
Well, here's the automatic enlistment sort of selection process. So, non-Muscovite, poor Muscovites, prisoners, anyone who might be a conscientious objector, anyone who's uneducated, anyone who's unemployed, or of course, anyone who they just deem necessary, I would say. So kind of, yeah, pretty arbitrary.
And this is why they never win.
Would this be what you might call mobilization by any other name?
Well, this is what it is. It's one form technically, but at the same time, it is a form of mobilization in order to simply diminish opposition and reduce and cull numbers of those who you deem expendable, respectively, a challenge. It's a very, very Tsarist, very, very Russian thing to do. And that's why they nearly always lose, not just in battle, but in war. Can we talk a little bit about what happens currently in the southeast or east-southeast?
East-southeast. I don't know exactly what's going on, but there seem to be pushes at Avdiivka, or some events at Avdiivka. I heard that Bakhmut, Ukrainians might be regaining southwestern bits of Bakhmut. What else? Events at Vuhledar are non-specified. Explosions at Volnovacha again? Did I get that right, or did I read those markers?
4 out of 4 thus far, Domin. 4 out of 4.
Donetsk, occupied Donetsk, and Makivka, multiple explosions and air defense is active. Bilhorod and Shebekino, of course, same.
By the way, has Military Land already created a new set for the Shebekino front?
I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Thank you. And by the way, Domin, I just managed to clean up and clear up and organize myself when I was put into the historic context of my grandfather's work as a combat engineer here now in the garden, fighting off beavers.
You're fighting off beavers. We'll just keep beavers. They're very
fencing and trenching.
Oh, so you don't have actual a beaver infestation. I was going to say that they tend to be very obstinate, as we've learned during the great trench takeover by Sigourney a few months ago.
I will show you an image of the trench, then you understand why we are currently anticipating a beaver invasion from the neighboring areas.
Likely from Finland, and just swim across. Finns are very propulsive in that way. Nelly, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Can I continue that thread or tell a little story? Germany, Vienna, Hungary, and pull in Germany, Russia. It's been bothering me, and everyone who spoke this morning, I think it was a really good prologue. Is that all right? About the way Germany has reacted 5 decades later, and personal stories of two people. One is deceased, the other one is not, but can no longer speak publicly about their going through surviving the Holocaust and coming to the States, but also significant interactions in Germany decades later. Maybe no one can hear me?
I thought you were already telling the story.
Oh, Dolman. Okay. And Mr. M, don't encourage that. Okay, so now there are two women, Evelyn and Anyu, which means mom in Maja for anyone who's not Hungarian. What prompted me is in the 2020s, I heard Elie Wiesel speak, and he was older then, had always spoken after he survived the camp. I think everyone must know him, and the author of Night. So his point, and what I feel we need to do here, is perpetuate what they always said: those who have seen the wrong, you must continue to revisit those horrible stories so that history doesn't forget, and that history hopefully does not allow millions of people to be murdered before action is taken. So it was his responsibility. So now I'm going to say, if there's a friend of mine who was subjected, I listened to Orban and I wanted to throw up because the person who I was very close with, Anyu, surviving what they did in Hungary. So my friend Evie is from Vienna. So as a little girl, her parents were able early on in the war to secure a home for her with Christians, and her mom and dad dropped her there, and they were able to get to safety and come back a year or so later to pick her up. So family members, grandparents were murdered in Austria when it was invaded. However, she was able to make it to the United States eventually and became a Freudian psychoanalyst, one of the first women in Einstein med school, what have you. And she then became an international speaker, and she always asked us. I grew up I did my a lot of my studying postgraduate in a suburb of Boston that has an inordinate amount of survivors of the Holocaust and other tragedies, and so a lot of these people you get to know in clusters, unusual amount of them for one neighborhood. But I would go to suppers and lunches. I was always invited, even though I didn't know a lot of these people before moving here. And Evie came back from a trip from Germany, and this is the woman who escaped from Vienna with her family. And I said, and by the way, my heritage is Irish and German, what have you. So I asked her, is it awkward? Is this the first time you went to Germany? Was it awkward? And she said that this is about 2015 or so, that the Germans of all academic and medical community and people hosting her, she was almost embarrassed, right? The kindness and decency, and they didn't ask if she was a religious Jew or not, right? What do? They greet her at the airport during the week when she flies in. They have a hotel set up for her to have a lecture in walking distance. Now, most Jews, are not observant to this point, if you think about the numbers worldwide, but they didn't even ask. They didn't say, what can we do for you? They accommodated her all beforehand, right? That even she would lecture for 2 days, and she's familiar with her colleagues internationally because at that point Skype was a thing, and they all made a point that they could have luncheon or supper within walking distance of both lecture and the hotel, so that she wouldn't have to drive if she didn't want to. So it's the first time as a German myself, American, German, Irish, that I was so, my heart burst with pride and sadness that that happened to her and her family, but pride that it's so many decades later that Germany really went out of their way as a country, I feel, and maybe it takes 5 decades. Can I tell the story about Eva and bring that in?
It was so let's do the lesson here, right? What's the lesson? The lesson is that big changes, big societal changes can occur, but it takes time. But it also takes another thing. It takes effort, and it takes particular circumstances in which they can, right? And what was it here? And what can we learn for the current, the current state of affairs? That it will be very difficult, because what happened in Germany after the Second World War required very concerted effort, but it also required a complete, total defeat with somebody else's tanks rolling into the capital, right? Yes.
So that is perfect, which is why the Anya's story is the very similar beginning and but in the middle of her story, this is, I feel, very profound. She is subjected to, after the camps that she survived, Russians' invasion of Debrecen before she comes to the US. So, because this,
I think you've told that one already, right? She was she hidden as the Russians came in? Is that?
oh, that she and her husband survived Bergen-Belsen, and no family, his family survived. She had grandparents that were murdered, but she survived. But she did go back, and I feel in history we all know, when I say all, but most people in the world know what happened during the Holocaust, and we know predominantly we go right to Germany. Yes, that's true. But World War II, Russians were already gulagging, right? And even specifically had one in Hungary. And so you survive Bergen-Belsen. Your husband survives Bergen-Belsen, comes home. What is the other stupid thing I say? Gosh, it must have been great to come back, even though so many are dead, but you have a home. And that was her point. You have no idea what it was like coming out of the camps. Everyone is sick, but then to live under Russian rule in Hungary. And her husband then is going from Bergen-Belsen, supposedly free, into forced labor. And they escape there after having 2 children. She comes back now through refugee camps, makes it to the United States. She goes back in early 2000 because some people, she goes back. She's never been to Germany, but was invited by another group of doctors. This is a different person. This person is not a doctor from Hungary, but people loved her. She spoke publicly. They asked, come to Germany with us. We have a meeting, huge conference, and she agrees to go. And she has German escorts who she knows from the States. And when I say escorts, just people who speak fluent German. So she goes by the museum, Johannes, I believe you know it, and I'm sure Axel, the memorial to murdered Jews, right? This is the word, and it's not tot, but Axel, Johannes, maybe. Anyway.
Yeah.
So this, if people don't know, this is a very interesting museum. You don't have to go inside. So there are poured cement, concrete, reinforced blocks that are very neat and precise architecturally. But then there's a little shift. So you have a very precise, crisp lines, but then you have uneven ground. And the point, I believe, of that structure and engineering is everything looks really crisp and clean and normal. But when you start walking and you see that they have the footing and flooring makes you feel very queasy. And that was their point, I believe, to make you sensory, make you feel uneasy and appreciate that. So the museum was not yet open to the public. I think it opened in 2004 or 5. People, they go up and knock on the door and someone comes over before the museum is opened and they say, we're not open, sorry, we'll tell you when. Once they saw Eva and she said her name, they opened up the museum for this little Mon Petit Chou Hungarian woman. And she went in and they brought a book to her. And this is in Berlin, had her write her story. And she was not expecting that or wanting. They brought her tea, water. They saw she got shooken up. She was seeing some photos and talking. They bring her a chair. So what I'm saying here again, we have these 2 stories, one from the camp, not surviving, but they both 5 decades later are saying how they are proud of what Germany has done. Even though everyone in the world, we learned Germany killed so many, just like many other countries, but you never hear what Russia. So the woman who survives Bergen-Belsen runs from Russia, but Russia has never paid the moral price and the looking down and someone shaming them for that behavior. Or maybe they have and I've missed it, but we cannot.
Not at all.
Sorry. Now that I will leave it there to think also how we have to make them go through the growing pains of coming back to humanity the way the Germans learned the lesson, or will happen again, and that's not fair to all the Ukrainians. Thank you so much.
Lily, thank you very much for highlighting this, and this is the concept of what Johannes highlighted earlier, reconciliation with the past, I would call it, because that's what it is. It's a reconciling, it's also a form of introspection that may or may not have worked reasonably well in Germany, but the German society had a possibility to revert back, quite literally, to a foundation of civilizational capacity and culture, because there were motives as to why Jewish life existed predominantly in this fashion and as free as it did in Germany, and specifically originally in Prussia. The Ashkenaz Jewry gravitated towards Eastern Prussia because it offered freedom from pogrom in its surroundings, to the north, to the east, to the south, and the southwest. And it's the reversion back to the long-standing cultural development which had taken place in Germany over the same period of time which we've faced everything else in Western continental Europe, that the culture of enlightenment set in. Germany was a civilized country, quite literally, even after, or if not especially after, Bismarck managed to change things around. But these were different times in the 19th century. But there was, whilst not the constitutional Victorian Republic, there was a development towards more innovation and more freedom. And the possibility for freedom was there. There was a culture to fall back on. Russia does not have that. They never made the step through the Enlightenment door. So what we're demanding is that they would become civilized in the first place. This is the difficulty with all of this containment. This is, I think, the main task ahead for a long time. And when we're discussing containment, we have to look into how we can, from the outside, send the right signals. That it's not just that you need to see as to why what you did is wrong, but see yourself as having to actually develop a completely new cultural component, and that is freedom, property rights, the to appreciate individualism as such, as a consequence, that every human being has that specific spark, and that individualism is not part of their authoritarian culture. And it's likely, and I think this is where Doman and I were once leading a discussion, it is likely that during containment, Russia will look towards the East, and it will look towards the same authoritarian model and lack of individualism, which our wonderful self-proclaimed Confucian Chinese are constantly projecting. So containment for the next 100 years will also mean that we have to defeat the Chinese and their cultural model just alongside of it. It's a long-standing, never-ending struggle, and that is why freedom, or what was it, Doman, with the tree of freedom from time to time? This is how it will end up
Prune?
being. No, it will have to be watered with the blood of patriots.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. On that, Axel, I think I will need to go, and Mockers I think has an update, and Robin I think wants to continue this conversation.
Are you coming to join me here doing the trenching and fencing?
Maybe.
Okay.
I hear there's
Bring-
beavers around.
Yeah, white wine, please. It would be nice to have a
Absolutely.
Mel Shaw. Thank you.
How about the Shastanya?
If it has to be, yes.
So I was just going to go ahead with a bit of information that the Free Russia Legion and the RVC have made an announcement. They have issued a short video which states it is time to turn to the governor of the long-suffering Belgorod region, Mr. Gladkov. Today is a big Orthodox holiday, Trinity. As a gesture of goodwill, which is so often spoken about in the government of the Russian Federation, we are ready to give you these prisoners, ordinary Russian soldiers, for the opportunity to communicate with you personally, discuss the current situation in the region, and most importantly, talk about its future and the future of Russia in general. Therefore, we invite you to a dialogue within the walls of the Temple of Novia Tavolzaka. Arrive in an ambulance in person, accompanied by a driver unarmed. I will come personally with a representative and your prisoners. Most recently, you received the Order of Courage, so now show some real civic courage. And I just think that's delightful. When you've got a moment, Axel, I'll have a co-host. Robin?
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Axel got to some of this before me, of course, as he tends to. But I wanted to just address this whole issue of learning from history. I think it's a very important thing to learn from history, but the problem is sometimes we're not necessarily learning the right, we're not drawing the right conclusions out of history. As Axel was saying, there's a tremendous difference between Russia and Germany. Germany, for the horrors of the Holocaust, was basically a civilized country. I spent a year in Germany, and I spoke at that time fluent German, so I got to know Germans and the German personality quite well. And Germans are generally profoundly decent people who really do try to do the right thing. Nazism, I think, was a horrible aberration, but it was an aberration. when you look at Russia, it's not an aberration. They've been at this for 500 years at least. It's a repeated pattern that has happened over and over and over. So I don't think we can learn much of anything about how to handle Russia from our experience with Germany. I don't see much of an indication that many people are many Russians are all that interested in re-examining their premises and changing. That's a little depressing, but that's sort of how I see it. I also, one of the things that we talk about the Holocaust, what we've learned from the Holocaust, and I am sometimes feel rather pessimistic about it because I'm not sure what do we see that we're doing differently because of it. We say never again, but I see the same thing happening in Ukraine. Thank God the Ukrainians are able to fight back. But if you look into the philosophy that their ideology is based on, it's not only like Nazis, it is based on German Nazi writers, a lot of it. And we don't seem to be willing to face the fact that that this is a profoundly evil regime, and we need to have learned from the Holocaust to do everything in our power to keep it from happening again. Okay, that was just what I was thinking. Sorry to be so down at the start of the day for us, at least over here in the States. And thanks. Well, I'll keep on listening. I'd like to hear what other people have to say. And
I think Robin, that was not down. It was just realistic, and I think it's important for people generally worldwide to understand that people should read about, not necessarily read and try to decipher Eileen, but Eileen as a very radical, fascist writer is the basis for a lot of the belief system which the Soviets have applied, because it's not just the horseshoe as such, it's the authoritarianism in it, but he mixed it with this massive Russian culture superiority and quite literally racial, not undertone, but overtone. And I think people should be aware of that because it has been around for ages. And Patrushev is one of the best examples of someone who has literally imbibed that Kool-Aid.
Yeah, exactly right. And as I said, as odd as it is to say, Germans are basically decent people, really profoundly decent. They really want to do the right thing, from the ones that I have known, at least. Is that the case with the Russians? I don't know.
I get the feeling that's not always the case with the Russians. You got a point there. So I do have something here from the what they call themselves, the RDK. This is the Russian Volunteer Corps, regarding the fighters of the Polish Volunteer Corps, who appear to have been joining them on their merry jaunts across Shebekino. And so I have a little statement. Our comrades in arms from Poland have indeed been fighting with us shoulder to shoulder for the freedom and independence of Ukraine for several months. We have already managed to jointly carry out a number of operations in the Orekhovsky and Zaporizhia and Bakhmut areas. The guys showed themselves perfectly and showed a high level of motivation and preparation. As for the hostilities on the territory of the Russian Federation, the fighters provide a convoy. The MPK fighters provide a convoy of prisoners, military, and medical logistics, but only within the state borders of Ukraine. Despite such restrictions, we still sincerely thank them for their invaluable contribution to the common cause, and as always include them in planning and share our trophies. The RDK fighters are sincerely grateful to the people of Poland for their brave warriors. Now, I don't know how much of this is purely psychological. The Polish are invading. I don't know. I think it's fun to see it unfold because it's something I wasn't sure would happen. I don't know. There's lots of psyops going on everywhere at the moment, so I'm enjoying this particular twist.
I am enjoying seeing Russians not running away, but running to surrender. So P-Star One has a post sent out where he says that one of the Russians is running to surrender instead of running away. That's the best way you can do. Run to surrender and stay alive.
Well, they have indeed been coming across a lot more people for the prisoner exchange recently, haven't they? I have noticed that. There's been plenty of videos and yes, I know, conversation about it. I know, excuse me, I know that in Kivka, they specifically hammered them with 155 ammunition and then decided to send them some leaflets. And after a couple of hours of, just making a decision, those guys did indeed decide to make the correct decision for their lives. As you can tell, I'm being bullied by cats, so bear with me. And this I Want to Live program, they're actually these guys who are in Shebekino. I find it very difficult to say all the names of all the different factions for some reason. But anyway, those chaps there, the Free Russians, I shall call them again, they are the ones that are also encouraging people to, any Russian fighters that they're coming across, they're also encouraging them to surrender to this same lifeline, as it were. So yeah, I think it's fun. It's fun times. There have been some explosions earlier on today as well. I'm just catching up with the news because I always need a nap. So let's have a look.
It's very healthy for your mindfulness to have a nap in the afternoon. There's nothing wrong with it, Marcus. And the work of a co-host is very intensive, so it's very normal to have a nap. I also have something for you. The soldiers of the 18th Separated Amphibious Assault Brigade of the Armed Forces of the Ukraine liberated a large area of territory in the Ivanova forest area in the Bakhmut direction. And this comes from Yuri Mishyagin, People's Deputy, Servant of the People, Deputy of the FERU Committee on the National Security, Defense and Intelligence.
Yes, I'm hearing of, well, I can't say small advances because, some of them have been a bit more than small advances. But yes, I am hearing about little advances here and there, just nibbling chunks out of it. I have heard as well that pretty much every time Ukraine's going forward at the moment, they're not coming across massive obstructions, shall we say. I mean, we've got fighters of the Russian forces shooting their commanders and leaving. That's something which I've had, I've heard stated twice now. And I'm hoping that something like that starts catching on like a rash, because that tells you everything you need to know about the condition of the people who are being sent to fight. Lily, go ahead.
Sure. And mockers, I'll agree with Mr. M that so healthy, even if it's, they've done studies, 20 minutes even of a nap is shows mental acuity increase afterwards. So naps are good. Maybe we all came from a certain area genetically. But anyway, when you say the Ukrainian fighters have retaken part of their land in Bakhmut, does that mean when those new lines of retake are drawn, that that area is safe from mines already? Do you know that? Or like, is that clear?
All I know is it's free from Russians. Yeah, when they say they've taken something back, it doesn't necessarily mean it's safe. It just means there's no longer any Russians there and they've taken those positions off them. However, I'm hearing more reports of this. I'm not hearing a lot of reports of any advances by the Russian side, really. A couple of little areas in, I think, the east. Oh dear, sorry, I've just broken my cracker. I'm just spreading soft cheese on my crackers. I should break one in half. Very annoying. So, what was I saying? Yeah, they have had some very small advances in some areas. And I'm not sure if they've been allowed to have those advances in order to then get absolutely smacked. If you remember, it is a bit of a tactic of the Ukrainians that they cede a bit of ground, and as the Russians get themselves comfortable, something blows up one way or another. Terribly unfortunate for them, I know. So I wonder if there's a bit of more of that particular situation going on. We've also heard of Ukrainians clearing some minefields along the front, which suggests that they may indeed be looking to make some advances somewhere. I don't know exactly where they are, but I heard that 2 different locations. So, you know, it's all sort of gearing up to Ukraine being ready to start taking some of these spaces. Sorry, I've got someone very excited in the background about F-16s. You never know, you never know. So let's just have a little look at the most up-to-date stuff that I've got. We've all seen this lovely video about plans loving silence, and there will not be an announcement of the start. I just have this feeling that it's already started. So I'm just having a little look at the new grey areas that these Free Russian chaps have provided. I'm just going to retweet this. These are the new maps of battles in the Belgorod region. So we've got there are, oh right, so fights in the settlement of Murom, Nekhovika, Zibirivka, Archanelsk, Nova Tavolzanka, Titova, Shebekino, Rzhevka, Nizgolsk, and, I'll make that bigger, Vozenivka. So, there's a note here saying RDK and LSR took control of 10 bases in the areas of Soltsevka, Sereda, Marino, Leninsky. So I'm assuming that they would be not necessarily army bases, but sort of bases of operations, FSB offices, things like that. I'm assuming, and RDK, LSR, and MPC are now in the settlement of Shebekino. Now, there's a bunch of translated names here which are awesome, like nettle and chewing, but I think they're just bad translations. But either way, it's an interesting little map. They've nibbled off a big bite out of the Belgorod area there. I'm also hearing Volnovaha in the Donetsk region. There appears to be a large boom there. Now, this must be occupied Donetsk, I'm assuming. So, I would suggest that we're going to see some more booms today. What did we have earlier? Donetsk and Makivka, Belgorod and Shebekino. So that's the start of the day. And do you notice they're all sort of in that, over there? It's almost as though they might be, just coordinating. Coordinating, that's the word. Oh, yes, I've gone crackers. Very good. Very good. That was from my DMs. And yes, we do indeed believe that the Polish volunteers are with them, or at least everybody is stating so. All sides appear to be in agreement that that's the case. Now, I don't know how much of that is for the benefit of the Russians to get excited, how much of it's absolutely true, but, we'll find out eventually, I'm sure. Now, we did have some lovely numbers this morning, and I'll just go through some highlights with you. If I've got no hands, then I've got no hands, so I'll go through some highlights with you. So, Russian strikes are down, and excuse me, troop losses. What am I looking here? June the 4th, yeah. So here we go. Double-digit artillery vehicle, drone, and APV losses. All right. There's Oryx update including older losses, right? Okay. So basically, we're looking at 470 troops, which is down a little from yesterday, but up on the 7-day average. So there are, let me see, 63 land-based losses. The 7-day average of troops, UAVs, tanks, artillery, and vehicles increases. There are 3 changes to the 7-day average, which are all pluses. So basically, that they are spending. Let me see. They're spending approximately 54 million in that one day in stuff that's done. So with regards to strikes, Russian strikes are down, and they struggle to repel attacks. With regards to Ukrainian strikes, there's been 11 known strikes on areas of enemy concentration, 7 on anti-air related targets, 3 on warehousing, 1 on a command centre, and 6 on artillery positions. And there's some lovely graphs to go with it, which I'm not going to describe because we'll be here all afternoon. However, that's all good numbers, and there's a lot of increases there. And now I'm going to stuff a cracker in my mouth just for one moment, so I'll hand over to you for a second, Mr. M.
Yeah, go ahead. Go and take some food to you. It's highly needed. I don't see any hands, so I want you to all retweet this space. Please take a look at the MriyaReport or .org website, and if you have some money left, then please make a donation. And if you have a question and would like to speak, push the microphone in the left corner, bottom corner of your phone, and we will try to bring you up. If you don't like to speak, send us a DM, and we will try to bring your question into the panel and try to answer it as good as we can.
Thank you very much. You gave me enough time to chew. So, have we heard the absolute disgusting nonsense coming out on Russian state TV at the moment? Because
I have seen some posts, but please go.
because I'm with Tom Silvers on this when he said other people have been prosecuted for this very thing. And here we have the delightful Olga Skabieva, or whatever you want to call her, saying that Russia requires a final solution to the Ukrainian question and proposed destroying everything in Kharkiv, wiping it off the map. So this is a direct call for a war crime, saying Vladimir Putin can make these decisions. What comes to mind right now, and I'll say it again, is to destroy every living thing in the Kharkiv region as a punishment and as a deterrent. Now, this is the sort of thing that it's not terribly unusual to hear on Russian TV, but it it certainly adds to all the evidence for the war crimes, doesn't it? I mean, are they really trying to make it absolutely obvious? I don't know. They've probably already got to that point, but it was pretty damn chilling to me to hear that.
Yeah, they all do. They only do that to intimidate. They try to. It's normal for the Russians to say that because they don't. And about the solution is there. There is a very clear solution. Throw down your weapons, turn around, get over the border, back into Russia, and it's all over. Not for some, because they will be hunted, or when they cross the borders of Russia into another EU country, could be get in prison and get to the ICC in Den Haag. So that's the only thing they have to worry about. So put down your weapons, turn around, and go over the border, and don't come back.
Well, yes, you're absolutely right. They do have options. In fact, on that same show with Miss Skabieva, there was some dissenting voices. Mikhail Kodonoriok, I don't know. He's apparently their military expert. However, he came back with, it turns out we don't have sufficient forces and means. Do we even have the industrial capacity for this?
Hey, they are waking up. Is there somebody's eyes going open?
Well, what he said was, the way he sees it is, if we do, then we do, but otherwise the mobilization will be largely pointless. And he's trying to point out that, I mean, like, for example, the story of the lady who mobilized pretty much every man she didn't like the look of, and thoroughly over mobilized in order to appear thoroughly patriotic. She ended up with a position where the people were being sent in such great numbers that at the other end they didn't have anywhere to house them. They struggled with finding them uniforms and food, and some people were sleeping outside in tents because there just wasn't enough room for them at the barracks. And they ended up having to overflow into a local community centre or something like that. So the mobilization itself proved very problematic. No, sorry, it wasn't mobilization. It was a shadow mobilization. It was done in such a way that they didn't call it mobilization, but it was of anyone we didn't like the look of, basically. And so what would happen, if they mobilized whatever's left of their male population that's able to fight? Well, for starters, they ain't been volunteering, have they? So I would imagine these are the people who really don't have the inclination. And for seconds, some of these people really are probably propping up their systems at the moment. I mean, there's got to be some things working, right? So let's get rid of all those guys. That'll do the country the world of good, absolutely sure. I think if they were to try and mobilize now, they would. Well, the cracks would just appear faster. So I think that's probably another reason why it's sort of being avoided. I do think that they just don't have the capacity to do it, and well, it's been displayed pretty obvious that that they don't have the capacity. Here we go. Thomas Ilves, he confirmed that 2 Rwandan journalists got life imprisonment at The Hague for doing exactly the same as the lovely quiffed Scabby Ava there. So that's going to be a fun time for her for the rest of her life. Let's hope she didn't plan on going anywhere, eh? So I'm just sort of catching up because I'm still a bit bleary. However, thought we'd just check out some Russian fires because there's a fire, believe it or not. I know, in the ever so flammable Russia, there's a fire. This is in Novosibirsk, Russia, and the governor of the Novosibirsk region informed people that the roof is on fire. Yes, there's a joke in there. In there. Yes, the roof is on fire.
The roof is on fire.
Indeed. And so this is the Central Clinical Hospital in the capital of the region. And of course, there's no real information, but it does appear to be quite extensive. And this is been put down to a short circuit, which I can well believe because of just everything. They don't appear to do maintenance in a way that, like, would be expected. I don't know. No. I would imagine that their electrical sort of put it this way, I wouldn't want to be an electrician in Russia because I think that would have a high attrition rate just for being electrocuted every time you try to do something. I've seen some of their electric wiring and also some of their water pipes, which are just basically when you need one putting in, you just go to the main pipe, make a hole in it and graft something on so that you can also have access to it. And gas situation as well. They seem to have a very sort of lackadaisical approach to safety, shall we say. Maybe it's better in some places than others, but yeah, it does seem always a bit too relaxed for my liking. I'm a proponent of health and safety in the workplace, especially, certainly in a hospital. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Although I have seen some horrific videos from inside Russian hospitals, that the money that they've spent on arms and yachts would have gone a long way to making the lives of their people better. But of course, that's not important at all, is it? No, of course not. So we're waiting to hear if Governor Gladkov is going to take up the offer that he's been given by these free Russian guys. And in the meantime, while they're waiting, there is sounds of what appear to be explosions in the village of Glotovo. This is the Graveron area, the Graveron city district, in fact. So this is somewhere they did mention a couple of days ago, or in their first jaunt. I think they got as far as Graveron, and now they're on their way back. I'm also getting a bit of news from Bakhmut, which I will duly translate. So, it's talking about Russians, whether they're fleeing or not fleeing. Well, some of their regular troops have been withdrawn from one area to where they are trying to hold another position. Our progress continues here, and there are already more than 100 meters of success. So that's coming through from Bakhmut Demon there. I think he's usually a pretty good source. Seems to have his head screwed on, talks in riddles, but I've noticed quite a bit of that going on. It's very early centuries. So yeah, I think over this last year I have learned to understand some of the more obscure references that Ukrainians have, and it all sort of relates back to Soviet history, a lot of it, and I think I'm just about starting to understand some of them. So let me see. The Russian Defense Ministry have released information that a drone assembly facility has been destroyed on the outskirts of Dnipro. However, we're quite all aware that that was a two-story residential home. However, that's what they're calling it. So that's pretty typical of the Russians. Sorry?
Typical the Russians trying to make it a bit sensational for their own people.
Absolutely, but there's also the fact that Ukrainians probably don't have big drone producing facilities. You know, a lot of this is being done in, sort of spread out areas. A lot of it's being done a lot further back in the lines as well, I would think, a lot further away.
And surely not in a residential area or a building. So that's very stupid. But the Russians think like they themselves would do it. So they would do such things. They would be in a residential area to make some drones, and in the hope that the enemy is
bombing that area, and then they can say, see, they are bombing civilians, they are bombing nuclear civilians, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Like the picture that they've sent of a piece of Toxteu sort of propped up against the side of what they're saying is a church. For starters, it's a piece of debris that's landed. Can't really say that they were focusing on any particular building if it's just the debris. And also, why were the windows still intact? I don't know. Just looked a bit sus to me. Exceptionally so. And so things like that make me terribly skeptical. I've become very cynical in recent days. Now, just so you know, Yekaterinburg is still suffering from terrible weather. They have a massive thunderstorm at the moment. I don't know if you noticed the other day there was a twister of some kind in the east of Russia. It would appear that nature doesn't like them either.
Nature is fighting back.
Oh yeah, nature's making.
Even the gods are with Ukraine.
Well, I certainly get the impression that the weather's got something to do with it. Now, oh yes, long live the Republic indeed. So, what's been going on in general? We do know that we must be very close to the beginning of the full-on counter-offensive. We see an awful lot of acts suggesting that. We're not going to know the time and date, obviously. But I can tell you all that you'll see changes very soon. Of that I am sure. So, excuse me.
What a...
Sorry. I think I just, my brain just switched off for a minute. That's how things happen here. Oh, yeah. So, did I tell you that in Shebekino, the locals have started complaining that some Russian forces were brought in to help defend the place, and they actually broke into houses and started looting. And
yes, you told that this morning. I have heard that story, but it's pretty significant. Defenders are looters. It shows that the whole system of the Russian army isn't what we would expect from an army. It's all looters, corruption. The one who's the one that's getting the most out of it. Just like you said with the electricity, I would expect that if there is something that needs replacements, that they don't replace it. They just make it work, and the thing they will get for the replacements, they will sell it as soon as possible. So it is their culture. Let's say it that way, because I can't see it anyway. No.
oh yeah, there's an awful lot of things wrong with the culture. In fact, I have a tale. that Russian schools are spending tens of millions of rubles to buy drones to teach pupils aged 12 to 15 how to assemble and operate them, with a likely long-term intention to create new drone pilots for the armed forces.
They are
So this
already too late.
Sorry, they
I
already
said,
what?
I said they are already too late.
Well, very likely so, but still, this is what they're attempting. So, interesting stories highlights how a number of schools across Russia are responding to an autumn 23 statement by Vladimir Putin that people should be taught how to operate drones. He supported proposals made by the Russian UAV manufacturers that children can learn to operate, assemble, and design drones from school. This, he said, would allow children to engage in useful and interesting work. In other words, die for the motherland, fatherland, whatever you want to call it. Schools, including introducing drone lessons, are school number 583 in St. Petersburg, which has dedicated nearly 1 million rubles to purchasing 15 training UAVs. School number 525 in St. Petersburg, which again is going to spend 1 million rubles on kits for self-assembly of quadcopters. The Magan Secondary School in Yakutsk in the Republic of Sakha will purchase a DJI Mini 3 Pro drone, which both sides use widely for reconnaissance. And in secondary school number 50 in Kaliningrad, have bought an educational air module for the development of UAVs for 9.4 million rubles. The school will spend another 5 million on a software and hardware complex for piloting unmanned aircraft with the function of aerial photography. Lyceum number 1 of the city of Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk purchased 8 Eaglet and OSA drones for a total cost of 1.5 million rubles. The drones were created in a local IT park to train school children in drone controlling skills. As Interesting Stories notes, the schools, like most in Russia, are closely engaged with the Ministry of Defense, and in one case, closely engaged with the Wagner Group on paramilitary training activities, sending aid to troops in Ukraine, and preparing in military parades. While drones can be used for a number of purposes, it is likely that the ultimate intention is to equip the next generation of conscripts from 18 upwards with skills in piloting and maintaining UAVs, which will, for sure, be a crucial element in future conflicts. So, still planning for the future there, and good for them. But like you say, Mr. M, it may already be too late. Now, where's our chatty Cathys this afternoon? There's nobody coming
I
to
don't
talk
know.
to me.
I don't see anyone. I don't see any hands. I think they all enjoying a sunny Sunday afternoon. I seen here a nice picture of Yekaterinburg in Russia. I will send it to you in line 99. Marcus, you have
Okay.
to see this one because this is very nice.
Yeah, that's the lightning I was mentioning, that they're having a dreadful storm. So, air defense has been activated in the Poltava region. However, no enemy aircraft have been detected. So, that may just be a reaction to something else. Here we go. Well, this is what I was looking for. Russian military bloggers are reporting that the armed forces of Ukraine went on a tactical offensive against Russian positions in the Zaporizhia direction, with the support of armoured vehicles and artillery. Now, this is something which I was hearing a little bit earlier on today. I've actually got a little map. I'll just retweet that so you can see those areas. Now, this is something that we kind of knew yesterday. They were doing these small incursions here, small steps towards maybe getting themselves in a more comfortable position. I don't find any of that in particular OPSEC. It's already all over the internet, so that's just how it goes, folks. You don't need to tell me that I'm spreading information that's secret, because it's definitely not. So there are certainly things going on. Did we talk about the peace plan of Indonesia earlier?
I can't remember that, so please repeat.
Okay, well, I'm glad I can eat quick, put it that way. Here we go. Reznikov criticised the peace plan of Indonesia. And bless him for his turn of phrase, but here is his reply. I will try to be polite. This appears to be a Russian plan, not an Indonesian one, the defence minister said at the summit in Singapore. He called Indonesia's initiatives a strange plan that nobody had discussed with the Ukrainians. Reznikov emphasised that a number of countries appear ready to organise peace talks between Ukraine and the Russian Federation, but Ukraine needs more tools to end the war before any of that could happen. And it does seem to be that Russians are on a big push at the moment for everybody to push this peace initiative. Oh, let's make peace. Oh, let's stop. I mean, what did we have? We had Orban saying they shouldn't even start the offensive. Oh, no, we should tell them not to begin it. Well, who benefits from that? I only know one side that benefits from that. And it's just a bit disgusting. It really is, that there's all these people going, oh, no, right now we must call for peace. And you know exactly why, because they've been told to. This is their agenda, to try and slow down the whole process of Ukraine getting what they need and doing what they want to do. And it is pretty disgusting. And whenever I see that, I immediately go, shilling for Russians, bro. So, yeah, anybody who says that is immediately on my not speaking to you anymore, not taking any notice of what you say anymore, sort of dump bucket. I go and dump them in that bucket because they've just shown me exactly who they are. Now, I've generated a few hands. So, Tracy, my lovely, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mockers. I wanted to change the subject, so if you want to see if the other hands want to comment on this subject, I don't mind waiting.
Okay, my lovely. Well, David popped up, so well, let's see what David's got to add first.
Oh no, go to Tracy. I can join in any time. I don't have a problem in going back in time.
We'll do that then. Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mockers. Hello, everybody. I can just talk to you about the SBU and some interesting things that they've been up to recently. I noticed, I think yesterday, if I vaguely remember, you Mockers commenting on the destruction of some Buk anti-aircraft missile complexes and the Tor 2Ms. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I've tweeted out a video from the SBU. It's on my timeline if anybody wants to look at it. I'll just read you a little bit of what they say about the video here. The SBU military counterintelligence destroyed the Buck M anti-aircraft missile complex and 3 Tor-2Ms. One Tor tried to shoot down our kamikaze drone, but the pilot saved the drone. In manual mode, he then moved away from the missile and captured the target, caught up with the enemy air defense system that was trying to escape, and got revenge. In addition, the fighter of the unit destroyed 3 Nuna self-propelled guns, 3 BMPs, 2 tanks, an electronic warfare station, and enemy fortifications. In cooperation with the artillery of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, they adjusted the fire, destroyed another 84 units of enemy weapons, among them 7 tanks, 6 Grads, and 6 self-propelled guns. I just think that's absolutely fantastic.
That's a busy week, isn't
it? Most certainly. And there's plenty of other cases. One that I find particularly interesting is somebody that they've arrested that was working in the government. They detained a current official of Kherson OVA who was working for the Russians. He turned out to be an official of Kherson Regional Military Administration. During the occupation, he voluntarily agreed to join the Ministry of Internal Affairs created by the aggressor. He was then appointed to a senior expert of the department. So he's had quite some involvement. It's not like he's just a minor figure, I think.
Is he the guy that they arrested in front of a load of soldiers, where they just sort of walked up to him, arrested him, and then virtually carried him off by his ears?
I think that might be somebody else, but I do know the case that you're talking about because I did see the video of that one too. But on this one here, they just show pictures of him standing there and then a passport and some other evidence. So I think the case that you're talking about happened the other day. And yeah, they did literally just run up to him in the street from behind. I found that here. He was a collaborator who received permission to rob houses from the occupying forces in the Luhansk region. I mean, how can anybody think it's acceptable to receive permission to rob somebody's house?
Yeah, well, that's what they do. They are a bunch of thieves. That's what I just a few minutes ago told you. It's pretty normal for them. They even rob their own neighbors if they see the chance. If the neighbor is dead and nobody cares about it, they empty their homes. So it's pretty normal for the Russians to think that way. For us, it isn't normal at all. Of course, I totally agree with you, Tracy. But you have to.
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. M. I was just going to say, yes, I mean, you're right. I've seen videos of them even robbing their own injured and dying soldiers. But even after all its time, it's just so hard to get your head around that anybody can think that these things, that the kind of behavior are normal.
It's amazing what behavior they've normalized, isn't it? It's amazing what they've decided is acceptable in society. It's it's horrifying to me. David, go ahead now.
Well, I mean, this is another topic. But you asked this from Chatty Cappies, right? So I thought that sounds like. But yeah, that video that you're talking about, the
Sorry, David, you're breaking up. I don't know what you're doing with your headset or something, but you're breaking up.
Am I? Oh dear, I don't know. I definitely don't want to break up with you, Mr. M. So can we solve this problem?
Now
What have I
you're
done?
audio. Now,
Is it better?
Now you're audio. Yes, I can hear you because otherwise I can't hear what you say.
Ah, well, that's okay. So you're not dumping me then. That's good. I feel much better. But anyway, let's go back to the one of the Russian soldiers where they robbed the watch off him when he was clearly dying, and that's extraordinary behaviour. That's the sort of thing you get in dystopian movies, isn't it? Of just just despicable behaviour. Incredible, isn't it? I can't remember what I kept putting my hand up about. What did you talk about before there, Marcus? You mentioned something that I thought, oh yes. Of course, you don't know what I said. Oh yes, to.
Talking about all the peace plans. I'm sorry.
Peace plans, yes.
No, there was something else that came to mind. I can't remember. Anyway, but what is good is they're getting a bit of a kicking at the moment, isn't it? So, have you talked about Bakhmut and how the part of it appears to have, the Russian part of it, parts of it appear to have, I call it collapsed? Yes, you have. Oh, right. Well, I'll go back to listening. But Chatty Cathy is here now. Have no fear.
Well, thank you very much. Lily, you had your hand up, so go ahead, Lily.
No, it was just the repulsiveness of Orban offering up when there should be a peace plan. And I will tie this into earlier this morning when we were talking about survivors of World War II going home in Hungary, where Russia already had an agreement with the government before the end of the war. And so they went into Russian concentration camps, basically, right? Forced labor. These people just freed from. So for Orban, I don't blame or feel fault with anyone not knowing every country in our globe's history. We're learning all the time, but for that bastard to be the leader of Hungary, where these crimes were committed over and over, for him to talk about a peace plan is just complete BS. Thank you.
It's particularly insidious, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That all these people have been sort of activated to come out with this BS that Ukraine shouldn't start an offensive. No, they shouldn't. They should call for peace immediately. And it just goes to show the fear of this offensive that's coming, like a storm on the horizon. And talking of which, there are booms in temporarily occupied Melitopol. Again, I know it keeps happening. Melitopol, it's taken a right batter in these last few days, hasn't it, David?
Yes, it has. I mean, I was maybe. Well, this is something I was going to comment a little bit more. Is that so? At this point, where we think, I call this the warm up. We should expect some more long range fires coming in. Melitopol obviously has been cut off as well, as we were discussing yesterday. So yes, this is wonderful news, isn't it? Some more stuff going into Melitopol. Wonderful. Brilliant, because there'll be a concentration of troops in there, because none of them will want to be going out and into the field and into those trench systems. So if they can spot where all those troops are walking into those buildings, then we're in a position of doing some serious damage, aren't we?
Absolutely, and of course they have an awful lot of, shall we say, patriotic Ukrainians in Melitopol still.
Oh yes, there's an awful lot.
Yeah, they're receiving information regularly.
And David, the question is now. Yeah, sorry, David. I apologize. I was just in between hitting some beans here. But David, the question is now: what happens to the remainder of the rail junction away from that line? Because typically, what they have is 2 of those repair trains at hand at each and every one of those main junctions. And if the partisans, respective to the Ukrainians, have hit now the rail junction, respectively the rail yard, or wherever the Russians have hit their rail, say, repair equipment, then it will be very, very interesting.
No,
because it
exactly
was
right. It sets up the situation for that, doesn't it? It's like in football. Someone passes over to one place, over to another place, which sets up the situation. And so they've destroyed these two things, which need to be fixed quickly, don't they? Yes.
running out of ammo.
And when
Yeah.
sorry, I was going to add, and then when you kill the stuff that fixes the stuff that was killed, then what you're going to be running out of even more stuff.
Yeah, and the Russians are very excitable today. The mass media appears to be talking about trouble on the border with the Belgorod region. That they state there are new reinforcements appearing on the border. So they're very excited indeed about the prospect of receiving more guests.
There was also a post, I don't know if anyone has seen it, but there was a post about some hackers had hacked the radio station of Belgorod and broadcasting there will be a referendum. The rebels did that.
Yeah,
I love
they
that.
are
I love
talking.
that. Rebel Radio, Radio Free Belgorod. David,
Radio
we
freedom.
exactly, David. We should.
We need to start that now, don't we?
Yeah, we need to help them do that, and B, we should probably do a guest segment there.
Yes. Does this mean I need to? I mean, I don't need a passport to get to Belgorod, though, do I? It's a free republic, isn't it?
It's a free republic. It has most favored nation status already. I mean, we recently said so. And then, aside from that, as Mockers and you know, and Mr. M, this is the free interweb, right? Everybody can listen to it.
Exactly. If it's on internet or on web, everybody on the whole world can hear it. So it only gets bigger and bigger.
So what we need are some A4 stickers for the Free Russian Legion to be putting up in and around the area. Lily and I have already talked about that.
Counteroffensive. Now, I'm just trying to work out whose counteroffensive. Now, I'm just trying to work out whose statement this is, but it said local reconnaissance in areas of battle. But the Russians already believe that the counteroffensive has begun and are shouting. What cowards they are!
They are paranoid. They are getting paranoid, mockers. They are running. The shit is running in their pants, down their legs, to their shoes. That's the fact, because they are fearing, because they know that they are not that great, and they know that they are not invincible, and that makes them scared. They have all those years, they only have put money and effort in propaganda narratives, trying to persuade the opinion of people around the world. I mean, they never have invested in their army and everything. So they have always lived with the idea nobody is going to attack us. Our propaganda is working so good. No one is trying to attack us. We have made them so scared and so weak. So we don't need no army. We don't need no training. We are the greatest. We huff and we puff them away. That's the way they think. And now reality kicks in. Karma is a bitch.
It sure is. It sure is. I have a little message here from our friend, the sour pickle, Mr. Strelkov. So Igor Gherkin has said, well, he's put this on his Telegram. They report a strong enemy attack in the Avdiivka direction near Donetsk. The enemy is trying to return and has broken into the village. There is a hard fight. So he seems as though he's up on the situation. It would seem that Avdiivka has become hot, shall we say? The Occupation Administration of the Donetsk region also have issued a warning to their residents. The situation in the Donetsk direction of the front line is very tense. Donetsk, Makivka, Yasinhuvata, that one, Holivka, Dokuchavinsk, Voronova district. You must be extremely careful. Do not forget to charge your mobile devices. In other words, if you go out and something happens, it's your problem. But they wouldn't be issuing this sort of warning to people if they weren't really considering that there was something going on.
No, there is no panic. There is no panic, Marcus. How can you say that? There is no panic.
Well, the level of panic and paranoia is it's delicious, I must say.
I also just amended the title because we obviously welcome our friends from Radio Free Bilorod, and we just wanted to make sure that we send out a shout out and a greeting from here. So whenever you hear us, our dearly beloved friends in the media over there, please do say join in and bring us the news from the liberation of Bilorod. Long live the Republic. Bilorodska Narodna Respublika.
Exactly. I can't I can't repeat that, but I totally agree with you. On the other side, every time that somebody says Gherkin, I think about and actually knows this word, augurk. And an augurk is in Dutch the benaming for a pickle. So every time somebody says gherkin, every time I see an augurk in front of me.
Dat is de gurke.
Ja, een gurke. Augurk.
I'm going to take your word for it. Oh, hello. There are more explosions reported in the Kakhovka district in Kherson Oblast. And Shebekino, Russia, again. I'm just waiting for the videos to come out to explain what the heck's happening. Apparently those guys fighting in St. Petersburg were construction workers, and they were having a personal beef about something with, it would appear, a group of guys who aren't construction workers. I don't know if there was there's a lot of hard hats flying around, so I don't know if it was some rival groups of workers or what, but it doesn't appear to have been anything to do with relating to general civil unrest. They're just having a brawl.
They were fighting on the streets here. So I didn't see also didn't see why they did that, because it wasn't mentioned in the outpost, but they were very heavy hitting each other. It's the best. Let them hit each other. This the less the Ukrainians have to deal with.
Well, exactly. If they hospitalise one another at home, then you know it's better off that the Ukrainians don't have to deal with them. It does appear that that the issue of large fights like this is not unusual. These things appear to happen quite a bit. It is known for local groups to travel quite some distance to have a good old brawl with one another. So it isn't something which is particularly out of the ordinary. It's just that obviously at this time of the what's going on, people immediately went, "Oh my goodness, there's civil unrest in St. Petersburg." No, that's just a regular Saturday night, it would appear. So don't feel that there's something special there, because no, that's just normal. That's just how it goes. So we are hearing a bit more information from Euromaidan. This is that Ukrainian troops have advanced 400 meters in the Svatova direction in Luhansk Oblast and liberated a significant area near Ivaniski. That's the forest southwest of Bakhmut in the Donetsk Oblast. This was stated by the Ukraine Ground Forces Commander Syrsky. So just have a quick deeper dive into that and see if there's any more information. Oh yes, so the 92nd Separate Mechanized Brigade Unit repelled an enemy attack in the Svatova direction, but also successfully counterattacked and advanced 400 meters. Another example of the successful actions of the 80th Separate Air Assault Brigade, who have liberated a significant area of territory in the area of Ivanansky Forest, using competent tactical actions step by step. So it sounds as though they're putting to good use some of that important training. And I think we can all say that we're looking forward to hearing more of this. More success stories, please.
Also, another boom marker. There seems to be a Russian 9A310 M1-2 teller of the Buk M1E-2 air defense system was destroyed by a precision strike of the Ukrainian forces, presumably in the Luhansk Oblast.
Oh, that's a lovely boom. I'm just going to retweet that video. Lovely boom.
That's a very nice boom, indeed.
Yes. Sorry, I got overexcited then. I was like, oh, it's like a flower. Yeah, it goes up really nicely.
And it's always nice to see Russian equipment going into space, trying to make a Guinness Book of Records.
And just a public service announcement here. This is the excitement you get when a very expert boomologist discovers a very nice boom.
I'm enjoying this. Yeah, I am enjoying the fact that I get to celebrate booms instead of going, "Oh my goodness, that looks awful." Yeah, I'm really, yeah, I'm really enjoying my role as operator of booms. So I'm just having a look to see what else I've been sent. Oh, that's quite interesting, but I don't have time to have a look at that. And yeah, so Strelkov, very upset. Something appears to be going on in Zaporizhia. Let's just have a little look. So the enemy have taken one position, but they have suffered significant losses. I'm sure they have. So, in the, you know what? This word is almost Welsh in the fact that it has more than 20 letters in it. So I'm just going to say it begins with a V and ends with an ovsky. And the bit in the middle has too many letters. So the enemy is attempting a breakthrough. Having grouped a shock fist in the first half of the day, they were able to achieve tactical success. They took one position, but of course suffered significant losses, of course. Now the enemy is increasing presence in the breakthrough areas, obviously striving to multiply their achievements. Neither of the actions in the north direction of Nova Tavolzanka, nor the actions in the south are in themselves the counteroffensive that is promised, more a breakthrough. However, more significant forces could be transported to the site. And this is something we were having a little chat about yesterday with regards to what Russians doing in Belgorod, that they are sort of right on the corner of where the battle line is. So technically, if they took over that area and just spread out a bit, they would create a corridor through Russia behind enemy lines, and they would basically end up with the enemy having to turn around and fight with their own minefields, stopping them from getting away. And that seems kind of clever to me. It's not something that I'd particularly thought of. It may never happen, but it's just something that, you know, it could present an additional opportunity in the future, perhaps. Mette, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that I just saw live broadcast from Jens Stoltenberg, who commented on the Swedish NATO ratification from Turkey, and they will meet on the week starting 12th of June. So I don't know if I have my Swedish friends here, but he sounded very optimistic. So let's keep our thumbs up. Thank you.
Well, we had a feeling that this would be resolved pretty shortly after if he got re-elected, and pretty shortly after if he'd have got thrown out and the other guy got elected. So it's not really any major shock that he's suddenly saying the right things and it's looking a lot more positive. It was a case of internal politics that he was standing so steadfast in his views, shall we say, because I don't think he's really got any morals that he needs to stand by, or that he feels the need to stand by, shall we say. So once again, he was doing what was best for him, and it's now got to the point where it's no longer the leverage that he had before. He's no longer got the same problems that he had before. So it's more of a thing that he can now probably concede upon. And yeah, it mostly had to do with him getting himself re-elected, basically. Mette, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just, have a feeling that if the ratification now happens, then Sweden will have more opportunities to support Ukraine and arm Ukraine. They have done a lot. Archers are on the way, etc. But I think there might be more availability for if they got into NATO. So let's keep our thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah, well, go on.
Sorry, Marcus, there's some news from the Netherlands. The government of the Netherlands to work towards increasing the number of Patriot air defense systems for Ukraine. This was stated by Andrea. And there is an explosion on the left bank of the Kherson region. It's also being hit hard at this moment. So there is a lot going on, but the offensive is still not started. Although Zelensky said and stated that Ukraine is ready for the counteroffensive. And I had a little thing on Bakhmut in February 2022. Russian likely plan to completely capture the whole of the Donbass region within 10 and 40 days. But in Bakhmut, for every 48 centimeters gained, one of its soldiers has been killed or wounded. So keep that in mind. It has cost Russia a lot.
That's basically just like one slightly large step.
Yeah, and Ukraine took exactly 48 hours to encapsulate Bakhmut and take the south of Bakhmut back already. And I cannot agree with your statement, Mr. M. As I said yesterday, or postulated or posited yesterday, with the snapping of the train line yesterday, what you consider to be the counteroffensive has begun.
Yes, I totally agree.
Well, the Russians certainly think so. But let's just say that maybe it's starting with a trickle more than a flood, because you can be subtle. You don't have to bring out your hammer, do you? You can save that for when it's necessary. Let's just say there's what appears to be a lot of probing attacks going ahead, and I think that is to be expected. They want to check where things are better defended, whether there's any surprises awaiting them, that sort of thing. You wouldn't go out without doing proper reconnaissance and scouting, now would you? So I can see that they've had some success as well from what we read before. And well, it's, as far as I can tell, it's moving along at the pace that Ukraine wanted to. I mean, if they wanted to throw everybody in right now and go for a thunder run, they'd have done it, wouldn't they? They've obviously still got some things to do before they think about crossing hills and dales. So, yeah, this shaping operation started some time ago. And the very fact that we're seeing a lot of large missile attacks now, a lot of big booms, that suggests to me that it's more than just a shaping operation. That it's it's definitely something that's building up a pace, shall we say. You've got to sort of walk before you can run, haven't you? So yeah, they're going to terrify them a little bit more first, I think.
Mariupol, there is smoke rising up from Mariupol, and there is also Major of Melitopol Ivan Fedorov reports explosions in Yakivka, south of Melitopol, and smoke from Mariupol near the coast. There is no further confirmation, but it seems there is also something happening there. They're keeping up the pace.
Well, exactly. Yesterday was the start of an uptick in the booms for sure. I mean, at one point it was one after the other. It was just this location, and 10 minutes later, this location, 10 minutes later, this location. And I was thinking to myself, oh my word, it's happening, it's here, it started. And you get very excited. I get very excited. But by the time I was going to bed, I was like, okay, so maybe they have, and they're just not talking about it. And it would seem that there are, we're not looking at major formations doing combined arms at the moment. We're looking at small areas that are being taken back, probing attacks, huge missile attacks, and, well, yeah, I saw Melitopol earlier, and now we're looking at an area just south of Melitopol, did you say? And Mariupol as well. We're missing Berdyansk from the list at the moment, but we're going to keep on watching. There are local sources from the Belgorod region confirming that the Kozinka-Glatovo corridor is once again under heavy shelling. Now, I don't know exactly where that is. Do you, Axel or David? Oh, David's disappeared. So much for chatty Cathy, eh?
I can't help you with that. Sorry.
It's all right. I'll get a map out when I've got a minute. Mette, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just, have you talked about this? They released this video about not talking about the positions, etc. And Thomas Steiner made an sort of statement that they also revealed their newest toys in the end of that video. And there are actually two airplanes in that video, which I didn't sort of think about when I looked at it. But have you talked about it yet? It sounds good.
Yeah, it's a bit cheeky, that video, isn't it? Just with that little glimpse at the end. I don't know what aircraft they are. So if somebody wants to come and tell me, that would be great. Otherwise, I'm just going to say, yeah, they they have a cheeky little video. However, what they're saying there is, we're not telling you when we're starting our counterattack. Maybe we've already started it. Maybe we'll start it tomorrow, tonight, next week, the week after. You'll just have to find out. So,
There is also
Sorry, these are F-16.
about
Sorry, I apologize. Marcus, I'm just doing the trenching here. I apologize. And it's not the trenching somewhere at the front line. It's just real trenching. Anyway, so these are F-16s, by the way.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And just popping them at the end of the video there like that, that's awfully cheeky, isn't it? I have a funny feeling we're going to see these in theatre very quickly. Quicker than we expected, put it that way. I'd very much like that to be the case anyway. So I've been looking at Kozinka-Glatovo, and I can safely say, still have no idea where it is. I backed right up on the map, and it brings me to a place that's totally nowhere near Ukraine. So I was like,
Can you send me the link? If you can send me the link in 10 minutes, I'll be at the desk briefly.
yeah, sure. I will. Well, I was just looking at maps, basically. Kozinka-Glatovo corridor under heavy shelling in Belgorod. And when I searched for that, it brings it up in the far east of Russia. So obviously it's one of these places that's like got many names. Like Alexandrivka. I think you can find like 3 or 4 of them in every oblast, can't you? So I think it's probably one of those places. So it just might not be that easy to find. But yeah, it is in the Belgorod area. And I don't know why they call it a corridor. Is it that it's being used by the military forces, perhaps? as a corridor for weapons or men or something. I don't know. It just it seems that they've referred to it in that way for a reason. So, I'm just getting a bit more information. So, there are powerful explosions in Melitopol, and explosions occurred in Mariupol and the surrounding area. There is, however, warnings that Zaporizhia region may be shelled. So that's something that we have to obviously keep an eye out for, because Russians gonna Russia, unfortunately. I'm seeing some brilliant memes about the Polish invading Russia, by the way. I've just retweeted my particular favourite one. So let me just go back to something that I was looking at here earlier on. So this is something which I tend to try and have a look at this fella, Kenneth Gregg, a volunteer in Ukraine. He does some decent updates, and he's done an update. Let me see. Yeah, they've put the date completely the wrong way around just to confuse me. So he's done an update today, this morning, about confusion for the tourists. And this is what is happening right now. This is exactly what they're doing. Spreading confusion, spreading fear, panic, paranoia. Because let's face it, if you've got somebody living on their nerves anyway with hardly any sleep, they're going to be pretty easy pickings when you come around the corner. So our troops are advancing surprisingly easily, position by position, west of Blahodatne, barely 4 kilometers to the center of Soledar. We have already passed the small lake in the area, so the natural barrier is passed. In the north, in Belgorod Oblast, the Liberty Legion troops, that's what they're calling them, I like that, the Liberty Legion, continue to hold their ground, eliminate armoured vehicle after armoured vehicle, have taken down helicopters, and have an effective drone surveillance. I and many others assumed they would withdraw after a short time, but no, they are still there, and the frustration is growing for the tourist bloggers. Even the master chef has announced that if the regular army is not up to the task, he may interfere in the game. The hottest place thus now is in their own area. The missiles and drones that were heading towards Kyiv this morning were shot down before they reached even the Kyiv region. My friend and brother in arms is a platoon leader for our group. And there's a picture of him. Lovely. Thank you. Right. I didn't realise that last bit. So that's just a little update that they are indeed nibbling at all the edges, it would seem, and not having a massive amount of obstruction in doing so. So, you know, maybe they just keep walking forward like this until they walk them to the border, thoroughly civilized, perhaps. Maybe they won't need to go so quick after all. Virtual, welcome up.
Hi everyone. I might be changing the subject now or something. I don't know. Is that okay? I'm not sure what you were talking about before.
Oh, feel free.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering about the Wagner group. I mean, what is their status now, and what are they going to do now? I mean, are they finished now? Are they going back to Africa maybe, or it was talk about them going to? There was talk about them going to help out in Belgorod. I'm not sure. What does anybody know what they're going to do now? Like are they finished on the battlefield, or are they just licking their wounds and coming back stronger later, maybe? Or Does anybody know?
So we've heard a number of different theories. One, that they might be off to Sudan, which I think as an option they probably don't have. I think they would maybe like to take that option, but perhaps it isn't available to them at the moment. What appears to be the case from the British intelligence is that Wagner have been withdrawn to some rear areas to recoup and perhaps reconstitute some forces, and then maybe redeployed in other areas. They certainly have stepped out of some places and been replaced by Russian MOD forces in Bakhmut, and by the Chechens, I believe. The Chechens have turned up and they've started trying to have some little advances somewhere. Now, I hear that the Chechens are apparently really good at taking videos, but they're not the greatest fighters. There was a video released of shall we say, a nearby shell to some Chechen fighters, and I've never seen men run so fast, apart from maybe the 100 meters at the Olympics. So, yeah, I don't think they're fully prepared for what they're coming into. So somebody probably hasn't fully prepped those guys.
I think Kadyrov is going to change his pants, very often going forward, because these guys, they claim to be the elite, but I don't buy it I don't believe it before I see it. I think they are in for a big smack in the face. I will see. I don't know, but I think they, and also he can't afford to lose that many soldiers, because that will weaken his group, and he might get weaker in Chechnya also. So I think he's a little bit nervous about it. I think he's being kind of forced to go into battle now, to the front. And I don't know, who knows? Maybe the the Russian soldiers now will start to think that, okay, now they're in front of us, so no, maybe now they'll just run off, because before they were just in the back shooting the deserting soldiers in the back. So maybe if we're lucky, we might see some successful desertions from the Russian side. Who knows? But the Wagner group, do we know how many are left? Is there any number? I mean, I guess there are a lot of prisoners, but I'm thinking about the core elite group of the Wagner. I mean, I don't know how many are there left. I'm just wondering if somebody knows.
Most of them, I have seen post that most of the elite, as you call them, they have been gone to Africa, and most of the convicts they conscripted. They are in the vicinity, but I don't think there are many left. It's a dying group. Let's say it that way.
Well, I hope you're right. It's a fate well deserved. I hope they die out, and it takes a long time to reconstitute. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, one thing about the Wagner group is they appear to have offloaded some of their unneeded folk, shall we say. Some of the people that were mobilized and conscripted and sort of handed over to train. They've been sort of selling those guys to other PMCs once they feel they've had a certain level of training. And then those guys are being pushed to the front as, the sacrifice to the war gods. And there was some complaints and information coming out that these guys were literally being sold like slaves to be killed like dogs.
And yeah, it's something else that the Wagner Group have been nicely doing to the Russians. It would seem to me they've tried to extricate most of their best people, or what they consider to be their best fighters. And the rest are, well, the ones that are still hanging around within Ukraine are obviously the ones that are not very necessary. I don't know if you saw the video of Prigozhin stood with his arm around these two guys. I think one was called Bieber, and he was basically taking the mickey and saying, you know, these two guys will hold Bakhmut by themselves if the Russian MOD can't do it. And I did think that was quite fun. They're still having a lot of jibes at one another. I like to see them fighting.
They
Red
weren't
Stone.
so sure about that. If you see the picture of them, if you see them their faces, they weren't themselves so sure about that they would hold Bakhmut.
A nervous smile, I would say, probably. But I loved when you know the Wagner Group pulled back, and the MOD, the Russian MOD, had mined the roads. I think that's fantastic. I love that.
Marcus, just very briefly to what Joanna was kindly sending around. If this is relating to the corridor you talked about, the direction towards Kazinka, let's reel back to what we discussed exactly yesterday when you asked me about Valyuk. And the approach to Valyuk has to come from Milova, as I said yesterday. And that is exactly this corridor, Kazinka, Borki, and Orechovo, from which you have to take an approach Valyuk. If you want to interdict the rail line, then you have to make your way to Soloti and take the forest so that you cut off Valyuk.
Well, they're on their way then. They're definitely heading in that direction. Excellent.
Yeah, that's the rail line which then crosses all over in the northeast, Troitsk. So for people who've been listening to Yehuda, Chuck, John Spencer, and Nuno and the likes in the past, the rail corridor and the rail line access from Troitsk down south towards Svatove, Starobilsk, and into the area of Rubizhne, Severodonetsk is absolutely vital for the Russian side's supplies. They cannot replace that if it has been interdicted, impaired in any shape or form, even just throttled. That is good.
Well, they're certainly feeling the pressure now. Redstone, go ahead.
Yeah, does anyone know why the Wagner Group would relocate to Africa? Is it just because they have a central command there? And this is just like their second priority in the world outside of, you know, Ukraine? Or is that just a natural
Money.
fallback from?
It's their only priority. Africa has always been the priority of Wagner. Wagner is an illegitimate, asymmetrical force which goes inside violence, do special operations, kill and torture people, maim them, and try to exploit this for the purpose of money laundering and creating dissent and disorder in African countries, so that Russian Federation patronage can work for their exploitation economy.
So that is their natural second home outside of, well, their primary countries where they come from?
Wagner is a GRU operation. It was created by people from the GRU and associated partners. Prigozhin rose into that because he was part of the group who actually were asked to represent it outwards, and that's it. It's not a private military corporation. Those do not exist. We have to be extremely careful. This is a GRU operation. They were created for the purpose of deniability, not so plausible, evidently, but still. And Africa has been the natural habitat for their operation. And their use in Ukraine has been completely opportunistic at that point in time, because they like to torture people, and their torturing, their atrocious behavior, their significant relentlessness in utilizing people just helped. And when the Russians seemingly discerned and decided that it's worthwhile pursuing Bakhmut, putting in penal battalions and creating breach troops for, say, otherwise conscripted Mobiks of the Russian armed forces, made a lot of sense to use of Wagner. And evidently, Mr. Prigozhin and his cronies and his compatriots within the GRU fold saw it as a good opportunity to establish themselves further. But that's just the outgrown power base.
This is like the modern equivalent of Russia's SS, correct?
No,
Oh.
no. The SS is at that point in time a highly ideologized grouping. And by the way, the SS in itself, what you're describing is the Waffen SS,
Yes.
as opposed to the SS. The general SS is a different thing. The Waffen SS is nothing else than a motorized version of those atrocious troops. There are behavioral patterns which you would find in any one of those authoritarian forces. You would have them amongst the Khmer Rouge, you would have them amongst certain stormtroops the Chinese used in North Vietnam and North Korea. You would find them in different authoritarian setups. The Maoist forces had their own troops, their own so-called crack or elite, or say troops who you could give the dirty jobs to. And the SS had different, even the Waffen SS had different segmentations thereof, but it was highly ideologized, and therefore different setup. Here's no ideology. The only thing is exploitation and money.
Thank you.
There's been some more booms and another update on whether the mayor of Gladkov is going to turn up to his meeting that he's been invited to. So
is he being interviewed by Radio Free Belgorod as a contrarian voice?
not yet. No, Prigozhin's been weighing in though. But let me first tell you that Yakimivka in the Zaporizhia region, there is Bavovna, and Molotchiny in Liman. There is also Bavovna. That is in the Zaporizhia region. Yeah, let me now go on to this. So, Prigozhin has given an address to Gladkov. If no one comes to the specified place for the prisoners, I am ready to send one of my high officials to take them away. If Zelensky comes to this place, I will arrive myself. He's certainly trying to make himself look like the big man, isn't he?
And what would he do then? What would he do? I think he'd poop his pants.
I just love all his big talk, but he's saying basically Gladkov better go and recover those prisoners. So perhaps he will go after all, you know, maybe he'll talk to Prigozhin and say, if you give my territorial armed forces some weapons, you know, this is how it works, isn't it? Everything's a negotiation. Then I'll go and get those people. Because he did ask Prigozhin before, didn't he, and was told an absolute no. So we can confirm now that Murom, Shebekino, Dletovo, and Kozinka are currently experiencing some emotional moments, shall we say. I'm enjoying this far too much, really am. Yeah, there's plenty going on to keep me interested, put it that way. I have a funny feeling today's going to be a bumper crop of booms.
I hope so.
Now, I do have something else that I can bring to us. And, oh, I've lost it. No, I found it. There it is. So this is with regards to Russian military. No, sorry, Russian aircraft. There we go. That's the one. So we obviously know that they're having a few problems with their airframes. Ming spoke about this earlier, and about the general maintenance and the fact that they keep losing airframes to one thing and another. But they're also appear to be having some problems with airports too. So the West Siberian Transport Prosecutor's Office reported that flight delays due to runway defects from weather conditions have been announced. The plane of the airline Northwind performing a flight on the route from Sochi to Keremovo landed at the airport of Novosibirsk, but for the same reason, a delay in the flight of the Siberia Airlines on the route to Novosibirsk, Kemerovo was announced until at least June the 5th, following the Northwind landing. So it sounds to me as though this first aircraft that landed there had some sort of issue, maybe because of the runway. And now all further landings there have been postponed until June the 5th, giving them some time to fix it. So it seems to me they've got, well, lots of issues. The thing is, the the tarmac or whatever you put down, it is going to be subject to weather. I mean, we've seen how roads crack in weather and stuff like that, and regular maintenance is required. Every year they're digging up and relaying roads, aren't they? So regular maintenance is required, and I wonder if that's something which is, more of an afterthought than a rule in Russia in general. So I have a funny feeling that that's just part of the course, really. It's just general issues with maintenance that they probably are going to be having on a more regular basis now, because they've been putting all their money into war. So I'm just having a little look here. Oh yes, about Prigozhin wanting to send his troops over the border. I'm not sure he really will send his troops into Belgorod.
Iona just tweeted out also a tweet. There's some nice fire going on there. I call it a NAFO barbecue.
Where's that? In Belgorod?
Let me take a look. This is in central Novosibirsk. Is currently on fire. It's a central city hospital that's on fire.
Oh yeah, that's a better video than the one I had from before. Gosh, it's the entire roof, isn't it?
Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. There's a nice NAFO fella barbecue going on. Nothing to see here. Just walk on.
Well, I know Russia's extra flammable, but yeah, that would seem to be getting out of control. Now, there have been formation of new brigades by the Ukrainian armed forces, and we're getting a bit of information that they've actually been able to form a 9th volunteer brigade, the Katia Brigade. They will be under the command of the Defence Forces during offensive operations. Now, just to bring this into context, Thomas Steiner has commented, Ukraine's offensive power is now 35 brigades. And so that's, well, let's just say that that was
not what the Russians were planning on, really, in the first place, was it? It does appear that Ukraine have been building up some incredible force while they've been getting all these people trained. And thank goodness to all the countries who have contributed to that training, because it means that they've given these guys much more of a chance to defend their country. Okay, so apparently the amazing Mamushka from Georgian Legion has been given a horse, and the Georgian Legion are saying, well, once we get horses, it begins. So I think that's a bit of a joke, but still, I think that's fun. Let me see here. Just looking to see what's up to date in the news. I noticed something I haven't had for a while is one of these transcripts. I've been waiting for one of these transcripts coming through from my 70-plus-year-old who has been working with a recon unit somewhere in Ukraine. However, I haven't had anything from him recently, and I'm feeling kind of sad about that. But hopefully he's fine. Let me see. Turkey. Right. Okay. So yeah, Stoltenberg has come out with this statement: Sweden have complied with Turkey's demands and have the right to join NATO. So Alliance Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, following a meeting with the Turkish President Erdogan, said that he had reached an agreement on a meeting with the participation of Sweden, Turkey and NATO, scheduled for June the 12th. So I told you it wouldn't be long. Redstone.
You are right. And I remember quite a while ago, Axel had a lot to say about that. And the comments were, this will happen. And for us to be patient.
Exactly. Yeah. The things holding it up were nothing to do with really anybody but Turkey. He was obviously playing to his home crowd with some of that, and so it's making a difference now that he doesn't have that same pressure. In fact, now he has more pressure to do it. So yeah, it's one of those things that we just had to wait for him to get in the right position.
The election's over.
Exactly.
Funny how that works.
Yes, well, you see, you do these contrarian things for votes. It's amazing what politicians will do and say for votes. And then once they don't need them anymore, they can concede on their things that they were so adamant about earlier. It's shocking how that happens.
Yeah, and the Friday before the election, the U.S. Congress, with a votes of both Republicans and Democrats, had signed off on the spare parts, meaning it had relinquished its previous resistance to table a decision from committee into the Congress to approve the spare parts and components the Turkish side required for the F-16s. That was the Friday before the election. Funny how that works.
Yeah, you can be sure there's an awful lot of horse trading going on. Abdullah.
Did you say horses? Did the Georgians get horses?
The Georgians have got horses, yes.
Yeah, they're not Arabian horses, though. Sorry, Axel. Yeah, Marcus, just wanted to ask you, Yeah, I saw Stoltenberg. He was at the inauguration for Erdogan. So he probably had another meeting with him afterwards. So that's good news. So I was just wondering, who do you think will go first, Erdogan or Orban? Because as you know, Hungary is also holding up Sweden's accession to NATO.
Well, one of them said we won't be the last to agree.
Hungary
I don't know which
actually,
one though.
Abdullah, may I just highlight, Hungary actually already said yes. They just need to sign, but they said yes.
Okay. So they already passed. They already passed its.
There is no further procedural obstacle other than everybody congregating now and making that final step. That's why Turkey was out there.
That's great. So by the time the NATO summit comes up, it should be very easy for the Hungarians to agree to it. That's good news. Perfect. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very happy for Sweden. Yeah, I shouldn't have to take this long, but so it's done. Thank God. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Marcus, for all the up to date information, and long live the Republic. Tahia al-Jamhuriyya, and thank you.
Thank you. Yes, live the Republic.
We have to learn this,
Fun.
Abdullah. You have to make sure that everybody can pronounce this properly.
Yeah, Tahia al-Jamhuriyya. Tahia al-Jamhuriyya. That's it. Yeah, Tahia al-Jamhuriyya or Tahia al-Misr. Long live Egypt. Tahia al-Jamhuriyya. Tahia al-Jamhuriyya.
No, Jamhuriyya, Mr. M. Okay. So we need to work on the pressed consonants and the broken consonants of the Dutch, for that matter. Thank you very much.
I will send it to you, Axel, how to pronounce it. Yeah, Tahia al-Jamhuriyya. Long live the Republic. Thank you.
Long live the Republic. Thank you.
I'm getting a little report from the Russian defense forces in Belgorod. That they're quite concerned because they're being threatened with artillery, armor, and aircraft. They say they report. This is the Russian border guard. Sorry, trying to defend Novaya Tavolzhanka. And they're begging for help from the Ministry of Defense to come and rescue them from this situation. Do you think the MOD are going to come running?
Nah.
I have a funny feeling they're not either.
That reminds me of the Black Eyed Peas when you said it. Running.
Well, I think those guys should get running rather than try
One
and
of the
defend
best,
that area.
by the way, one of the best commercials ever for that firm from California.
Never seen it. We do have smoke in Mariupol near the coast, and it has been confirmed by Ivan Fedorov. Explosions in Yakimivka, south of Melitopol. So that's the one that you reported earlier, Mr. M. Yeah, we are awaiting details. I'm pretty chipper today. There's quite a lot of booms. Now, let's just have a look. What's trending? Oh, that's St. Petersburg scrap. Nothing much. I'm pretty sure that that's just a scrap and no real show of any serious civil unrest. So, here's a bit of information. Now, what did we say? 35 brigades that Ukraine had been able to put together?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've just received some information that in Desert Storm, the British were 2 brigades, the 7th and 4th Armoured brigades made up the 1st Armoured Division of Desert Rats. Just to put things into perspective. There we go. I knew somebody would know a bit more information that would give me perspective on those figures. And welcome, Petter.
Thank you, Marcus. Good afternoon. Thank you for keeping us all informed and entertained at the same time. I wanted to follow up on the on Sweden's accession to NATO, because I think now that that is getting done, maybe we should move on and look at the timeline for Bilhorod, Free Republic's accession to NATO. What do you think the timeline is going to be for that?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. They've got to have their referendum first, haven't they? So,
but that's on Sunday, isn't it? Oh, today is Sunday. They're probably having it already. I think this can move pretty fast.
yeah, I think that they might have declared their referendum a teensy bit early, and they're probably still working towards that. They've got to put the administration in place for it, of course.
But the result is known, right? It's going to be 98.64% for independence.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, it will be 98.6% or something like that that will vote in favour, even though the people aren't actually there to vote. Of course it will.
Sounds good. No, I just wanted to bring that up. I think it's important that we support Bilhorod's NATO accession.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I'd be quite happy to get behind that if they were, if they were willing to be a demilitarized zone. Bear with me a minute. I just have to send an invite to somebody because I am blind. There you are. I do love my phone. I never see people wanting to come up. That's also an issue. I get on here and I'm like, yay, I'm going to talk to people. And then, of course, I can't see any requests. So I end up just giving you a soliloquy all day. Redstone, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, with respect to comparisons of Desert Storm and what is going on in Ukraine right now, there's actually a really good YouTube channel called The Operations Room. And they break down animated maps of the different fronts. So if we think about the sheer numbers, comparisons of brigades, and some of the equipment is the same. It's very similar. Technology's changed, and obviously the terrain is different. But I think that for anybody who's not seen anything like that visually, to sort of see how these operations go down, and yes, even though the tactics may be different, it's an interesting way to sort of see what we may not be able to see in real time, just to kind of understand how these things work. I think there are going to be some similarities, but it would be it's beneficial just for some comparison. That's all.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, I've seen a video of Gladkov. Gladkov did answer the call of the RVC to go and collect the POWs at the church in Novotavelzanka. However, the meeting turned out to be scheduled at a different place and time at the Shebekino automobile checkpoint. So he's guaranteed the safety of the RVC fighters if the prisoners of war are truly alive. He replied to the RVC fighters 6 minutes before the end of the time period which they had given him to indicate for return of the prisoners. So he's playing ball. This is fun. Let's see what happens. Iwana.
Hi, Mokers. I didn't expect it to be called upon so quickly. I just have a news about Sweden and NATO, because the NATO Secretary General has announced that following the meeting with Erdogan, they decided to have a trilateral meeting on 12th of June between Sweden, Turkey, well, Erdogan, and NATO. And well, I'm really expecting this because I think the path of Sweden to the NATO session is kind of defined right now. And I also had something about Erdogan. I don't know if you want to dig into this, because yesterday it was the inauguration of his new term, the third term as president of Turkey. And I was wondering why Stoltenberg was there, but it turns out he was there on a purpose. Also, some other people were there, including, of course, Viktor Orban, his friend. From Russia, it was the president of the parliament that came because Putin is afraid to travel lately. He's really afraid to get out of Russia. And there were others, the president of Venezuela and so on. I just wanted to mark this because we didn't talk about this. He had a very, imperial-like inauguration. He was escorted by mounted honor guards, so on horses. He had 101 cannon volleys, and the soldiers in this suite were Ottoman Empire era uniforms. So maybe another one with imperial ambitions. So yeah, that was funny. And I have something else about Shebekino, but I think then John also has the hand up.
Yeah, then John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, the points keeps adding when you sit and wait. So the first point was about comparison between the, I think, Desert Storm. Well, the one big difference is the air power, right? So it would be hard to compare, because unfortunately we haven't given Ukraine air superiority, so they need more ground troops. Number two, for the Republic of Belgorod, I think we can go one beyond NATO membership. Why not put them on the Security Council as well? That would be great. And then maybe a permanent seat instead of someone else. And then to what one I was saying now about this three-party meeting between NATO, Turkey, and Sweden. I think the Swedish Prime Minister will bring a gift, because it's that's what they do. He might bring something nice to eat, and why not the turkey? Could be cooked or frozen, but yeah, turkey would be nice to bring. I think.
Defrost the turkey.
Yeah. Should be stuffed or just defrosted.
I think the Swedish king should do a commemorative dinner with all the NATO ambassadors and the likes, and all the NATO representatives in Sweden active at that point in time, and all the NATO countries' ambassadors on the day Sweden joins. And yes, turkey must be served on that day. And don't forget, given the fact that the Vikings were amongst the first who discovered America, coming from our continent, it is only mere fairness to highlight that bird from America is a bird of freedom, and quite in keeping with Viking tradition.
But Axel, that dinner should be held, as a celebration, not as a sort of starter. Let's get the paper signed.
Oh, absolutely.
Get the paper signed.
Sorry, let me just deal with the fountain here. 1 second. Jesus. No,
That's
sorry, I'm
the
just
pipes with the
no,
fountain.
no. It is. It is. The stupid sprinkler fountain is not working the way it's supposed to work, and that's not good for the trench. I apologize. So, no, but then, John, whilst we're at it, it's very straightforward. Oh, dog, come stop it! Bloody hell! Of course, you build a trench, you change the water flow, and the first damn thing is that a freshly washed and brushed poodle goes there. They have a knack for this. Well, it's in the name, poodle for poodle.
Yeah,
It's the water dog.
Axel, they're keeping you busy.
All right, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I was talking about Sweden and the turkey dinner. No, I think on a more serious note, it's evident that all this horse trading, which was ongoing and so utterly annoying, is now over on that end. So the next round of horse trading with Erdogan begins. And this is what people have to understand. The man is from a different civilization. He's from a completely different culture. And as M, our friend from Egypt, has once highlighted at a very early stage, I think it was, God, when was this? In April last year, when did we talk about? I think it was April, before Easter last year. We spoke about the impact of Turkey, the regional, say, power projection, the overall quite cultish historicism and irredentism and overall designs for regional leadership Mr. Erdogan has. He wants to be caliph, and it's this is something which we have to deal with because the guy is still beholden to those who provide him money, and it's Putin who's provided him emergency funding. It is the Russians who have him still, say, at their mercy. He is still beholden to gas, and that needs to change. And this is this is a positive step forward, but one which has been planned for. Everything else thereafter is very careful politicking, and we need to make sure that at some point in time, civil society in Turkey simply feels completely, utterly bereft of any, say, inclination to vote for this authoritarian again. And by that means, that also has to do a lot with the Turkish diaspora. And I'm looking at you, both Germany and Austria and the likes. I mean, you need to do a better job to educate those who came from East Anatolia and now have the money in Germany and overwhelmingly have voted for Erdogan, who is a crook and an insane person in terms of economic leadership because he is just utterly skimming. And these were all polite technical terms, of course. Abdullah.
Yes, there are reports that Erdogan does not want Turkey on the plate. He's requesting lutefisk. I don't know whether it's Norwegian or Swedish, but Axel, I also wanted to tell you that our favorite Ukrainian hero Boris Johnson is of Turkish descent. So just wanted to bring that
There
up.
are many good things. No, there are many good things which have come out of Turkey and do come out of Turkey. It's the things which remain in Turkey which are so worrisome at this point in time.
No, totally agree with you. Erdogan has stayed way past his past date, but the guy is just Teflon Caliph. What can you do, Axel? He knows how to win elections.
No, he's just, I think it's a matter of perception. He is more like way gone past milk, and he has turned into some very, very definitive cheese, and that cheese is rotten to the core. But maybe you can help us. What shall we do with the power designs of this infallible, insane caliph? I want to be caliph, Mr. Erdogan.
It's funny. So he has been challenging all the countries in the near abroad for more than 15 years now, severing ties, conducting offensive operations against them, leading offensive rhetoric against their governments and their people, using offensive and divisive rhetoric against Turkish people and other Turkish opposition factions, bombing the Kurds, sending MITIs with weapons and plastic explosives into Russia, sending MIDI officers into Egypt to help Islamist terrorists carry out terrorist attacks, ruin the economy of of Turkey followed those stupid economic policies, and now he gets to reverse 180 degrees on most of those policies, get reelected, get away with it, and start afresh as if he is some entrepreneur who led a startup for the last 10 years and burned through his investors' cash and burnt through his investors' lives and his customers and his neighbors and his networks. And now he gets to start all over again as if he has done nothing and still has legitimacy. Well, he was democratically elected, I'll give him that, but there was nothing democratic about the Turkey that he had created over the last 2 decades that is now giving him another presidency, another term under the guise of this is not democracy. I'm so sorry, but this is not democracy. This is ballotocracy or a procedural democracy in an illiberal democracy where Islamists are shaping the narrative, are shaping the government, are shaping all practices from local councils to the top echelons and cutting deals left, right, and center, all while killing human life. But whatever, it's the story of our human species.
And dear Murat, are you telling me that you are giving him worse grades than I did? You sound a little bit Turkophobe.
Well, the beauty of it right now is that the Saudis and the Emiratis are going to pour billions of dollars into Turkey, right? And he brought in Mohammed Simsek to become the treasurer, which means that he's gone back to basics, and the guy is going to focus on macroeconomic trends and focus on running an economy like economists run an economy, right? And with the injection of all those billions of dollars and someone who understands a thing or two about economy in place, well, second lease on life. Let's see Erdogan 2.0 and what he will bring.
Well, you have to explain to people who Mr. Simsek is, and you have to probably explain to most people here what it means that both the Saudis as well as the Emiratis, for some odd reason, have now seen, oh, maybe it's worthwhile stabilizing Erdogan.
It means that Putin gave Erdogan the golden opportunity for reincarnation. He became a king maker and a deal maker. He sold weapons to Ukraine. He sold weapons left, right, and center. He's starting to look like the more strategic NATO ally whom we need on the eastern flank, and who gets to say when and how and why not Finland and Sweden should join or could join NATO. And like I said a few months ago, when everyone was talking about the Turkish elections, is that as soon as he get reelected, all that rhetoric that was directed at the domestic audience will stop, and a deal will be cut with NATO, and Sweden will join NATO by June. And it's happening right now. It'll take 2 weeks tops, and Sweden will be accepted into NATO. As for the billions of dollars, well, the Emiratis and the Saudis can speak for themselves. I'm done dissing them for the time being. I'm getting more radicalized by every passing day, and I might start thinking about doing other stuff or exploring other avenues of approach to solve this problem once and for all.
And are you trying to tell me that you would start working in investment banking?
No, I'll just stop doing anything and just go back to my Xbox and just stop worrying and thinking about anything.
No, no seclusion, no, shall we say, going off into the mountains and being a monk. That's not right. And what a waste.
Unless the Xbox
let
is
them
controlling,
burn.
unless the Xbox is controlling a human actor in real life and causing wrecking havoc on people. But yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that these implants Mr. Musk is considering are not quite working that way. But having said all that, so now the Emiratis and the Saudis will burn through some more cash in the region. Who's going to take the 4 billion away from him, from Putin, so he can work more freely? What do you think?
No comment.
Looks like
no comment.
Looks like the Treasury.
I'm gonna wait.
Looks like the U.S. Treasury is doing this, right? At the moment.
I'll wait until it's confirmed, Axel. But maybe in 10 days I can answer this.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So because essentially everything is happening all the way up to the June 12th, just like we saw with the F-16 spare parts on Friday prior to the election, all of that is going to be solved, as we said. Now you and I can take a victory lap and eat some hummus.
As long as you serve it with pine nuts and seared minced meat and a little bit of dried onions, I'll be with you.
Good. That is so much better than pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple on pizza is acceptable, Axel. Just our listeners love it. We started the trend. We
It
had
is
more orders of pizzas
blasphemy.
with pineapples on them coming in than other ingredients.
I totally
Yeah, but
agree with you on that.
you are all blasphemous. There's not a single Italian who has ever given credence to this.
I
And if you ask Luca,
I hereby leverage the power of democracy and call for a poll, a vote, a referendum on pineapples on pizza. I think the Maria Report account should tweet a poll where our listeners get to decide whether pineapple should be a kosher topping for pizza or not. Let the listeners decide, Axel.
a kosher topping. Right. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not quite sure whether we can formalize this on the MriyaReport account, but let me have a little look-see as to what I can cough up later.
And I challenge you, Axel. I dare you to start a referendum on your own and let the listeners decide.
That's what I just said. I will see how we can do this. I know that a couple of friends, Italians mad at food, have a view on this matter, and they are very democratic in that regard.
Well, the Italians are busy right now, so as soon as they find out what hit them, maybe they will participate.
I will sort something out for you tonight.
I don't know the order, but then John and then Lily.
Yeah, I actually just realized a second scenario for Sweden if Turkey didn't accept the accession, and that would be to actually rent out Gotland to Finland or to the Baltic states somewhere.
Turkey farming?
Why not? Yeah, it's good for the goat, must be good for the turkey. So rent it out to the Baltic states, one of the Baltic states, or to Finland, and then we will be like Austria or Switzerland, totally surrounded by someone, and then we could spend I don't know 0.2% of the budget or the GDP on defense. Be stupid. Yeah, I mean, just we could do that. It would be an alternative, which I wouldn't like, but there you go. I didn't mean that, by the way.
No, of course. You meant to say that we should hand Gotland under a long-term lease, or the farmland on Gotland, limited as it is, to those who will rear turkeys for the annual commemorative NATO Sweden, so to say, we would call it Balt Talk, because the Baltic Turkey operation, Baltic Ops probably would be then the maneuver criteria and denomination under NATO code. And we evidently will have to feed the troops and those who participate in that commemoration of. Should always happen on June 12th, so we'll have to get these turkeys reared up nicely throughout winter, feed them properly, and then have them be some good spring chicken turkey.
Yeah, I really like that name, Baltok. That sounds like an investment bank. Maybe you should head it.
What? I mean, a couple of days ago, some people wanted to designate me to work, amongst the transition team for Mr. Stoltenberg. Can you make up your minds as to what you want now?
Lily?
So the pizza correction, you do not have to be Italian to know the best pizza. You just have to be a New Yorker. The best pizza across the board. I'm not saying you can't get delicious thin crust, dried onions, garlic, whatever on the pizza. In Italy, or anywhere else, but you can go into just about any street pizza shop, or we used to call them pizza parlors, to get a thin crust, beautiful, fresh pizza. And pineapple is kosher halal to be put on pizza if that's what you wish, although a lot of us find it offensive. But if Ukrainians want to put pizza with pineapple, good on them. We do not deprive anyone of that. M, if you are still there, I want to ask you a question, or anyone else here, talking about Erdogan and Putin. So Putin, now let's say he's going to call in the chips, from Erdogan. What does Erdogan give to Putin besides being a thorn in the side or obstinate within NATO?
Have a pot, Mike. Oh, sorry. There you go.
Axel,
Abdullah?
wie sagen Sie, Mr. M, anyone?
Yeah, I think the question was for M because he's definitely more into
Okay, I'm sorry.
the intricacies of Turkish politics. I mean, whilst I'm interested in, I have a view. Mine is not relevant.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. If and when, or is it now, Putin calls the chips in from Erdogan for the infusion to get him reelected, what can Erdogan actually add back, give to Putin that's so valuable in exchange, besides being obstinate within a NATO?
Keep allowing the stolen grains flowing, for starters. That's millions of dollars right there.
It's like interest on the principal of his loan.
What I don't understand is the Turks shot down a Russian fighter jet, and the Turkmen in Syria the pilot was killed, and they captured the co-pilot. One of his intelligence officers, former intelligence officers, killed the Russian ambassador in Istanbul. The question is, what do the Turks have on the Russians at this point?
Abdullah?
Yes, I was going to add to that. Yeah, the Russian dictator, he does not trust what do you call Erdogan? Erdogan doesn't trust him. It's all transactional between the two. So, and Putin cannot afford to let go of Turkey and close down relations. But I was going to ask M, as you know, this was the biggest opportunity if the opposition were to dethrone Erdogan. And they selected a guy in Kilic who lost 11 elections to Erdogan. 11. I think this is maybe the 12th. Yeah, Erdogan was singing "Bye Bye Kemal." That's what he's been singing ever since those 11 defeats. I was just wondering what happened there, because the opposition has proven that they can defeat Erdogan. Erdogan lost Istanbul. Remember, they had to redo the election. And the opposition guy from the CHP won with a bigger margin. And they have taken over Ankara. I think they're in control of Izmir as well. So to be honest, I really don't know why they selected Kilic. That was a horrible decision on their part. And
That
also,
is the Turkish opposition for you, Abdullah. Really, I mean, that I can comment on if you want to, and then M can do this in much more detail, of course. But that is the Turkish opposition for you. They will always snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. They're extremely capable of being disunited, and in their disunity, then select the worst possible outcomes.
So the AKP and the Islamists have mastered the art that can be summed in one phrase. If the Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca is making sure that you make it to the Arafat mountain and climb the Arafat mountain, because that's the most important ritual in pilgrimage, then the most important thing about elections is ballot box, making sure that you have secured the ballot box in advance. They had a better runoff strategy, and they had the support of one of the candidates. It seemed that that candidate had sway over his supporters, and they voted for Erdogan. So they went pragmatically. They secured votes. They had a runoff strategy where they went and they cut a deal with one of the candidates, gained his support, and therefore gained the support of his supporters, right? And they made sure that they secured the needed votes. It's pure and simple. It's straightforward. It's not magic. It's just math. It's just science.
Yeah, just like the French elections, they always have their second rounds. You know, what do you call, in defense of to keep Marine Le Pen out. So I was just on a follow up. This rapprochement, you mentioned the Saudis and the Emiratis, but this rapprochement also involves other heavyweights in the region as well. Egypt. Could you comment on that?
Egypt is not back yet. When we're back, I can comment on it. This is not Egypt that's going on right now. It's a joke.
Yeah, no, what I was saying was this diplomatic meeting that's going on between foreign ministers, because just like 1 year ago, that would have been unheard of, right?
One theory, one assumption is that those leaders are actually really serious about this whole BRICS thing, and they want to bring in Saudi and Egypt and Turkey and Iran as well, and try to simmer the tensions across the region, park them to the side, because now the economic situation is quite dire, and the international monetary system and international finances and international markets are in peril. So they are trying to gather a critical mass in order to force more pressure on the Biden administration and make sure that they have another Republican in office after the next elections. And then if that happens, everything will change again in the Middle East. So I really hope that the Democratic Party fields a good candidate. I really hope if President Biden can run again for presidency, that he runs again and that he wins. But again, it's another open-ended question. There is no answer to this right now.
Then John.
Yeah, question for someone. Maybe what's the possibility that Erdogan pulls Maloney and actually surprises? I think it's slim, but who knows?
But surprises in what sense? What's the maverick move or the black swan or white swan or gray swan event that he can design and implement to surprise anyone? And what kind of surprise? A negative surprise? A positive surprise?
No, I mean a positive surprise to NATO and the West. I mean, meaning pulling the rug under Russia.
I don't know, but I think that the appointment of Mehmet Simsek is actually of something to watch and something to look out for. And whether the Turkish economy will turn around or not is yet to be seen. But in terms of any sort of NATO policy, or even a Western aligned defense or cooperation policy, it will be just approving Sweden in the next 2 weeks.
And if I could add to that, I would also say that one good thing that he could do is just to give up on the S-400 defense system he bought from Russia. That would really go a long way with NATO allies.
It all depends on how much he wants the F-35s and whether the F-35s are on the table anymore or not. That's one thing. The other thing is that well, given the performance of the Russian platforms in Ukraine, every single world leader and every single army general, defense minister, chief of staff with Russian air defense platforms in stock and deployed and in service, they will be reconsidering the procurement of Russian air defense equipment, simply because the Russians won't be able to honor the supply and maintenance contracts, right? If you even park the performance aside, if the sanctions regime stays in place and gets better enforced, and the Russians are denied access to gray markets where they can secure components to continue building and servicing their own systems and honoring any contracts they have with other countries, it makes perfect sense for anyone to give up such a system right now. But I don't know why he's holding to it. Again, we're dealing with someone who is 100% ideological. Now he's politically maneuvering because the Russian invasion of Ukraine gave him this huge opportunity to correct his own position and reposition on several fronts. And he has done that successfully. I'll give him that, right? So it will make perfect sense for him to give up the S-400. But what will he get in return? Because again, Erdogan's relationship with the entire world is transactional, not just with Putin.
Up on the news. That there is up on the news. That there is currently heavy fighting going on in Marine. The Kadyrov forces were brought in, I believe. So we'll see how that goes for them.
Also, Russian propaganda is throwing something up. They should go to Poland, invade Poland, and some other shit.
Well, of course, because the Polish are invading them. Don't you know?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, I am seeing a bit more information out of this. I don't know. I keep wanting to call it a jolly because it is. It's quite jolly. It amuses me. But yeah, a bit more information that I've lost it now. Bear with.
Take a deep breath.
I found it now. Street fighting is now happening in Nova Tavolzanka. And this is reported as being earlier today. In fact, the chaps themselves have posted this video and said that they were entering the area. There is more air defense activity going on above Mariupol. So I can only suggest that things haven't finished there for today as well. I do have something that I wanted to discuss. And this is an article about Russia's Black Sea piracy. And but basically, by any reasonable definition of the word, Russia's Black Sea blockade of maritime trade with Ukraine equates to piracy, or at least the threat of it. And of course, this Russian blockade keeps, you know, they've stopped registering ships. There appears to still be a number of ships still waiting to go through Bosphorus. And no new ships have been registered, which is effectively stopping the grain deal once again. So the US, UK, Netherlands, G7, European Union, and all NATO allies technically do have the power to do something about this. But this particular chap, he's Kurt Volker. I don't know who that is. So sorry, Kurt Volker, Axel? No? Okay, well, whoever he is, he's saying here that they should get together and demand that Russia immediately drop all the implied threats to normal commercial shipping in the international waters in the Black Sea, and to immediately reopen the grain ports, or Ukrainian ports in general. The Montreux Convention, of course, of 1936 regarding the regime of the Straits governs the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles in Turkey. It regulates maritime traffic through the Turkish Straits, guaranteeing complete freedom of passage for all civilian vessels in time of peace. Even so, The West have done little so far to protest against the blockade of all the Ukrainian Black Sea from early February. About 2 weeks before the war began, the UK and the Netherlands sent naval ships to the Black Sea, as they're entitled to. But the US held back, fearful of provoking, perhaps. So the destroyer, the USS Arleigh Burke, was the last US warship to transit the Bosphorus, leaving the Black Sea in December 21. And what Kurt Volker is saying here is that the US has no reason to be so very restrained. He's pointing out that Russia has no legal rights to control shipping on the Black Sea. It only controls approximately 10% of its shores. NATO countries, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania, also have ports on the Black Sea, and so, of course, Ukraine and Georgia. So, is it time to call for freedom of navigation on the Black Sea? I'm actually actively taunting Gunny, who I can see listening here. And I'm waiting for him to come up and just, piss on my chips and say it's never going to happen. But I guess he must be busy.
I have sent him an invite, so if he wants to come up, he will come up. If he don't, no.
Well, he heard me at least. So
yes, I saw him smiling too. Ah, look, there he is. He's already up. Gunny.
Yeah, ahoy, hoy. Yeah, not a good idea. We don't want to be putting NATO warships onto a two-way range. To be honest with you, there's just too much danger of friction there, and it won't achieve anything either. It will be another area for a miscalculation or something. You've already seen how Russian aircraft behave around NATO aircraft, manned and unmanned. You would want a substantial force presence there. The Romanians, they just don't have the surface warfare capability there. The Turks, as we know, the whatever way the wind's blowing for them. So no. And what are we going to do? It might be worth something revisiting if for some reason the Russians go hardball and shut the grain corridor down. Then we're back to what we were talking about months ago,
which is what they've done now.
Have the Russians actually shut?
They stopped. They stopped. That's what Joanna highlighted earlier. They stopped registering new ships, which means, by effect, the content of the grain deal is completely out of the door. That's it.
Yeah, but
just
that's
the formal
that's political, not military.
No, it's not military. This is they shut down the grain corridor because they're not registering ships. So that's exactly where a Freedom of Navigation Act comes into play. And you know that the Arleigh Burke or an Arleigh Burke class ship would not travel alone. And depending on what the Turkish Navy does, it will be interesting.
Well, no, because the warships can't influence that. What are you going to do? You're going to point 2.5-inch guns?
Just presence. Just presence.
No, it won't make any difference at all. The warships are there to fight, or to intimidate, or to deter. But this is not something any of those three things you can do. You can put a carrier battle group in there, but if the Russians say, well, we're not registering, so
yeah, we're never doing a carrier. You and I agree on this. The question, the U.S. Navy has a different concept than yours, and that is the concept of freedom of navigation. And to establish this as a presence, sometimes I understand your Navy has participated in this quite successfully. So the question, Mr. Volker,
hold on. A Type 45 destroyer cruised along the coast, and was buzzed by 50 aircraft. So we do these things, and we put a carrier group into the South China Sea. So
I just said that sometimes you have participated in them, not all the time, because the U.S. Navy is doing this globally everywhere. what I'm highlighting is, as you have participated in this successfully and with, say, force, I'm quite sure you understand exactly what this entails, and that is inherently risky. But at the same time, what are the Russians going to do? Try to attack a NATO force, a NATO capital asset during freedom of navigation? Gunny, think.
Yeah, but if they're not registered, you can't force them through the Bosphorus. You can't put a NATO surface action group at the north end and say, right, Turkey, here's a score. These grain ships, right, they're coming down from Odessa. You will grant them transit rights. No, we won't. Well, you got to, because we're telling you. No, we don't. Well,
Actually, if Erdogan wants more
that's it.
than, if Erdogan wants money and spare parts, he probably has to play. And by the way, nobody says NATO. We only say those nations who are not part and parcel and not party to the Montreux Convention.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to be an option. Unfortunately, this is going to have to be something that's sorted out by suits. I think the minute that we start talking about a NATO navy putting ships into the Black Sea, which is a war zone, that is going to be an awful lot of potential friction, and nobody
But the
needs that at
Turkish
the
Navy
moment.
is there already. It's a NATO Navy. So that argument is mute.
The Turkish Navy are there, but they're doing absolutely bugger all apart from occasionally
Yeah, but
sending
it's
an
a
MPA.
NATO Navy. So I'm just reposting your argument. Let's refine the argument. I'm not completely against what you're saying in terms of risk assessment. What I'm trying to say is that it's not about that. This is only one nation's job. It's the United States Navy, because the United States are not party to the Montreux Convention. You are. Britain is. Therefore, you can't. The French can't. The Italians, let me check. There was one other nation with maritime capacity which was not party to the Montreux Convention. I have to check. Give me a second.
Yeah, but I mean, your problem with that is, look, in an ideal world, what should be happening? The Turkish Navy should be doing the corridor. The Turkish Navy should be supplying an escort for every single convoy. And the Turkish Navy should be saying to the Russians, these ships will transit south along the safe corridor. You will not interfere in any way, and they will run through the Bosphorus to be picked up at the other end. Right? Now, why is that not happening? It's not happening because the Turks are playing both sides, or Erdogan is playing both sides. Therefore, to expect them to go, what's up, President Biden? You want to run a 4-ship surface action group through to start trying to intimidate the Russians so that they let all the grain ships through? Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, not a problem at all. You crack on. It's just not going to happen. It just won't. I don't think there's a military solution to this unless the Turks come on side fully, find their bollocks and say, right, enough is enough. This stuff needs to flow. The grain corridor is now under the protection of the Turkish Navy. You will back off, otherwise we will hurt you. And we have NATO at our back. I think that's a wonderful solution. I think that's what should be happening, because this is a global concern and people many thousands of miles away could potentially starve over this. But Erdogan is a fucking idiot and he just won't do it. So, are they likely to let 4 DDGs up to do that job for him? I just can't see it.
I'll give you 2 examples. Georgia, Ukraine, because it didn't exist at that point in time and it was part of the Soviet Union, forcibly so. Georgia and the US are both not party to the Montreux Convention. If Georgia were in safer hands, it could call for, say, a port call by the US Navy easily, but it doesn't have to be. Romania, Bulgaria, and even Turkey can do so. It's completely fine. It's a Freedom of Navigation Act, nothing else. We didn't say that, or nobody says. And by the way, Mr. Volker, Marcus, you called from earlier, he is a quite renowned and colorful man. He was once the special representative of the previous administration and then, left his post because he was not quite content with what the previous president demanded of President Zelensky at that point in time. And it seems that the whistleblowing event, which led to the uncovering of the transcript of phone call, which then led to the to the demission of the then director of national intelligence over it, because he was not willing to disclose the whistleblowing content and the whistleblowing process and the whistleblower itself. He resigned from his post at that point in time. Mr. Volker has been a friend of Ukraine ever before and since. He once served also as the ambassador to NATO, so that he was the delegate suit, as Gunny just said, delegated by the US to NATO. But this was in the Bush administration. What I'm trying to get at is that Mr. Volker understands exactly what the options are, because these options as to freedom of navigation in the Black Sea have been discussed and considered by the United States for a long time, and they have always been on the table. It's the only nation who can pull that off, and presence is the only thing. Nobody said that the US should escort this, and if Mr. Volker were to ask for this, I doubt that this is a reasonable process, but showing presence and therefore then guiding, and now it comes to your point, Gunny, now then guiding other navies to jointly support the Ukrainians is a good idea. An absolutely good idea. I think, by the way, the United States should look into its inventory and have a little look-see, so it can find 2 mine hunters, respectively mine-clearing ships, and donate them to the, under the land lease, donate them to our friends in Romania.
Yeah, but then you see, look, this is a problem I got. So the grain corridor, have the Russians shut the grain corridor and declared it as part of a free fire zone yet?
No, what they've said is they're not registering new ships. The agreement stands, but they're not registering new ships. It's a completely different thing. They're not declaring it a fire zone. They can't dare to do that. They know this.
Okay, so the stuff's still flowing, right?
No, it's
and it's
not
stuck
flowing
at the
because
north.
there's no ships registered.
Well, no, it's flowing. It's flowing down to the north entrance to the Bosphorus,
No,
and
it's
then
not,
it's
because
stuck.
they don't allow ships to be registered for the grain deal. Therefore, no ship is going to Odessa or Chernomorsk, because you have to have them registered in order to go for the port call to do so. Otherwise, you can't contract. That's the whole point. This is what they're trying to.
Okay, so let's put right. What kind of force are you going to need? You're probably going to want at least 4 escorts, and yeah, that means Arleigh Burkes. Okay, you're also going to want MCMVs because those waters are mined. Therefore, the group commander is going to want some kind of MCMV support, and he's going to want some kind of capability to resupply. So you're talking at least 1 tanker and probably 1 ammunition and store ship, although they can do all of that in Romania, obviously. So, you know, we're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ships, ideally, because the group commander is going to say, look, if this thing goes kinetic on me and we get that friction and I have to start killing Russians, I need a decent force to enable that. So Biden goes, yeah, sounds good to me. Get the Turkish ambassador in it. Mr. Ambassador, sit down. We're going to run an 8-ship surface action group with supporting elements through the Bosphorus into the Black Sea with the intention of opening up the grain supply. No. Well, no, we are. Well, you're not, because Bosphorus is ours.
No, it's not.
Because
it's not.
We reserve the right to close it.
Yeah, they can reserve the right, but they don't have the right. The United States is not party to it. It's not party to the Montreux Convention. And when the Turks try to enforce something against the United States Navy, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, but it's something that will be their first thing. All right. So that means that the US will have to strong arm Turkey, right? Really strong arm them. But they won't be able to say, well, we're going to run the group through anyway, and if you get in the way, we'll kill you.
Erdogan wants the money. He needs the $4 billion to repay Putin quick.
All right. So he's got to strong arm him. All right. And let's put the surface action group into the South Black Sea. So our first problem is we've got a group operating in a war zone, which, as I said, you're going to need MCMVs, you're going to need very robust ROE, and the Russians will carry out a lot of hassle, attempted intimidation, and just sheer bloody mindedness. And there's a friction danger. All right. But let's put them in there, right? And they say, America calls in the Russian ambassador and they says, we've got an 8-ship surface action group in the Black Sea now. And he goes, oh, yeah, lovely, bit brave. Yeah, so start registering ships. No, go fuck yourself. What then? What? No, we won't. Well, you got to, because I put a surface action group in the South Black Sea. Oh, yeah, very nice. Very shiny. I'm still not registering ships, though. I've spoken to the president, and he stuck 2 fingers up. So what's the game plan then?
It's not for me to game plan what the United States Navy already has as many various scenarios for that. I'm quite sure they're capable of doing so, to be honest. I do not have to concern myself with it. If and when the administration wants to do a Freedom of Navigation Act, they will do so and carry it out. And as you quite rightly said, they have a nice port there in Constanta. I would also do a
But you get my point, don't you?
I would do a port call in Batumi.
Yeah, but again, you've achieved nothing apart from you're going to have a surface action group there. Great. The Russians still aren't registering ships.
No,
Now, the only
they don't have to
real
register
option
ships
that
anymore because the grain deal just goes bang, and we continue by simply escorting ships out after.
yeah, which is back to my original point.
Yeah, but
so
that
we're
comes
back where
later.
we were months.
First come see. But I'm apologies, Scotty. I apologize for interrupting. Let me just lay this out briefly, and then you can poke holes into it. If you showcase first and foremost that there is a force on site, what typically happens when Russians see force on the other side, they retreat. And I tend to believe that the same thing will occur here. That if it is clear that the Turks allow US forces to pass through under freedom of navigation, whilst the Russians remain tied to the Montreux Convention and are party to a war which they have started by choice, inside and the Turkish Navy supports the action, then the only thing which happens is that Putin will want all his money back, and he will probably take silly action against the 2 useless pipelines. That's fair, and the US can help and showcase towards Turkey how helpful it is. And as we said a little earlier when Em was here, Erdogan is trying to now, after having used the maximum leverage Putin has given him, to reinvent himself as Erdogan. I would say it's actually 4.0, but it doesn't really matter which version it is. It's just another version of Erdogan. And as such, that requires money. The money can only come from us, respectively from the West, Norway, Germany, and of course, the US. And in such instance, we just say, fine, and by the way, here's the reinsurance facility for the ships going through. And now we provide cover. Give the mine hunters to the Romanians, train them, the surface action group, as you just called it, will do its cycle through and will continue to be there. And if need be, we station a few ships in Romania, just for good measure. Build up a presence, build up a training school, naval training school, Black Sea, NATO naval training school in Constanta. Perfect opportunity. Do a few friendly port calls in Georgia to show presence, bring, say, a WASP-class sensible ship with 2,000 thirsty Marines into Georgia, have them stay there for a week, do a couple of joint trainings, convince the Georgian government by sheer presence of 2,000 Marines on site that it's much worthier to work with the diaspora rather than Putin, and play a little. That's what you achieve, presence. And continued presence, and then you establish it as a regularity. What will the Russians do? What are they supposed to do? We just take away the curtain. It's the Wizard of Oz.
I think you're being overly hawkish here. I think you're this whole idea. Hold on a minute.
Please keep going.
Right. So, first of all, you need the Turks thoroughly on side, right? And I mean 100% on side. And let's face it, their track record of being 100% on the right side, it's not particularly good, is it? Okay, so that's my first problem. The second problem is as I said, friction. So you're going to put a surface action group into the Black Sea, which is a two-way range where there's a mine threat. Now, I've operated in a high mine threat area. It's not the easiest thing in the world. It is fraught with complications, yet the mine threat isn't particularly great, probably, but you can bet your bottom dollar the mine threat will increase over time as Russian kilos start dropping mines everywhere, because that's the kind of thing that they would do. So you're talking effectively about a convoy system, two-way convoy system, where the convoy escorts, right? And you can probably only run, let's say, 2 convoys at a time, unless you get more ships than 4. So 2 convoys, 1 inbound, 1 outbound, up and down, two-way transit lane with MCMVs, which will need to sweep ahead of them. And that will be a continuous process. Now, I get that, right? I like the idea of NATO saying this is a global
Not
food
NATO.
issue.
Not NATO at the beginning.
Well,
First the US
or
Navy.
even under the
First the US
oh,
Navy.
hold on. So you know, it's nice to say, well, the UN would do it, but we all know that the UN is absolutely useless anyway. So it's no point looking at them. So what you say is this is a global food issue. These convoys will run. The Turkish say, absolutely, we're on board. We will provide assets for this convoy system and we will contribute to the cap overhead. And Russia, you are advised, if you in any way try to interfere with this, you will be met by force. And we have an extremely robust system of ROE that says, let's say within 70 miles of the convoy, any aircraft will be engaged. Because you can do that there because there's no civvy air lanes and you can pretty much turn it into a free fire zone. All right, so Turkish come on board, the Americans say we've got permission, we're going to run this surface action group through the Bosphorus and the grain will flow. And if you don't like it, come at me, bro. Hands up anyone who realistically sees this happening, because that's the only way it's really going to work. You will have to get the Turks 100% on side and ideally committed to providing ships and aircraft to participate in it, and for everyone to face up and go, this will happen and there is not a lot you can do. If you try to interfere, we'll start sinking stuff. Does anyone really see this scenario? Because I don't.
Wait for June 12th.
If you can get the Turks on side, happy days. I'm all over it. I really am. My problem with it is an active war zone, and I think you're underestimating the kind of that. It would be extremely complex, and if the Russians decided that they couldn't take this slap in the face, and it would be a slap in the face, it would be, yeah, we don't care what you think. See that registering ships and all that? Go fuck yourselves. We're going to move ships anyway. If you try and interfere, we'll hurt you. Right? That I would be doubtful that they would take that line down, and that means that you're going to have to commit more assets. I mean, you know, just for a scenario, right? Let's say all of this happens, and US Arleigh Burke, right, who's riding shotgun on the convoy, gets a active sonar contact at 2 miles and is classified as a kilo, and she's laying mine. What do you do?
You know what you do.
Yeah, you kill her, and then we're at war. There you go.
No, if she starts threatening you, then you act preemptive.
She's not.
I don't think that you're doing. I don't think that in terms of what we do currently in international waters that we preemptively kill people, right?
Well, Russian kilos don't sail around Portsmouth and Plymouth and Faz Lane laying mines. So, but this is the kind of, these are the kind of things that you may very well encounter, and you will have to have ROE. Right? You can blast her with active sonar, and the skipper goes, "Yeah, great, but you're not going to shoot at me. So what do I care? Thanks for the recording of your active sonar, by the way." And yeah, lane number 5 mine, lane number 6, lane number 7. And she drops 15 mines across the channel. That's going to close it down for what, 48, 72 hours. Everyone's got to sit now in that safe transit corridor because they can't move, because no one knows how many mines are there. So you got to sweep them, and then the kilo poodles off, back to the east, job done, mission achieved, home for vodka and a potato salad. Well, potato and cabbage. Can you see what I mean? So that's one of the things. So your ROE is going to have to be phenomenally robust. Just to give you another one. So you're running a convoy down south, and 4 aircraft take off from Crimea, and they burn in at 600 knots at about 100 feet. The AWACS picks them up. They don't acknowledge any calls on guard to identify themselves. They're at 80 miles, 70 miles. They split up, give themselves about a mile, 2 miles separation, and it looks to all intents and purposes from their way they're behaving that this is an anti-shipping strike. Kill them? Kill them at 70? 60? 50?
If there is a credible,
Four.
if there's a credible threat, you take out the credible threat, no question. But that rule of engagement exists. Rule of engagement exists worldwide already. You know it. So let's not play that game.
No, but these are the kind of scenarios that you know the great commander will have to think about.
I know, but we don't have we have the scenario already in a variety of say zones of engagement. We do have this. It's nothing new. And during the Cold War, everybody trained for it.
Intercepting aircraft over the Baltic is very different from a US-sponsored escort mission, which the Russians have come out and said this will not stand. We will not allow it.
Yeah,
so you've got to have this ROE in place. Now,
I don't think that we should be worried about them allowing something. It's more a matter of us organizing the remainder.
Like I say, mate, I'm just pointing out the realities from someone who's done this kind of thing out in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, I'm fair with the reality. I'm asking you for solutions. I'm not asking you for drafting the rules of engagement. What would you do with the current standard set of rules of engagement, which we have for these kind of activities?
Russian aircraft have regularly overflown NATO warships at about 50 feet with war shots loaded. No one shot at each other simply because we kind of accept that they're fucking idiots and
Exactly.
that they do
That's
these
a buzz.
things.
That's a buzz. We know how to deal
Right
with it.
then.
But
Okay.
you're talking submarines now.
All right. Right. So let's take it further. All right. So 40 miles, 30 miles, 2 missiles launched and 2 grain ships hit, and then the Russians turn outbound. Well, they've not shot at America.
If they're shooting at a grain ship, at a civilian grain ship, they'll be taken down, and they'll be warned before that this will be the case.
No, we went through all of that. Oh, we went through all of that. Unknown aircraft. You know, 220 Sevastopol at 80 miles. You're approaching US-sponsored grain convoy. State your intentions. You will be fired upon. Yeah, they just ignore all of that, and then they put 2 rounds into a couple of grain ships, and then we're at war. So this is a problem. Robust ROE sounds great, but we're dealing with an unprofessional military who accidentally, in inverted commas, fired an air-to-air missile in the vicinity of an RAF aircraft. Right? Hands up who wants this kind of potential friction between 4 Arleigh Burkes and a Russian attempt to intimidate and harass a convoy, but which to all intents and purposes looked like an anti-shipping mission, and which the group commander assessed to be an anti-shipping mission, and he killed all 4 aircraft. You know, it sounds really easy, but these are the kind of things that you have to think about, and things go catastrophically wrong. You know, people make bad decisions, and what you think is happening and what is actually happening might be 2 completely different things. You know, those aircraft might not be loaded with anything but underwing tanks, and they just want to conduct a couple of low passes over the US destroyers to take photographs and to look big and tough. But because the Russians have said this will not stand, and you're the group commander, what are you going to do, Axel? You're going to kill them at 70 miles, aren't you? If they're behaving like an anti-shipping strike. And that's my point.
If they shoot, they go down. That's the rule normally, and you know it.
Well, yeah, you would have to run that by the 1-star commander who being told, look, don't shoot at anyone unless they shoot at you. His eyes will probably pop out of his head and he'll say you're having a laugh at you.
If
You know,
they,
and
if the
that's
rule of
why I think
engagement, includes the protection of the convoy, then shooting at the convoy is shooting at you. That is the definition. This is the key point. That's what we're looking at. Yes, first you do the Freedom of Navigation Act, then you, having established a presence, then you organize a convoy, you get the international community on board, that the presence there is for good, and you, having tied in Erdogan with the money, you make sure that you have this hard and fast, then you establish this rule of engagement, you communicate it to the outside world. If the Russians then want to play, they go down. Simple. It's hard. It's really hard. But it's
this is how it happens. Okay, so we established this convoy route, and the Russian ambassador's called in, and he's told, right, here's the score: any aircraft approaching within 70 miles will kill. All right, we're giving you plenty of warning. There is ROE in place. You're free to conduct whatever combat missions you see fit outside of that, but this is a no-go zone for you. And if you stick any aircraft inside that bubble, we'll kill them. All right, what do you think the Russians will do? They're going to do it anyway, aren't they? Because they're stupid. Because they don't understand that they can't throw their weight around anymore. And they will send a couple of jets in there just to test the waters, and they'll get shot down. And then we're at war. Or they'll stick a kilo in the way of the convoy.
They won't.
And
They
they'll
won't.
start dropping mines.
They won't escalate. The last time Turkish friends took down a flight of theirs, they didn't say poop even, and they won't this time.
I think you're.
Nope.
I think you're underestimating the absolute stupidity by which they operate. And as I say, they've got 4 kilos. They have the ability to close your mine transit corridor, your safe transit corridor, really easily. To be honest with you, it would be very easy for them to do, because as far as I know, apart from the Turkish Navy, there's absolutely no ASW capacity in the Black Sea NATO-wise. And you would have to get the Turks on side. And again, the Turkish would face the same problem. So let's say day after, 2 kilos are seen loading mines in Sevastopol. And then they sail, and the last that they're seen is heading west. Well, what are the Turks going to do? They'll have to sink them, won't they, to stop them dropping mines? Because if you don't stop the kilos, your safe transit corridors are shut. And they'll be shut for quite a while. And the Russians will just keep doing it and pleading innocence and saying, it's probably drifting mines the Ukrainians laid. So you've got to kill them. Now, there is an ideal solution to all of this, which is it's declared and it's followed by a Ukrainian strike on Sevastopol that removes all of their surface and subsurface capability. And then we narrow it down essentially to the air threat. Then you could say, well, these Ukrainians at Sevastopol, nothing to do with us. But, we're still going to run these convoys, by the way. So that 70-mile exclusion zone does still exist. And you don't want to send any aircraft through. But you've still got that problem that what if they test the waters? And I just respectfully suggest that anything that involves NATO killing Russians publicly, that is, at the moment, we probably just want to keep the lid on the simmering saucepan. When it's time, if it becomes time for NATO to start killing Russians, there will be a proper time and a place to do it. But I just think at the moment, with tensions, this is probably a far too bullish step for the American administration, and I really don't think you'll get Erdogan on board with it. He's just not that kind of person. He's not going to have a revelation and go, oh my God, starving kids in Africa, we better feed them, and come on side. Unless someone crosses his palm with some serious silver.
Let me add one more thing to this, whilst I'm looking at one beautiful dog here. Let me add one thing to this. It's not just about people not starving. It's about income for Ukraine and deterring the trade in stolen grain. And that's the whole point. You argue it on the basis of all 3 items. And when you argue it on that basis, you can have a sensible resolution in place amongst the members who are Black Sea adjacent and not party to the war. You can even, if you want, of course, take Ukraine as a party, which is in this case the aggrieved one, and have them acknowledge it. But it's completely straightforward from a legal perspective. What you just highlighted is smelling salts and commitment and those kind of things. That's a different thing, but we discuss a scenario as to how it can be done. And just like I once asked you, how would you do it to take out a Russian surface ship? You just explained how one could do it from your perspective to ensure that there is a freedom of navigation and then potential convoy protection. And demining training can be done as part of it. I would strongly encourage everyone to include exactly that into it, meaning training up the literal nations, the literal partners of the Black Sea in demining activity to make sure that there's a sensible clear up and clean up, and freedom of navigation includes, by the way, demined passageways. So it's completely arguable, and I think the United States has a bit of capacity. You're quite right, the Turkish need to be fully on board. It's a unique opportunity for Erdogan to actually benefit economically and strategically. I'm quite sure that somebody would have told him that already.
Yeah, he'll demand something like F-35s, which he's not going to get his hands on.
No. He's completely satisfied, I think, if he gets money and the F-16s.
I think you're overestimating his.
He needs a lot of money.
I mean,
he put up now in charge of finance and economics the one guy who actually is capable of doing so, which is a complete turnabout or about face for him. It's a change to a different economic policy. He's reinventing himself because he has exploited the Putin angle as far as he could. It's just him.
I think your other problem is as well, you got to sell this to the American electorate, and that is going to be a case of hundreds of American sailors will be, to one degree or another, put in harm's way.
You
So
mean like
thinking
they were in the
about
Baltic Sea in recent weeks and months?
that's completely different. The Baltic Sea is not a
Like
two-way
they are
range.
in the South China Sea all the time?
Nobody's shooting in the South China Sea. No one's shooting in the Baltic.
Like they are
People are
in
thinking,
South Korea when they leave Busan?
No, because American
Horn of
warships are
Africa,
not doing.
Iran?
American warships are not doing freedom of navigation transits around the disputed islands, the maritime part of the DMZ. Right? They don't go near there. Nobody is shooting at each other in China. Everyone's just doing some very silly officer of the watch maneuvers, but that's nothing new. They did that to us in 1997. So, I think comparing the Black Sea to any other global theatre at the moment, even the Straits of Hormuz, doesn't really stand. This is a whole different theatre. And the only way that you're going to do it is, one, get the Turks on board. Two, preferably get the Turks on board to the extent that they aberrate the treaty completely and say we will accept a coalition escort force to come through. And three, for everyone to basically find their balls and the respective ambassadors inform the Russian embassy that this will happen and that any attempt to interfere with the convoys will be met by disproportionate and overwhelming force. And if you look back at everything that's happened the past 400 days, again, I've got to ask anyone listening, can you really see Western governments basically saying to Russia, we're putting warships into this zone and you will not interfere. And if you do, we will start killing Russians. I just, at the minute, it's a nice idea. I wish it would happen to a degree, but I just don't think our respective leaders have that in them. I really don't. And I think selling it to the American electorate would be a bit of a tough sell. And especially if you're going to say, well, it's not just about the grain, it's about Ukrainian income. I think that's going to putting American warships into the Black Sea so that the Ukrainians can maintain a good income.
No, the income.
It's going to go down
come
well
on.
with a lot of people,
No,
but a
that's
lot of
bullshit.
people are not going to be
Sorry.
impressed.
That's just bullshit. Sorry, that's not worthy of you. It's not bullshit. This is not right. Income related. This is complete crap. When I said income,
Hold on. You said that.
listen
You said
carefully.
it. You said it wasn't just a
You
historic
misinterpret
thing.
what I'm trying to say. They have to, of course, they have to generate income, and the economy of the aggrieved nation has to be protected, which is completely correct. And yes, funny enough, in a capitalist nation such as America, everybody understands that if you throttle one party which is defending itself against a genocidal invader, helping that party to make money in order to be able to pay for its pension system, in order to pay for its defense, makes absolute sense. By the way, the funny thing is, the Americans and the American electorate, with a highly isolationist Republican Party, did the very same thing for Britain in the Second World War. And there's your example. This just requires communication and leadership.
I don't think they really had a MAGA, did they, back then? Certainly not to the extent
They
that
had
they do.
they had a much you don't know, mate. They had the most isolationist Republican Party. They had demonstrations in most American cities not to enter the war. There was a
Isolationism is slightly different from overt support,
The
which MAGA
isolation,
does.
no, the isolationism is part of all of this. This is the influence of the libertarians in the Republican Party you're discussing. That is isolationism. That is completely nuts. It is irresponsible. This is not even conservative. Conservatism is accepting the challenge to defend freedom, amongst many other things. Isolationism is narcissism, is navel gazing. It's not conservative. It is just egocentric. It is undeserving of support.
The bottom line is here, mate. A lot of Americans would look at such a deployment and they would say, fine, look, we've got people in Europe defending NATO. That's a treaty obligation, right? We're fully on board with that. We fully understand, even though a lot of European nations don't contribute what they should. But at the end of the day, America has taken this task on, and we understand that. But putting ships into a war zone is going to be very, very different. You've got to sell it to people. I would go down the world food shortage, but as we know, a lot of people will just go, not my problem. Well, look, we're defending NATO. What more do you want us to do? It just seems too much room for friction. I'm not convinced the American electorate would be fully on board with it. But even if they did, and you got all these assets together, it would take a concrete stand by NATO to say this is happening and you will not interfere. And sorry, mate, I just can't at the moment. I just can't see it.
That's fine.
I'm
not here to make sure that you see this or convince you. I'm trying to refine and carve out the issue with you.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is to get the Turks on board. That's your first problem. If you can get the Turks on board, then maybe you've got something to work with here. But you need the Turks, A, fully on board, B, willing to put military assets in, either on a unilateral basis. So they say, we will run this convoy and we are part of NATO. And if you interfere with Turkish warships or aircraft escorting these convoys, NATO's got our backs. Or you get the Turks on board, but it's going to be a joint humanitarian mission, which, technically we could do, and under the banner of a global food emergency. And then all of the contributing countries say this set of robust ROE is in place and you will not interfere. And if you do, we will kill you. That's what it's going to take.
I like it that you started thinking about the solution.
Is everyone going to be happy with that potential degree of friction? Because don't forget, in 5 minutes, one convoy and 4 Russian aircraft can snowball into a NATO-Russia conflict, right?
Yeah, but that could happen any day for anything at all anyway. So I'm not looking at this. I'm looking at a Russian a Russian squadron being dispatched. The Russian pilots do nothing without orders. Zero. They never did. We know this. We met these guys after. We found out that they lived in fear of their dispatch. They have no agency. There is no rogue pilots either. That's the whole point. We've seen this recently. They do the bidding of their dispatch. They won't even engage because they know it will be their end. That's my stipulation. That's what I posit.
Yeah, and I think you're looking at them like a professional military, which they're not. And even going after a grain ship. So supposing one of their missiles goes errant and then goes after an Arleigh Burke and she kills it. Russian aircraft had just attempted to sink an American destroyer. Then we're back to square one, aren't we? Now we're at a potential full-on conventional conflict in Europe between NATO and Russia. I just think that kind of friction is not worth it at the moment. If we're going to do it, we've got to be prepared to do it properly. And that means having all the countries on board, including Turkey, and fronting up and basically declaring the west of the Black Sea a no-go zone for Russians. Because that's what you'll be doing. What you'll need to do is you'll need to draw a line from Sevastopol south, and you'll have to say, you're not coming in. Well, freedom of navigation, no, don't care about freedom of navigation, Russia. Not interested. You're not coming in. You cross that line of death. You've seen what we did to Libya. We'll sink you. Well, you can't do that. Well, we can and we will. That is essentially what you're going to be saying. So, anyone thinks that's going to happen? Happy days. You know, if you're going to do it, let's jump in both feet and let's accept the very real possibility of a miscalculation on one side or the other, or more likely just sheer stupidity on one side, and we might have to start killing Russians, accept the risks of that in order to get the grain flowing.
Yeah, see, and from my point of view, it's not just the grain flowing. It is posture. It is about clarity, about strategic communication, and it showcases that Russia will be defeated. Ukraine must win, will win. We support her, and we do so for a variety of reasons which are vested in the defense of democracy, freedom, property rights, and a global order. And I think this is what's going to happen. By the way, people thought that the F-16s would never come. I think we'll be surprised that there's a lot more in the offing. I do have my fair share of criticism of procrastination, just like you. And I have my fair share of criticism of the people who gather around and make populist statements for nothing, because it's irresponsible and it's not intelligent and it's not, say, creating strategic options, but it constantly self-constrains and self-denies, and therefore it is not worthy. But other than that, I'd say this is a very good discussion to have, and I think there will be more coming. Shall we go to Joanna on Lexicon?
Yeah, go for it. Joanna.
Thank you. I almost forgot I have the hand up. Yeah, I wanted to bring you very interesting news, and I'm happy that Gani is there. I have just a few comments before that. After the sea drone attack on Sevastopol in end of October last year, Russia said that they will not, they are not agreeing to continue the grain deal, and Turkey stepped in and said with or without Russia, this will continue. So they did step in once, but on the other hand, they did allow the Russian vessels carrying stolen grain to pass the Bosphorus many, many times. And I've seen yesterday, this is my news, from Twitter account that is kind of a Bosphorus observer. Very interesting news, and I will read it to you. Parohari cargo vessel Gaia transited Bosphorus towards Black Sea from the port of Saint-Nazaire to Constanța, carrying two Les Sables d'Olonne built 32-meter FPB-98 patrol boats with aluminum hulls for the State Border Guard of Service of Ukraine. And so this ship coming from France is going to Constanza. I believe from Constanza to Ukraine there will be a mean for those ships to arrive. And I searched informations about it, and apparently there was a contract in July last year for 20 ships of this kind, fully equipped, but they will be equipped with some more combat modules that will be installed in Ukraine. 5 of them are already done. So yeah, there are 2 ships that are going to Ukraine, and I was wondering, well, it's not the ships are not very big, but still there are ships. So I was wondering what Gani thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that there were a few raised eyebrows, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they were sold as Ukrainian Coast Guard. Coast Guard vessels are civilian, and therefore they're not banned really from transiting. So, I mean, they'll have a 30 mil on the front and probably a couple of weapon systems down aft. It looks like they're big enough to take RB-15 anti-ship missiles, actually, maybe 2. I don't know. I'd have to have another look, but yeah,
they say 30 millimeters autocannon and heavy machine guns.
Yeah, I mean, they're the masters of improvisation, so there's all kinds of systems. You might be able to get something like Brimstone on there, to be honest with you. That would be, I can see that as being a real option because it's a nice lightweight system. You can put it in box launchers on the back end, and you can chuck it into a box and tell it just to go active. So long as someone has told you, NATO, that there's targets in a box area, they could really do surface strike and just pop them into the box, and then the missiles will go active and start hitting stuff. So yeah, I think it's going to be a useful asset. I don't know about training of the crews. They might find that they pull crews off older vessels and then stick them on there. And I really do suspect there is some kind of NATO level training for coastal forces going on somewhere to the west of the Black Sea. Probably some people in civvies with hastily grown beards and moustaches are probably advising them on littoral warfare, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's going to be a good capability, and it'll make up for the loss of that landing ship in Odessa, obviously, because that was a bit of a loss and quite sad because she'd done some sterling work, that ship. Luckily, it sounds like most of the ship's company got off okay, which is a win. But she did some fantastic work, certainly doing close-in shore bombardment. So yeah, these 2 ships will be a really good addition to Ukrainian surface flotilla.
Thank you, Gani. And my last remark, because I wanted to say so, in the first 10 days after the renewal of the grain deal, very few ships left the ports of Odessa. In fact, the number is 2, I think, because the Russians are really interfering with this, and they didn't want to register other ships. But now the number is about 11. Some pre-registered boats, ships, cargo ships, left the ports of Odessa and Chernomorsk, not the ports of Pivdeni, or also known as Yuzhny. But anyway, 11 ships is still more than just 2.
Thanks very much for that.
But these are
Yana.
just the executions of the old registrations.
Yes, exactly.
So no new registrations. That's the whole point. So there will be a dearth of capacity, and that's exactly what is upcoming. That's why the June 12th date with Sweden and Turkey matters a great deal.
Right. Lexicon, go ahead.
Thanks. Well, I'm kind of flabbergasted by the conversation that's been going on here for the last half hour or something. I mean, I agree with Gunny, all his objections, but why he's even entertaining it beats me. I mean, the notion of doing anything that smacks of military I mean, in a sea, America doesn't even have a Black Sea policy. Not to mention NATO doesn't even have, according
It's
to
not
all
true.
sorts.
That's
Okay,
not true.
please don't interrupt me. According to all kinds of analysts I've been reading and discussions of Atlantic Council and all this jazz, but we're talking about America that won't even give ATACMS to Ukraine, or maybe they secretly have. We know very well, damn few if there's any. We're talking about an America so afraid to give F-16s that they've now ensured that they won't be available till the end of this first counteroffensive. I mean, you can have all the moral outrage in the world. Aside from the people of the world, the governments of the world are doing this stuff because they absolutely see they'd better have a substantially weakened Russia, not because of all the moral outrage in the world, which we summon to amplify our voices. But I think that long before we need to go into any sort of military solutions to this, you'd as soon rally UN voices to say, this grain deal must work, for God's sake. Rally the moral outrage in a way that UN or significant countries can rally it, and to say, people of the world need this. Stop with your registration of ships. Stop with your obstructions. Here are the facts. Look what you've slowed down. Look what you've stolen, Russia, all this past year during this grain deal. Stop with the 60-day extensions when we've said 120 from the beginning. There are a whole lot of things. Turkey is over the barrel because of the $4 million interest forgiveness, or $4 billion. Get Turkey over the barrel in some similar way. Tell him you've got the photographs. I mean, there are 101 things that it astonishes me that they're not being done to make this bloody deal work. And it all has to do with the opprobrium of the world. There is no way I want to get into questions of will they or will they not drop mines? Will they or will they not fire? Anyway, we have 1,001 means of applying pressure and leverage and diplomacy and blackmail, and take that as far as you can. And to discuss any kind of military action against Russia or Turkey in the Black Sea beats the heck out
We
of me.
didn't. You're mistaken, Lexicon.
At
You
any rate,
misheard.
the whole.
You're mistaken. No, you're mistaken.
Okay,
We didn't
but I'll
discuss a
just
military.
finish
No,
my
we didn't
sentence, and
discuss
then
a
you
military.
can come back and finish
No, I can
yours.
come back now because you said something wrong. Let me
Well, I
correct
said
this so
something
you
wrong.
can take it
Okay,
in.
let me say that
Let
was
me
wrong.
correct it then.
To
Let me correct it
discuss,
then.
you
To help
correct it
you,
when
we
I
did.
get to a
Can I
period
help
at
you?
the end of my
Would you
sentence,
mind?
okay?
I did interject at an end of your sentence. I'm
No,
trying
you
to help you
didn't.
because
No, I was in a
would you
clause
mind
to do
would you
something,
mind
comma.
taking in the correction that there is an existing Black Sea policy within NATO. It is a military policy as to what to do with the Black Sea fleet of Russia in case of an armed conflict. There's a Black Sea policy as to the
This is
safeguard
a
of the
comment and an
coastlines.
assessment. You can't
Can I
correct a comment
can I
and an
now finish the
assessment with
sentence?
another
And
one.
then the other thing is we were not discussing a military activity. We're discussing freedom of navigation. This is a different thing.
Yeah,
And that
right.
then embarked on the further discussion by Gunny as to whether this would then support the potential safeguarding of convoys, which results in the question as to how to safeguard convoys. And then Gunny embarked further on, if you safeguard convoys, you need to abide by certain rules of engagement. That's a different thing. So please carry on.
Yeah, well, you needn't summarize the whole conversation. I listened to it. So
Well, then,
I've got.
then the statement you made is wrong. We were not
fine. I made a wrong
projecting a military
statement.
engagement.
Fine, I made a wrong statement. Now,
That's okay. I was just highlighting this to the audience because
okay,
I'm not a military advocate here. That's what I was
you
trying
could
to highlight.
actually wait till the end of my statement, and then you could equally highlight to
Lexi,
the audience that I made
will
an
you stop being so bloody bullshit?
error.
Because, you know, I'll let you speak, but having an argument, not for me, not right
Right.
now. I don't have the time or the energy.
Yes.
So say what you need to say, but lower your voice.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Oh, okay. Well, what I wanted to say is that there's been a great deal of discussion of military ways and means, and that freedom of navigation, of course, refers to unrestricted freedoms. And of course, we don't want any military means to be there. Anyway, what I found, I thought voices were a bit raised, but anyway, I should not raise mine for all that. And so I'm just flabbergasted to hear such a discussion when I think the powers involved are a million miles away from doing far less risky stuff. And we'd be better putting our energies to getting them to do some of the other stuff that would enable this counteroffensive to end this bloody ability of Russia to obstruct grain sales in the Black Sea. And as to a policy, I've just been quoting analysts I've been reading over the months, especially, I guess, surrounding Atlantic Council, who say we really must have a Black Sea policy in America and in NATO.
Yeah, and I refer you back to the interview which we had with Ben Hodges, who right off the post, when asked what would we do in case of X, gave a clear indication as to what kind of a conventional response there would be, because these things are at hand. There are a significant amount of considerate policies. Just because an external think tank does not necessarily see that they are sufficient, which I don't disagree with, does not mean that we don't have a policy and that we don't have procedures and processes in place. We do, but that's fine. Mokas, I need 2 minutes to fix something, and because otherwise something in the garden is going to run off. So I'll be right back.
Get fixing. Jameson, I notice you sneak back in. Have you finally had enough sleep?
I'm actually hiding in the garage from my wife right now. Yeah, I got enough sleep, but I want to say I've been listening to this for a while, and I think that all parties here are bringing important pieces to the puzzle. And at the end of the day, what the lady who was just talking about, the term for that is soft power. And of course, everybody, wherever they are, no matter what their job is, civilian or military, needs to do that escalation of soft power. And I don't like, here, hold on a second, I've got a civil war erupting right here.
Sounded like it. He's corralling. Go ahead, Lexicon, in the meantime.
No, sorry,
Oh,
I
it's
should have had put my hand down. Sorry, I was done.
I can come
All
back
right.
now. I just had to defuse another American Civil War in my own garage. So anyway, the soft power part is important, and no one likes, especially veterans who've been there and seen suffering, no one likes military action if it's unwarranted. But unfortunately, this is the bully in the playground, and what he needs to understand is that the world is united, and that we're not going to put up with. We can't have people starve because Russia wants to be a bully, because then that gives them leverage, and then they're going to do something else. And so I agree with the concerns of Gunny, and it sounds like he's been in an awful lot of staff meetings because that is just what they plan for. But there might not officially be a plan for the Baltic, but trust me, there are plenty of plans that have cobwebs on them, because if the military does anything, they plan for everything. I'm serious. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a plan for an alien invasion. I'm not kidding. So moving along, these concerns about escalation of force, because he's a bully, or because the Russians are bullies, they're going to try to poke the bear with us. No question about it. But the difference is they need to understand that there will be a reciprocity. And so what I mean by that is, if you hit us, we're going to hit you harder. And if we can show that we're vigilant, and we can bring as many countries to this convoy, whether civilian or military, get their governments involved, get their press involved, and constantly leak what we're trying to do, and slowly build up that military power, that soft power. And the reason we do it slowly is because it desensitizes everybody. And so, but once it comes time, the Russians need to know that we're not afraid to drop the hammer, and we'll do it. And we're going to hurt them way worse than they're going to hurt us. And yes, people are concerned about World War III, but at the end of the day, MAD is a real thing. And like in the Cuban Missile Crisis in America, when they were dealing with it, one of the Russian diplomats said that you in the West forget that us Russians love our children too. We were trying to avoid this just as much as you were behind the scenes. So we can't let them hijack, because if they hijack the international community and take this grain and starve out other countries, then they're going to do something worse tomorrow. And so it's like Winston Churchill said about appeasement. Appeasement is like feeding your friends to the alligator until you're the last one. You can't appease a bully. You show them that we're serious, and a lot of us might be smaller than you, but together, we will whoop your ass. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, James, and you make very good points, and I appreciate your input. So while we're here, let's have a little update, because there is information coming from Russian channels that Ukrainian units have carried out successful counterattacks. What happened was they pushed forward and were smashed, and left the Ukrainians chance to move forward a bit. They appear to have done so in 2 areas of the southern direction of the front, on the intersection of the Zaporizhia and Donetsk regions. So the settlement of Neskachin, maybe, is located in the Vilnovaka district in the Donetsk region, and the Novodarivka settlement, located in the Polohi district, have both appeared to be liberated. After initial success, the units on the ground are strengthening their positions in these areas. So Russians are unsuccessfully trying to regain these positions that they have lost. So there appears to be some intense fighting there, but like I said before, they're nibbling away at the edges. I don't see any major movement on the ground, but I see a lot of little nibbles. And this leads me to believe that, you know, that there's things going on, plenty of things going on. Sorry, I'm just reading a few things here. The view from Kharkiv, they can see smoke rising over the Belgorod region, Bilhorod region, and I can imagine that's probably a sight for sore eyes. Now, these liberated settlements that I spoke about a moment ago, it does say that these are completely liberated. The armed forces of Ukraine have established themselves, and it is not considered a grey area. So that's good to hear. And the response from the Russians is that they are absolutely terrified that Ukraine is now making a massive breakthrough to Mariupol because they've taken these 2 locations. Yes, I know, they're having a bit of a panic, but they are saying the enemy is trying to push through our defences. And they believe that, you know, if they were to push through their defences there, that they may indeed be heading in that direction. Who knows? We'll have to see. So, Simeonian, her. I've got extra big lips at the minute. There is apparently a proposal to stop the shelling of the Belgorod region, according to her. However, she also says the way to do this is to annex Kharkiv. So if they're not ready for peace and exchange for our people living in their homes in our territories, then we need to go to Poland, of course. And let the Poles fire on Lviv.
She says this is a Cassius Belli, all ready for the NATO war with Russia. What no one will do, because the war between NATO and Russia will last about 15 minutes. After that, dinosaurs will fight before life begins on Earth. Oh, so she's basically saying nukes then. Let's nuke Poland. Okay. I think they've said this before, haven't they? We've heard this before. Bit of a tired one. That, I mean, they need to get some better jokes, don't they? I'm just bringing up some speakers that I can actually see for once. Woohoo! Mark, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful job hosting, and thank you for making the sacrifices. Do that, Miss Sockers. Just a question in regards to, there's a huge protest going on in Warsaw right now. I mean, I know we're here to talk about Ukraine, but we also know that Poland has been a huge supporter of Ukraine. So it's a little perplexing. It's apparently this protest is a protest for democracy, yet Poland is a staunch supporter of Ukraine. So I'm hoping that maybe one of the listeners or somebody who understands what's going on in Poland can maybe spend a moment or two explain the dynamics going on there. So anyway, that's my question. Thank you again, Ms. Sockers. You're doing wonderful.
Thank you. I totally missed your question. What was your question?
Oh, just kind of explain
what's going on in Warsaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to repeat my question?
Yeah, what was it? What the heck's happening in Warsaw?
Yeah, yeah.
basically?
The 500,000 protesters in Warsaw, they're protesting against the government, which the inference is it's not a very democratic government. So, and yet they're supporting Ukraine. So I guess is there a threat that the current government has to Ukraine, or yeah, just a little bit more
No.
of an understanding there.
I can help. This is domestic Polish politics. Whenever you have the time and when our friend Maciej is here with us, we tend to go into this a little bit here and there, because if you ever thought that American bipartisan politics is at time acrimonious, intense, flaring up quickly, and the likes, you should enjoy Polish domestic politics, because it is an ever meandering stream of antipathy, personal acrimony, and the likes, under the, say, not pretext, but under the arc of ideological and political differences and significant antithetical positions. So, Polish domestic politics is full of pitfalls, and that's how it goes. And both the previous socialist governments of the 1990s, or social democratic government, well, socialist governments, so as well as then later conservative governments and the alternating governments, they hack at each other, and they have been all gerrymandering back and forth. They've been doing extreme things constitutionally, and the most recent version of the conservative, yeah, whatever you want to call it, the right-leaning conservative government of Mr. Kaczynski's collection or association of parties within the PIS has had issues with understanding the constitutional freedoms a free society might require more than others, albeit that they also had inherited strange structures as well as rather interesting characters amongst the judiciary. Let's put it this way. It is, as I said, I typically try to get away from the explosiveness of it, because it is just utterly insane. But then Poland also had to recognize, to be in consensus with EU institutions, that certain things are a bit of a political overreach when it comes to judicial freedoms and the likes. Poland is not on the same path as what Mr. Orban initiated in Hungary. On the contrary, it does, however, have a very staunch barrier between the two main political camps, and that incentivizes such discussions. Some of them are projected into Western media in a different format than others. Does it have an impact on Ukraine? Zip zilch, zero.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. That's what I wanted to hear, just the impact on Ukraine. So glad to hear that you don't see any.
Yeah, I would have given you a much shorter answer, which would have been, yeah, it's internal politics. But basically the same. Yeah. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly clarify something regarding what the lexicon said. So there are these bunch of articles referring to the lack of policy regarding the Black Sea, but that's regarding security policies, regarding the long-term security framework that should be enacted in the Black Sea region, as well as the cooperation and etc. framework regarding the countries that are on the Black Sea. And this is part of the foreign policy concerns regarding the region on the part of the United States. And it has nothing to do with the how good and how well and to what extent the U.S. Armed Forces are prepared for confrontation with forces in the Black Sea. And given that the United States has two main rivals, let's call them militarily, I do believe that both those rivals' forces have been taken into account, and planning has been done ad nauseum for confrontations between them. And that's what I wanted to say. It's not a military thing, it's a policy thing, and I actually agree that we should see not less, but more involvement through the soft channels in the region. And I think it has been a mistake for the US and Western Europe to have, let's say, more of a hands-off approach, is to not aggravate the situation with Russia. And I think that this has allowed Russia to play around a bit more than it should have, and it's what has landed us in the present situation. But yes, it's a lack of foreign policy vision and strategy, and not a lack of military planning or contingency planning for the region on behalf of the US and NATO. It's not a military thing. That's it.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. So I'm hearing that these free Russian chaps are breaking through in another part of the region. And it's certainly very interesting. I don't know exactly where, but we need some updates from them, don't we? It would appear also in this area there is a location called Krutoy Log. Yes. And local residents are reporting that the entrance to the settlement is now by appointment only, and all the locals have been warned to pack their belongings because of an upcoming evacuation. So, wow. Maybe the Free Russia Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps can book an appointment. That'll be something that I'm sure they'll knock first.
So it sounds as though things are developing around there, and just enjoying that so much. It's something that's interesting to me, and liking to keep up with it. Mr. Gherkin is also very annoyed. So he's talking again about protecting Russia by creating a security zone in the area of Kharkiv. And he thinks that, you know, that is something that they should have done and they haven't done. And he's saying that launching an offensive on the border of the Belgorod region and playing by the rules of the enemy is going to correspond with what he calls a final result. I do find Russians speak in such weird ways that they say sentences which are very strange. So you just have to sort of pick out the relevant points. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, this language is well known to people in Bulgaria, and I think maybe throughout all Eastern Europe, but it's the way that it's kind of the way that our gangsters and politicians who want to seem hardcore speak. It's kind of threatening, but non-threatening, and it's kind of like, I'm telling you I'm going to deal with you with great finality instead of telling you I'm going to kick your mom. That's the whole thing. I wanted to ask, have we heard anything more this morning from Volnovaka? Because there was a report of Bavovna from there and then nothing more.
I might have seen something. Bear with me a moment. Because there has been lots of booms today, and it's I've been struggling to keep up, as you might imagine. So this is unconfirmed information from Vonakor. Did you say Vonakor?
Volnovaka.
Oh, right, maybe not the same place then. Bear with. I'm scrolling. I saw something. No, there's no pictures from there or anything like that at the moment.
Yeah, it's just there was a report according to some Telegram channel and nothing more, but this is kind of that place is a big deal when it comes to going for Mariupol, so we'll see. Anyway, I hope we get more great news. There was also news regarding Belgorod that 4 other border settlements were coming under attack by the, what was it, the diversionary reconnaissance groups, as the Russians call them, and the people of Free Belgorod, People's Republic, as I call them.
They've been referring to them as insurgents, which I also think is fun because they've almost stopped calling them Ukrainians now and are referring to them as insurgents all of a sudden. So I think that's quite nice. They realise that they are Russians. I mean, there was something I said this morning where they were saying that it was what was it? They speak pure Russian, so we can't tell them apart, and they were very disgusted about that. But that tells you that they are indeed Russians. So I think they're starting to get the message that these insurgents are some of them. And it's a complicated situation. It is when people rise up against their government and we should give them the support that they require. Now, I've got some information about artillery guns, which I'll go through, considering I've got no hands. So, there is a chap who I follow quite a lot of what he says. He's usually very on point, and he's Secret Squirrel, and he's making an assessment of Russia's working artillery guns. And, well, he says, I don't care if you agree or not, I'm just doing some maths. So, he believes that Russia now has less than 3,000 working artillery guns, with many now possibly refusing to fire, undermanned, or low on ammo. The real number may be as low as 1,000 guns spread over 1,200 kilometres of front. That's one gun per kilometre, obviously, if that. And if Ukraine does what he thinks they will, by building a 40 by 40 kill box with 20k on each side to clear, that's only 80 targets. Throw in 100 tanks and APCs, that's 180 targets for 1,000 plus drones and 400 plus artillery from Ukraine. Drone pilots will be fighting to get kills. And that's his assessment of how it's going to happen. But he believes that Ukraine are going to overwhelm the Russians when they get on it. And I have to say that I tend to agree with his assessment. It won't be like a walkover, but they are going to have some major advances. That's the word. Also, they have released a video of well, it's of people who have been taken out by partisans, and there is a message with it. So the message is, soon counteroffensive will begin. So it is time for the partisans to come out of the shadows. We've been waiting for this moment for a whole year, trained on small targets, and now it is time for the big fish. The list of traitors have been defined, and we are close. So this is coming out from, I'm not even sure who it's coming out from. Bear with me. It's information that I've seen in a couple of places, so I'm just going to pull up the other one, see what this information said about it. But this seems to be a notification to the partisans to start their action. Now, I know obviously there's no counteroffensive, but it would appear that somebody is calling on the partisans to react. Yes, here we go. So yeah, I'm happy now that I've made that decision. That this video is calling on partisans to react, to start whatever operations they've had planned. Now, that apparently is the sort of thing that would happen if a counteroffensive was on the cards. That, you know, in the occupied areas, they would activate all possible assets. They would certainly activate anybody that they'd dropped or sneaked behind the lines. Those people are just waiting for the call, but also the partisan groups that they've set up. This is something that I was told some time ago, that when you see them really starting to ramp up action, that's when you know things are going to happen, because it's
sowing as much chaos and confusion as possible at a time when they need to be looking straight ahead of them. You want them to be looking over their shoulder every 5 seconds. So I would suggest that that in itself is also an indicator of the times ahead. I mean, some people say that this counteroffensive has already started, and that Ukrainians themselves sort of said, well, yeah, we've started shaping operations. That's, you know, all part of the counteroffensive. So I'm pretty happy that we are in the midst of the Ukrainians' plans. And, you know, whether those plans be slow or fast, we'll have to see. But certainly I see a lot of little areas being nibbled away at along the front. And they don't, you know, they're not massive, big thunder runs. They don't look anything like the Kharkiv liberation. But these are villages that are, I would say, probably very unoccupied. They've been on the front line for a long time. So it's just a case of taking positions, basically taking new positions. They're not liberating villages of people in these places. So, you know, moving up to more advanced positions, they would want to do that anyway. And they'd want to gain as much initiative as possible, and also test the ground. It's very possible they're doing some sort of reconnaissance in force in these areas by going in and basically blasting off a lot of ammunition and seeing if the Russians run or fight. And if they run, brilliant, we'll occupy their positions. I kind of feel as though they're doing this on an opportunistic basis at the moment. They're taking what they can easily take. I don't think there's any massive movements right now. Of course, tell you when I see them. But it may also be that, you know, information isn't being let out about these things. So there may be more going on than we know. But for now, I'm happy to just see that the Russians are panicking, really panicking. The small amounts of information that are getting through are basically some painful tales of woe. Now, I have heard that Shebekino appears deserted today. Nobody is left in the streets. Looting has occurred by the Russian soldiers who were sent there. So that's kind of them. Yeah, the Russians have got what they wanted, and now they've left Shebekino alone. So it would appear that Russian soldiers or conscripts or whoever they were came in, found what they wanted, decided to leave. So I'm just hoping that the people of that area who have been hiding in basements and what have you have managed to successfully evacuate down that green corridor, because that just tickles me pink that they opened a green corridor. So there has been some shelling. There is an apartment currently on fire. I'm trying to decide where it is. No, I can't see it, unfortunately. Near Vovchansk, apparently. And how rude. There we go. Mikhailo Podolyak, an advisor of the head of the OP, whatever, believes that the events in Shebekino, Russia, signify the beginning of a new era for Russia, and perhaps the end of Vladimir Putin's notion of stability, which is obviously exactly what we're looking for. this notion that he's a strong, stable leader that he's managed to upkeep for such a long time. Well, it's about time that people got a dose of the truth. I think that he's neither strong nor stable. Mr. M.
Yeah, good evening, Marcus. Did you already talked about the Russians deserting in the Kharkiv area? So the Ukrainian General Staff reports that 80 Russian deserters in the Kharkiv area. This was the result of a large casualty in the units where they served, when hundreds of them suffered injuries a few days after arriving on the front line.
80, right. I heard that there was a desertion in the Luhansk area of approximately 40 men who, it would appear, they may have killed their commanders, whatever they are. Apparently two people were killed, and then 40 men left. So I'm assuming those two people were the ones in charge telling them not to leave. And this is the sort of thing that has been seen in history, that there comes a point where people just refuse because they realize that their only other option is to stand up for themselves or die. And a few people are actually catching on. So 80 now, Mr. M, did you say? And in a different area, so it does sound like a new group.
That's 120 in total, yes. And as long as they doing that, the less Ukrainian has to fight with them. And if they are very, very smart, I would suggest to them to surrender or run back to Russia. But that's not a good option, knowing that they don't care about soldiers coming back, so they can better surrender and stay alive.
Well, you never know. Perhaps they've left to join up with the Free Russia Legion or the Russian Volunteer Corps.
Yes, that's a
I'm sure,
possibility if they are smart and they truly see that what they have learned and what there has been told to them is a perfect, great lie. If they see that, if they have the brains to connect the dots, maybe yes, that's a good option for them. If they see it this way, they can help liberate their own country. Russians liberating Russians.
Well, it does seem like a good option for them. It definitely does. And they have left with their equipment and guns, apparently. So, you know, maybe they've got plans of what they're intending to do when they get out of there. Can't imagine that they might get up to no good in some way. But even if they weren't hightailing it off to join the Russian Volunteer Corps, they're still going to cause some chaos somewhere, aren't they? I mean, let's face it, they're probably not the best of people in the first place. They've been given some guns, they've been through massive trauma, and now what? They've got to survive. They're in survival mode. So, you know, they won't be they won't be looking to be nice to anybody, you know. They'll be looking to get themselves food, get themselves shelter, and it won't really matter if there's somebody already there eating that food or using that shelter, because they've been through probably quite some hellish conditions. I have a feeling that no matter what happens with these guys, no matter where they go, they're going to place an additional strain on the Russian, maybe military, maybe their police forces. I don't know, but they're just so in chaos.
As long as
They
they do
really
that in
are.
Russia, it's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the whole point is that it's almost like they've become so poisonous now that they're poisoning themselves, and that I don't mind watching. I'm quite happy to get some popcorn in for that and watch the demise of Russia. They've only done it to themselves. Unfortunately, they've gone through an awful lot of other people in order to get here. However, you know what? I think it's finally coming. I think there might be some comeuppance actually happen. So, what am I being told here now? Oh yes, yeah. Of course, I know about the Polish volunteers. Yeah. So, according to a lot of sources, Polish volunteers are indeed helping the what are they called? The Free Russia Legion and the Russian Volunteer Corps in Belgorod. They've announced it themselves, these Polish volunteers. And, well, I don't know how Poland feels about that, but we'll carry on and see. I'm sure Poland's very proud of them, to be honest. And they'll say, our guys? Nah, can't be our guys. Definitely not. Nothing to do with us. They are free citizens, them people. So, now then, let's just see what's going on with this meeting between the Russians to hand over this, the Free Russians to hand over these two prisoners that they've taken back to Governor Gladkov, is he? Yeah, the governor of Belgorod is preparing to meet with the Russian rebels. The Russian channels are reporting that there are Ukrainian advances in Zaporizhia. Prigozhin admits part of Bakhmut's southwest are now under Ukrainian control again. Melitopol and Berdyansk are again under fire. And this isn't even the heavy part of the punch yet. This is just the tickle at the beginning. We can see how it's building up, can't we? So if anybody wants to talk to me, they can. You're allowed. I will allow it. I would also like to say that Budanov is trending somewhere. Oh, in Bavaria. Budanov is trending in Bavaria. I'll have you know. I bet you he's never been so popular. I'm sure, I'm absolutely certain that when he's not on camera, he's got the biggest grin on his face all the time. But yeah, no, he seems a very serious man. And having watched the interview that was done, which our very own Fellaine did the translation for, I found that so interesting. He's proud of the fact that the Russians really want him dead. He's really happy by that. He's pleased that they see him as a terrorist because he wants to be feared by them. He wants them to worry about what he's going to do next. He wants to be their arch nemesis, I believe. And yeah, he's a very clever, very serious man. But still not, he's quite a young bloke, I would say. He's not past his prime or anything like that. Although he does have a double chin, poor lad. So maybe he'll work on that one day. But right now he's busy. He's a very, very busy boy. But his sense of humour which is dry as anything. He appears to have a very inquiring mind, shall we say. His level of intelligence really surprised me. He's quite personable, but he's also he just has to sort of look at you, and you know that he's dead serious. That any of the fantastical things that you've heard about him are probably true. I know that he was seriously injured in combat some years ago, and he still has a fragment in his body near his heart, and he said that that's a constant reminder to him that, you know, the Russians are bad news, and they tried to kill him. They've tried to kill him a lot of times, apparently, but they've still not succeeded. And he's very proud of that fact. Mr. M.
There are some booms. There's an explosion in Krasnodar, air defense active reportedly. And I don't know if you have said it already. According to the large Russian Operation Z, Ukrainian forces have breached the first lines of defense near Velika, Novosibirka, southern Donetsk, the village of Nesyushne, and Novodarivka have been liberated, and the Russians have fallen back to reserve positions in Storozheve. Assaults ongoing. Sorry for my voice.
No worries. Extra booms are always amazing, and yes, you're right, Krasnodar. There was also this morning a little mention of something on fire in Krasnodar, and it appeared to be an electrical substation, and it was just a little piece of news. An electrical substation appears to have had a fire in Krasnodar Krai, and they apparently put it out very quickly. It didn't look like much, but I wondered if that also might be on the menu today, Krasnodar, and it certainly is. So let me see. We've got Russians crying on Telegram, and we've got Russians crying in most of the occupied areas now, and of course in Belgorod People's Republic. So I'm going to say that today is probably a good news day, and we would only expect to see more progression of the current situation. I mean, we know that they have indeed liberated a couple of villages in the Zaporizhia area, and maybe that's expanded now. Let's face it, those guys who've been sat on the front line getting shelled for months, probably, from the Ukrainians, and I mean, they said themselves today, this morning, that there was no answer from their own guns, that they couldn't shoot back. Now, that wasn't by accident. That was definitely planned. So if you have no big artillery guns to shoot back, you are going to cede that territory, I would expect, just because you don't have any cover to stay where you are. And so, yeah, you're going to run or you're going to die at that point, because the artillery is what they've been relying on for such a long time to do anything. And you take that card away from them, and it leaves them exposed, just like the fact that they're sat in trenches on the front, just receiving shelling day after day. I've got to imagine that's pretty demoralizing. And then when you realize that your own guns aren't shooting back, Yeah, you're going to start to get that feeling that you need to get the heck out of there, I would imagine. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, just maybe two things. I've just listened to a discussion with Ilya Ponomaryov with some Russian oppositional YouTube channel. And what was quite interesting, I mean, because I guess we are all wondering who causes all those fires in Russia. And I mean, one thing he said was that the Russian, the Freedom of Russia Legion, I mean, there had been long speculations, are they actually real, do they actually exist? And now kind of, I mean, we do see that they're real. And he is adamant that they have actually many more applicants than they can actually accept. And he says, well, they have to be vetted very carefully, not in Russia, of course, but abroad. And so they have to be connected to a lie detector and so on. So you have to make absolutely sure that whoever wants to join the Legion isn't an FSB agent. And he says they also have like 6, I don't know, divisions or so active within Russia who kind of cause much of the sabotage. I'm really not sure how serious that is, because I mean, I remember him talking a year ago how Putin wouldn't survive the year 2022, physically not survive, but I mean, he's still there. Ponomaryov always sounds very confident and convincing, so I'm not really sure what to make of that. But I found that quite interesting. I mean, at least if there is a sizable number of Russians willing to join the Legion, that might to some extent save the honor of the Russians. I would imagine, and yeah, then the Russians, I think they don't only want Budonov as originally dead. They also very much imagine that he is kind of there. There had been this thing going all over the Telegram channels. The news that he has actually been killed, and his that preparations for his funeral are underway. And I'm not sure what has fueled those speculations, but obviously Russians really love to believe that Russians are tankies, and I just wonder whether kind of Ukraine just keeps silent on that and just sits back and lets them have their fun, or what is happening there. So I guess they never step forward and kind of and kind of correct those hoaxes, because maybe it's actually some degree even beneficial for them if the Russian Telegram goes crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I think with those, we've killed him, he's dead, boo sucks your morale sort of posts that the Russians have been trying to, get these rumors around, like about the Zaluzhny, and he was in a hospital getting a life-saving treatment, or he was, he'd been killed, or he'd received a head injury and all this. And then about 5 days later, he was pictured standing next to a new boat, So he was obviously perfectly alive and well, absolutely nothing wrong with him. And he never felt the need to come out and refute that claim. He just carried on going about his business, too busy to deal with any of that rubbish. And I think that's basically the situation, that they're like, yeah, you believe what you like, whatever. We know the truth, I think they're choosing to rise above those particular accusations, because it gains them nothing to respond to the Russians. They already have the upper hand, so why would they react to what the Russians are saying? They're much more likely to react to their actions than their words, I would say. I mean, you've seen what it's like with the Russians. They can't help themselves arguing with one another. And I suppose they're trying to provoke that sort of tit for tat situation, which goes nowhere, doesn't ever help diplomacy. And it would be beneath what Ukraine are currently doing. They don't need to respond to that rubbish. They just carry on as usual, and things will reveal themselves all in good time. And I think that's probably the best way for them to take things like that. It's almost a compliment in a way, because you know, if they really would like you dead that much, then you must be doing something right, eh? Now, I have a little daily update. I'll see what it says, and we can go through it. So there was missile launches this morning, and drones. 4 out of 6 missiles. No, yeah, maybe. No, there was more than that. I'll get there. So, Shahed drones and missiles were launched in the Dnipropetrovsk region, just hours after the house attacked in Dnipro city. There were rockets fired. Kyiv was again one of the targets, of course. However, nothing reached Kyiv. And then we get on to the better stuff. So there were explosions early this morning at the Jankoy airbase. Now, at the time, it had been unconfirmed, but I believe we're happy that that took place. There was something very strange about Russia's missiles overnight. According to information, they strangely circled central Ukraine, almost as though they were searching for air defense to be turned on. So that's something to keep in mind. You know, the Russians aren't completely stupid, I suppose. So following that, 15 hours ago, there were explosions reported in Crimea. The Russian army released information stating that it was an unknown drone that was shot down in Jankoy. Although they state that the air defense was successful, there appears to have been damage to several buildings. So that's not anything we need to know about. Okay, so air raid warnings were on and off all day in Ukraine, as per flipping usual. And let's just have a look at a little bit of Russian incompetence. So, this is a story from a Russian channel in Crimea. And this is a situation that I think is interesting, and that's why I've picked it out. So, a house burned to the ground due to the negligence of local services. So, what happened was the house set on fire and a fire truck was called. But when it arrived, it found it had no water and there was nowhere to get water in the village. Therefore, a second unit arrived, but due to the lack of normal roads, crashed. So, as it turned out, there are only 2 fire engines to Alushta and the adjacent settlements. This is a forested and flammable area,